Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the slight wait. I had to take a corgi outside. Yeah, plenty of people tuned in already. Nobody have anything better to do with their lives? Oh, whoa, lots of matches got scheduled for today. The round of 40 is starting. Yeah, okay, that's fair, that's fair. 160, dang. Oh, Arbase is throwing his hat in the ring. He's going up against Sato. I believe in Arbase, guys. I think he can take him. I think he just has to believe. Sato's easy. There you go. All right, so let's check the qualifier standings. Oh, wow, they're already zipping through. Oh, interesting. Dark beat Mihai in a very close series. I guess TOS casted that yesterday. So maybe Dark does have a chance. I mean, Dark is so inconsistent, but his ceiling is very, very high. We're casting this series. I think it actually should be quite close. Anything too crazy happening otherwise? Lots and lots of 3-0s, as you would expect in the early rounds. I mean, yeah, I don't think anything. I mean, we did cast Z40 versus we casted Z40 versus Dennis, which was a very good series. Now our enemies. Oh, life is full of these disappointments. Thank you for the 45 months, Flogi.
Good morning, Ornlu, even though it's midday here.
I love this. This is just this is some admin passive aggression right here. As Dr. Cosmonaut left the server and stated he would be unavailable for this round despite signing up, an admin win has been awarded to Prisma. As a past admin, I just love that. Love it, love it. Londinium got? I don't know. I really don't know. AoE is pretty rock solid in the sense that the viewership isn't really going down, but I don't really see it going up. I mean, I think it says a lot that the biggest stream was T90's stream, right? So most of the attention is still coming from people who already watch AoE as opposed to people who might be tuning into Red Bull itself. That said, I think all of the eyeballs of the AoE community were on that event, which is obviously a very good thing. But I don't know. I really don't know. Red Bull people who watch other esport events, right? It sure is oatmeal. As it is bright and early 8 a.m. here. But yeah, I mean, that's really the big question, right? Like, because that's what would be needed to grow AoE to esports, is if we get people who aren't already AoE fans. I mean, it's great and it's important that we have events like Red Bull that bring the entire community together like it did, but, you know, they're looking to expand. Very tricky. I just don't have any interest in AoE 4. Alright. Looks like they are going to be starting the Civ draft here in a momento. Oh yeah, since our base is here, how are things going with the TTLC? Yeah, I mean, same. Oh wait, there was another dropout? Oh jeez, what a mess. What a mess. Ornlu sneaking into the playoffs, let's go! Despite his mediocre performance in the group. The Milan, aw. We're catch up, it happens, it happens. So I think I should be able to sneak my way into the playoffs then. Maybe. Possibly. Real life? Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. I have a corgi staring at me. I feel his eyes boring into me through the desk. Anyway, 2P first pick. Interesting. Is withheld from the dog? Civilization is destroyed. Civilization as we know it will end if the corgi does not get his morning oatmeal bowl. Sorry, his second morning oatmeal bowl. He already had my dad's and probably my mom's plate, toast plate as well. Also, I just fed him his breakfast. Alright, nothing else too crazy with the civs thus far. For Wagyu beef? Sorry, Dash. Ornlu ain't got that kind of money. Well, Armenians make sense for, Fernando. It's almost like a certain somebody just made a water tier list. A certain wonderful, handsome, and talented YouTuber. Hey guys, it's Ornlu, and... jeez, my voice. And at the end, he put Armenians at 4 for a full water map. I mean, it's good that Armenians lost shipwright, but they're still so good at every stage of the game. Gee, Sebastian is going to sweep Dennis before this set's even going to start. The D tier now with water siege ships. Oh, they're making their way up in the world. The Hulk fights? Yeah, they would, but it doesn't. Also, Hulk fights don't really matter as much on full water maps because usually you're trying to get to Fireship plus Galley. I mean, extra free forging for the Hulks is nice, for sure, but you can really see that transition away from the Hulk as the map gets more watery. Although it does help versus the other ships, for sure. All right. We have rounded out the chat. Oh, we got a Mapuche sighting. Ash, I already gave you everything. I have nothing left to a Corgi. Yeah, Mari to the Mari. All right, so hopefully we'll get here in the lobby in just a moment. This is one of the last first round of matches. But yeah, I think it still should be pretty competitive. Of the second round sets, what should be good? VV versus Villasa could be interesting. Classic Pro versus Jordan's definitely interesting. Orgi's barking at not as interesting. Yeah, we're still looking at a lot of sets that should be pretty one-sided. But there should be some good ins in there. And unfortunately, we're getting like a lot of sets that like were close in the first round, only to be one-sided in the second round. Like Turs and the Crocs had a really good series, and they're just both would be slapped around by Tato, not Tato, by Sato most likely. Dennis and was it Z40 had a really good set yesterday that we casted, and now Dennis, who narrowly won, is getting slapped around by Sebastian. Oh geez, Kapach versus Niaz is tomorrow at 7 a.m. my time. Oh geez, am I waking up that early, guys? Is that really something I'm going to do? Hello, Ornlu. Are you saying I'm belong in hell? Like hell, Ornlu. It's where you deserve. Yeah, Mihai did lose to Dark. Alrighty, guys, we are in the lobby for Serra dos Carajás. Well, Dark is just very inconsistent, so who knows how he's going to perform. I've been trying! I've really been trying to practice my Portuguese for this map pool. You know, it's not gonna be perfect, but, if we can get to, like, what, B4 Portuguese pronunciation, then we're, making our way up in the world. All right, I'm ready to go. Actually, I'm not ready. I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'm ready, guys! Never mind, I need coffee. All right, guys. Let's do this. All right. We just set up the scoreboard here. And we are off to the races. All right, welcome everybody. This is one of the last sets of the first round here of the Brazilian Dynasty Qualifier number 2. For anyone not in Latin America, this is the last chance to qualify for this event, which is going to be in early July. And we will have blue, or blue, but let's just call him blue, in the cyan as Dawei to the west of the map. And in the gray, the rare gray pick, another gray picker out there. We'll have Monos as the Tatars. So, very aggressive game number 1 map here. Wei, still going to be the better civ in general, I think. It's really tough to compare a civ that has a fantastic economy and a decent army with the civ that has a mediocre economy and a fantastic army. Like, yes, Tatars do have very good units, and if you get to, like, HCA with Keshik and Steppe Lancer craziness, like, yeah, Tatars are insane. Especially against a civ like Wei, but I feel like it's going to be really hard for Tatars to keep up. That said, this map obviously has a ton of elevation, and that's going to make Tatars very happy. Yeah, Heavy Camel plus HCA certainly can be very deadly. blue. Ah, so boring. I'm colorblind too. But I stick with it. Alright, blue's in the... Okay, well, we can't have that. If we're gonna do this, blue needs to be in the blue. Alright, blue will be in the blue. Monos will be in the red. Alright, so Monos up here on 19 pop, no loom. So going a little bit greedy to start things off here. Not anticipating that the Wei player is going to be going for any sort of early drush. Which I think is a pretty fair assessment. Wei don't want to stick around to Dark Age. You want to get to Feudal Age to get those eco upgrades. I know that blue likes cyan. It's irony, but, you know, people don't like they're not blue versus red. That's why I do it every game. There you go. So, just going to be going up one villager later is blue, minimal idle TC time for each player, and it is likely going to be a scout opening for both. There's the barracks, there's the barracks. You do have those longer-lasting herdables as the Tadars, which is very nice, but remember, this is not one of those maps that has a bunch of extra ones that we see Britons picked on all the time. And hilarious. It would have been funny, but, you know. We can't have fun around here. Yeah, cyan is definitely... Well, it's more like a powder blue in the Argentinian flag, but cyan is the closest we get to that. Anyway, DBA coming in. We'll have to see if you can maybe snag horse collar before the first farm, which would be very nice with delaying the farms as the Tadars, but no. No. Meanwhile, though, blue needs to get his own upgrades. Oh, the eco balance is not good. Since he's got too much food banked up and not enough wood. You need the wood for the eco upgrades, and you need the wood to start getting all these buildings down. Just be funny? Oh. Can you ask for something a little bit more manageable than being funny? Alright, DBA is about to be in, but you want to be able to pick up both, because a 1-vil lead, not as good as a 2-vil lead. Make a joke? You want to hear a joke? Leary versus Hera, again, in the finals of this tournament. And everyone's going to get hyped about it. Oh, is Leary going to be able to beat Hera? And then he doesn't. And then people will hype it up like it's the best finals ever. Oh, Mona has a little bit of idle time there. Horse collar coming in. It was a good solid final. Well, the time limit stuff was really annoying, but it was a solid final for sure. Was it the best finals in the history of AoE 2? Not even close. It wasn't even the best finals in the history of Red Bull. With Hera, HC4? Was that the one he got slaughtered by Viper who lamed him every single game? That really wasn't very entertaining either. Yeah, the Garrison final was very close. HC, I don't remember all the... I can't remember which Hidden Cup is which. No, my favorite Hidden Cup finals, though, was the one with Viper versus the Max. That was a really, really, really good set. But that was also a long, long time ago. Yeah, Battle for Africa. AM versus, I think it was Secret then. Won that game without the time limit? No. Leary fundamentally didn't understand his win conditions in any of the games that went late versus Hera. And when I say late, I mean Leary looked lost on all of the games that weren't decided in Feudal Age. If Leary was going to win that game, he would have done so a while before. And that's actually part of the issue with Leary, because the thing with Leary is if you win every game by either winning in the early game or getting irrevocably far ahead in the early game, then that probably will stunt your, pure decision making and macro in a long game. And that really suffered against the tippy top players. The time limit. Well, Leary absolutely had win conditions in the time limit game, but I don't think without a time limit he would have discovered those win conditions. But yeah, I mean, with Leary, he's going to be comfortable getting second place and being, the second best player with putting, 1/20th of the effort that Hera does. Arkness, I think it's once again getting to the recognizing win conditions problem. Which is not easy to do, by the way. I'm not like, oh man, this Leary is such a scrub. It's just like, these are the things that will separate somebody from being the second best and best player, right? So if you let it, because Leary, as they say, has a life. Anyway, guys, in this game, both players killed a Vil so far. Just your basic, Feudal Age stuff. Scouts, we got some archers as well. Nothing terribly decisive thus far. Blue will be a couple Vils ahead, though. He's got Wheelbarrow as well. I love that being picked up early as Da Wei. Wei and Vietnamese both want to pick up Wheelbarrow super early to leverage those bonuses, as well as the fact that Wheelbarrow itself is insane. Does help Hera? Yep. And even still, I think that it is Hera's weakness, is the late game decision making. And especially, understanding different army compositions. If there is an actual weakness to Hera, other than getting out-microed by Leary in early game, I do think that's it. The issue, though, there is that Hera's macro is so much better than everybody else that it completely mitigates any decision-making mistake that we saw. Yeah, the Thames game versus MBL was a great example. Hera looked a little bit lost. And even then, it was extremely close because of how good Hera's macro was. So it's tricky right now, for sure, and to try and figure out, okay, who could possibly, beat Hera and take their game to the next level. Anyway, Spearman getting a fair bit of value here, but I think this should be cleaned up eventually. Bloodlines is quite good, but you have Bloodlines and +1 defense. The issue is that the archers are still alive. Uh-oh. Dare he win? I didn't say that. Arrow's worked hard for his victories. Well, yeah, exactly. We just need to combine Leary and ACCM, or Leary and Yo, into the same player, and if we also throw in Tato's preparation and strategies into it, then I think we're cooking. That composite is very much a better player than Hera. Also, that composite isn't a real person, so, You know. This finals was the best. Well, it's also the only finals that I think would have even been remotely this close. Before the wrist stuff? Exactly, that's true. Viper before the wrist issues, before the getting big money contracts and losing some motivation issues, before having a kid issues. Because it happened so little recently? Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to take anything away from, Hera, saying he doesn't deserve to win, or, it's not it's like not okay that Hera's done so well. Like, obviously it is, but I think just from a enjoying competitive diversity perspective, then, you know, it's like, oh, hey, here are the different ways that you could conceivably, you know, topple the best player. Loss versus Yo? I honestly don't even remember. Yeah, but before Hera's mechanics really took off, like, that's how he would lose games, right? Back in, like, the early DE days, it's just his decision-making and experience wasn't there yet. And, you know, Hera's gotten better at every aspect of his game. It's just that his macro and micro are so good that it completely nullifies any other weakness that he has. Which is qualitatively different than how Viper dominated, right? Like, obviously, Hera right now at his peak is a lot better than Viper at his peak because AoE 2 skill goes up overall as a factor of time. But with Viper 1, he could be put in any situation, and it looked like he had been playing it all of his life. On top of having the, you know, the fantastic macro and micro and all that stuff. And that's how he could get away with all, like, the super greedy stuff that he did. Like, the bare minimum to defend, and then he just, like, goes into all these crazy different situations that he feels super comfortable in. But nobody's doing that over a long set? Yeah, exactly. He's not as well, it's true. I mean, nobody is as sexy as I am, so it's just a matter of what can you do to be as close as sexy as I am. I also think Hera does play 10 out of 10 in some games as well, or at least in some aspects of games, so it's really tough, right? With a good... Yeah, exactly. Leading to Scouts rating. That's actually Hera. Viper was much more the map control game. Like, Viper's thing was that he would go for castles to secure every single important area of the map, and then get to the perfect army composition. No, Hera did play well, it's just Leary played perfectly. In those games that Hera lost, it was just because Leary's execution was literally perfect, and his micro was literally perfect. Anyway, crossbow timing here for Monoz. It's been a very even game so far, but that eco for blue is really taking off. No, yes, something like that. Triple ranges here, 1 TC for both players, but Wei, don't mind being on that 1 TC eco as you're still getting more of a Vil lead. And are the Xianbei Raiders going to be good enough? You already have +2 attack and defense. Leary's a 10. I don't know. I think on any day, Leary's a 10. Gap of pride. But that does oversimplify things a little bit because it doesn't really compare different aspects of AoE 2. But in layman's terms, so to say, I think that is a good benchmark. Anyway, here we are. Crossbowman here. You do have that free thumb ring as the Tadars, which is very helpful, but those units are getting pounced on by the Xianbei Raiders. And it looks like it is going to be enough here for blue to withstand all this from Monoz and push back his opponent. Hazır. All right, the CA switch is coming in, but the Xianbei Raiders are so much easier to mass up. No ballistics in, though, for blue. We have now +2 defense coming in, so actually we're going to be full upgrades on the CA for Monoz. And yet, again, is it going to be enough? You don't have thumb ring in yet either, as blue. Obviously, you have it in for the Tadars player. But again, we're in a situation where both players are on 3 ranges. Blue has more Xianbei Raiders to start with than Monoz does. Blue has more resources to work with because the eco for Wei is so much better than the eco for Tadars. So how does Monoz catch up? The only real avenue there is if the Cav Archers can take much more efficient fights because they have just better stats than the Shenbei Raiders, which they do. Maybe also, of course, leveraging that Tatar high ground bonus. It's a really tough one for sure. Both players are on the second TC, even a defensive tower coming in. 19 Vils on stone is going to be really tough on your eco. And there are both Thumb Ring and Ballistics coming in here for blue, and that's going to make things really, really tricky here for Monoz. Now we're at 18 Shenbei Raiders to 12 Cav Archers. You've secured more wood and gold over here, both of which are very important, as you don't have a lot of it here in the back. I mean, you're literally lumberjacking away in the corner. Don't pay attention to a man lumberjacking off in the corner, okay, guys? It happens. You ride the subway at night. I don't know what else you expect. Good micro here from Monoz. He hasn't lost a single Cav Archer yet. Okay, well, there, of course, as I say that. Still, like, in theory, this should be a bad fight. It's just way too many Shenbei Raiders for the Cav Archers. Cav Archers want those numbers much closer. Monoz also has so many Vils on stone, and that's really hampering his ability to make anything else right now. Third TC, we have our nice triangle of town centers. Team Husiel, yeah. The thing is, like, Keshiks are going to be fairly good against the Shenbei Raiders, but not with low upgrades and low numbers, both of which would be the case if you try and drop a castle here. We're just, like, again, the eco is simply not comparable at this point. Gold collected is literally dead even, but you're so far ahead in food and wood, those important booming resources. The market, yeah, it's not great. Now he doesn't even have enough stone for a castle. Oh, jeez. All right, here we go. It's YOLO time. A few extra bills and less idle TC time, so it's both. But you could say that the few extra villagers have given Blue the extra food income he's needed to sustain his TC production. Wood is important. Well, I mean, it's the food plus wood eco lead, not just the wood. Anyway, here we go, guys. Here we go. Is this going to be the glorious last stand of Monoz? Another glorious loss for France. I really hope you can turn the tide of this war, Joan of Arc. Anyway, this game is an excellent example of the power creeper versus the power creep-y. Wei are really just better Tatars these days. 8% more efficient in eco right there, and Blue will get the win. Outpost is important. I mean, his army was already in the area anyway, but it certainly helps for sure. Wei are better. Yes, I do think Wei are better than Huns, unless you're playing one of those maps where the horse is super important. Anyway, already got plenty of people watching. Hello, and thank you to everyone who's tuning in. Hope you're all having a lovely Friday. The cancel. Oh no, not the cancel police. Not again. Anyway, that still should be a big draft priority advantage for Monoz, and yeah, so third to last pick versus the second pick right there. And Arena Costera is going to be next. And that is, of course, a fan favorite map. I mean, Huns are always nice to play. We're all waiting for TS to go online? Yeah, I know. Still. You know. TOS is just Ornlu, but more likable, let's be real. There are a bunch of sets going on right now, so I hope that there is some coverage of it. Okay, Daniela's at least covering it, and she's doing Sato versus Turs. Yeah, I think you go on Pantanal. Now, do I think FC Blackwood Archers on that map is going to be good? No. But I do think that it's somewhat likely. We labeled them to an infantry civ. Well, I think they were trying to do a South American civ that wasn't an infantry civ. Anyway, John Slow, Z Clown Kaiser, thank you for the raid. All right, guys, we are here on Arena Costera. We'll have Manas in the red as the Bengalis to the northwest, and to the southeast in the blue as the Bohemians. It will be... Blv. Not blue. Blv. So, classic closed map civ matchup. Oh yeah, Coast Arena's great. And an excellent use of the circles. The circles. Too good. I think Vikings should lose fire ships again. And you can give them demo ships. I'm pretty sure that still works with the UI. Because the reason that they took away demo ships from all the civs with unique warships is that there isn't space in the UI for the elite warship upgrade if you also have demo ships. So, I think it's still possible then to, well, I guess... Like, do I want Vikings to miss both demo ships and fire ships? No, I don't want that.
Hi.
But again, I think it doesn't work with the UI card.
Hi.
Would I rather have Vikings with no fire ships and no demo ships, and you just have to rely on galleys, logboats, and hulks? Keep fire galley. Well, that's not really how that works in AoE. I don't even think they need fire galley. Is Monos' map bugged? Looks fine to me. What makes you think it's bugged? Yeah, it looks normal. Oh, yeah, they tend to spawn really far away. Yep. Yeah, you're probably thinking back to TTL. Where it's a 3-bill start and you have the extra sets. Well, I mean, it's really your fault for thinking that this map, Arena Costera, has anything to do with the TTL map, Coast Arena. Like, it's just completely different. And I don't know why you guys in chat keep on trying to compare them. It just doesn't make any sense. A better infantry? I do think it's unfortunate that Armenians have better HP champions than Vikings do, when Armenians also have a better tech tree than Vikings do.
Hi.
Wait, Nilly tried to call an admin me when he just didn't find his resources. Get Halb? Would Viking Halb be OP then? Yes. Halbs with chieftains and extra HP? That feels pretty OP. We're in the first place? Oh my goodness.
Hi.
Oh jeez.
Jestem připravena.
Nearly. Anyway, obviously, it's just early game here. Bengalis are a better water civ than Bohemians are. Bohemian notably not along a coastline. Bohemian house? Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that, but it's like... Again, I feel like we keep on running into the situation where you can either keep on buffing civs to keep up with power creep, or you can just nerf some of the best civs. Mapuche miss wires, though. I mean, it certainly would give Vikings some of, if not the best halves in the game. And is that balanced? Maybe? It's just hard to say with like all the insane civs these days. Anyway, fishing ship numbers are still very similar. Uptime's also very similar. 38, 40 population. 5 attack instead of 6. Is this influenza talking, saying halbs are OP? I don't know about that. The worst of the trash units? Depends on the map. Halbs are the worst of the trash units to spam in a vacuum, but they are the best trash units to accompany siege weapons, which is the most efficient use of gold in the late game. Generally speaking. Either that or, you know, some really good cav archers. Anyway, more fishing ships coming in, so Mono's still trying to edge out those extra fishing ships, get more ahead economically. He's going 3 docks right here. Still going to go Market Blacksmith, which does slow down your aggressive potential. Is Genitors? Well, I mean, that's like a unique unit, so it's not really comparable. Going on over to gold right there. Now, normally on this map, it's all about the castle dropping. There's just so little space with which to maneuver in the middle that having the map control associated with a castle, you always have a forward golden stone, so denying that is obviously huge. And that's usually what we see every single time. That said, we're not seeing that from either player here. Just because they can move fast? I mean, it's just how they're trying to balance the civ. I mean, honestly, I feel like the new civs are trying to rein in the power creep, but I think that just makes them a little bit weaker. Anyway, that fishing line's coming in as well, and you do have that HP regeneration advantage as the Bengalis, which does allow you to win these 1v1 fire ship fights like this. Oh, especially if you block with the fishing ship. But I think Muisca probably don't have the last archer armor because of the geishas. All right, dock number 4 coming in here for blue. But that really begs the question, why are you playing Bohemians if you're going 4 dock navy? I mean, the free mining upgrades are nice, but they're not, like, that insane. And Monos is going to be working with a substantially better eco going forward. Yes, because of the geishas. Most OP Japanese unique unit. Yeah, no castle drop. This is, like, the first game of Coast Arena I've seen in a very long time where neither player castle dropped. Javinian scare him? I hate to break it to you, but Geichuas lose against, like, everything cost efficiently. They are so expensive for the stats that you get. Anyway, guys, here we are. It is the Castle Age upgrades versus the Feudal Age ones, although the numbers advantage right here is in favor of Monos. Siege Workshop coming in, and I'm still kind of curious. Oh, he's going to go for the transport. Okay. I mean, it could work for sure. There's nothing here to defend. Just castle drop YOLO? Well, now it seems like at least these players believe that fighting for water is going to be the most important thing, and there is chemistry coming in. Of course, Castellate hand cannoneers are very good in, you know, pretty much any situation. Yeah, don't think I saw that one. My guess would be Turkish. Wanting to see Kaspa play. Oh, I'm so smart. I'm so freaking smart. Oh my goodness, guys. Monos has so many more ships here. The arrows from the dock do help, but the transport's been sailing around over here. I was just looking at it. Still able to survive for now, but it's like a surviving into what sort of situation? You're 10 vills behind, 1,200 resources. The score is in favor of Monos, so Blue probably should have a little bit of an idea that his eco might not be as good. But, oh, nice loop around here with the Hulks. And that's the thing with Hulks, like, if you sail in and your opponent isn't prepared for them, they just destroy fishing ships so fast, and even galleys if they can get into close range like this. Anyway, archers are here, and this is what Blue needed here for sure. 3 villager kills so far, and an efficient fight there, killing all of the war galleys. Monos really caught off guard by this. Use them, we're gonna go Howled Siege. I don't know. I feel like battle elephants are probably underutilized right now. Especially, like, ever since they got conversion resistance, I feel like people are kind of sleeping on them. And sleeping on an elephant seems pretty uncomfortable. And yet it seems to be the case. Anyway, Bengali monks here should probably survive. Anyway, you should see chemistry. If you're paying attention, you should see that chemistry is in, as, you know, flaming arrows. But yeah, BF is inherently more friendly to infantry and siege than it is to cavalry. Anyway, big naval fight over here. Monos still has the ship numbers advantage. And yet, there's the Mangonel that is surviving. Yeah, battle elephants are the meta for Khmer in late game on Arabia in team games. It's just we don't really see that all that often. And people with Khmer will still want to go for cavalry anyway. Because they're cowards. And that's really the only explanation. But it's like, of all of the elephant civs, Vietnamese would rather go archers. Especially in a team game setting. Malay don't want to go mass elephants, especially in a team game setting. Although we do see Malay go elephants in like early to mid game. But, you know, Malay and Vietnamese are both played as flank. Bengalis are played as a flank civ. Khmer are played as pocket. Burmese are played as a low eco civ, which makes going for elephants very difficult. There is a team game tournament, right? Isn't it for the garrison? There's going to be like a team game tournament component to it. And like they're having the finals at the LAN event. That's really exciting. I love team games. If you couldn't tell from all of the team game tournaments I've casted in the past. Never uses their elite. Persian elephants are actually, I think, underrated. I mean, Persian elephants move so much faster than they used to, and they have conversion resistance and a good amount of bonus damage versus buildings. In mid-game on open maps? Well, yeah, that's usually why you play them on flank. You just go archers and some monks is needed into elephant archers. Or if you go pocket on team games with Bengalis, you just go Ratha. Either scouts into Ratha or FC Ratha. But that, of course, to see more of a development would require more high-level team games being played, which is never, ever done because people hate fun. Anyway, oh, geez. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Gonzager04, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a wolf, and friends. And this is getting extremely precarious now for Monoz. He's won water, but has he overinvested into it? 19 fishing ships are very good, but you're gonna be out of gold income here very, very soon. You will likely have just enough stone for a castle with a little bit of market usage. Can you then get to Imperial Age? That Vil is really taking the wrong way. Look at her. Water is a trap. It does feel like that to some extent. Unless you're me playing, in which case you win water and have good map control and then still lose the game because you're a big noob. Yeah, Bodkin would be a very helpful one for sure. Hussite wagons are on the way. And a lot of Vils have died in this process here for Monoz, and he's not up to Imp yet. He really, really needs it. And yet, this castle is misplaced. There was actually nothing stopping Blue from just building the castle like 2 tiles over, where it would obviously deny all the gold. So that is definitely a big mistake here from Blue, and it could actually even be a game-costing one. Siege Workshop coming in, and at the very least, these Hussite wagons will do a good job of harassing those units. Click up to Imp. All right, Imp is going to be on its way. You're going to want monks as the Bengalis. Another Vil dying. I mean, a lot of Vils have gone down. Gonna be a watchtower there. I mean, I guess you could go guard tower. That would certainly help in the defense here. Oh man, those hand cannons in Castle Age are so strong. Yeah, no fletching. He's got chemistry, though. All right, Ram is also being bought, because Blue is just that rich and is really into AI. Look at all the AI that Blue can afford. Yeah, fish, you really do need to add those docks around the sides of the map, otherwise that water lead isn't really that important. And Loom is just now coming in, oh my goodness. Oh, jeez.
Hey.
And it just feels like Monos has lost like 7, 8, 9 Vils just because he's a little too far forward with them, and that is absolutely a difference maker. That said, 40 seconds from Imp, you've got enough gold for 2 Trebs, which is something. But still no actual army to go for here. And oh man, this is Blue being super annoying. You love that. Castles? I mean, nothing but the fact that there is 5 Rams here. No, Patars cannot garrison inside Rams. That would be OP. Look at this. 5 Rams. What are these Vils up to? Is it going to be for another forward castle? Remember, you still have the mangonels here. This isn't Monoz caught with his pants down here. Even though he doesn't see the Siege Workshop, he's preparing for it, which I think is really smart. Also, of course, helps versus the Hussite wagons. But here we go. Yeah, here we go. All right. Of course, Trebuchet number 1's out. Number 2 is on the way. Chew to the chew. 3 mangonels are here. Obviously, this is the linchpin of the defense. This game is going to be settled right here one way or another. 1 mangonel going to get sniped by the Hussite wagons. Gets 1 there. Hand cannons are kind of popping out. And all of the mangonels were sniped. This should work for Blue. I don't see this not working. The castle is getting some kills. Okay, you actually really needed to garrison those hand cannons back in the Rams. But yeah, the castle's still going to go down, and that's still probably going to be game, set, match. And Blue's going to click up to Imp here in just a second anyway. I mean, you're going to try and add in more defenses here, but Blue is going to be looking good. Castle coming in, and if that's not a get out of my game castle, I don't know what is. The monastery there is going to be destroyed. The relics are unhoused. Set match? Well, I just meant in the sense that this game is over, okay? Not the set or the match. I'm sorry, my tennis analogy was incorrect. Alright, now you got no gold income. You have very little space for much of anything at this point as Monos. The overall Vil count is fine, but you're just not getting anywhere. Yeah, I know. Terrible caster, as usual. You guys don't make fun of T-West like that. I've seen enough of T-West streams. Nobody bullies him like I get bullied. Alright, there we go, TC. They're gonna get sniped. Nothing is protecting these 29 villagers. Oh my goodness. He loves each other? Something like that. Each workshop there gonna go down, and of course, as soon as Imp is in, the game is super over. That said, Trebs were preserved. That was the one thing that Monos was able to do. That is a very bold castle. Part of the AoE community, that's true. Oh, yeah, that castle... Oh, wait, that wasn't canceled, I think. Oh my goodness, Blue, don't throw this. Oh my goodness, you did lose the stone. That was not great. I will confess it. Those vills are still working for now. I guess the outpost will scout them finally, but literally there's no reason your opponent wouldn't have vills over here. Yeah, like that was absolutely bizarre. Regardless, Imperial Age will be in. You can make your own trebuchets. You can go for your instant bombard cannons with Bohemians and having chemistry already, so this still should be an easy win for Blue. In theory, probably. I think. Monos doesn't have space for much of anything, and now they see me rolling. They hating. Patrolling and catch me hussiting dirty. Doesn't really work, does it? Red Bull's land and then he still casts anyway? I know. Tragedy. Uh-huh. Oh, I love the guilds, by the way. Really just rush up that. Yeah, remember, guys, Vils get bonus damage versus Hussite Wagon, so... Granted, Monos is not winning this game anyway, but... the Vils can just punch down those Hussite Wagons. Alright, there is the GG called, and Blue will go up 2-0, 10% more efficient to Nico over the course of the game. And that really does feel like Monos simply over-invested into water, and then didn't have enough space to drop his own defensive castle to secure resources, and then even when he was in Imperial Age, he just was not prepared for the ram push, and there's just all the difference in the world right here. 4,400 versus 13,000 gold collected. I believe Monos is the higher seed for whatever reason. Blue should be the higher seed, I think, but... ATP. All about the automated telecommunications product. It's seed 40 versus 41. Ah, okay. Not so much. Well, the thing is, Dark is so inconsistent that any result is not going to be terribly surprising. Yeah, Classic Pro versus Jordan should be a really good set. That starts in an hour and 20 minutes. Sebastian and Sato have both 3-0'd their opponents. Kapach versus Niaz is tomorrow, but we'll see what's going on after this set's over. I've relegated. Exactly. And we will be going to Pontanal next. Learn from Winchester, learn from the best, right? All right, 35 seconds. Tato Dragonstar? Yeah, we could end up trekking that one as well. All right, guys, let's get into game number 3 here. Same bracket? I actually have no idea. Anyway, we'll make people happy with the colors again. Yeah, you'd have to ask our base. All right, guys, here we go. Life on the line here, but remember, Monos can compete in the next qualifier as he is from Latin America. Be the red 2P here to the south of the map, and to the north in the blue, as the Huns, it will be blue. So Huns, the pick on this map. Huns and maybe Britons are going to be the most meta picks for 2 very similar reasons. Huns able to just run around, grab up all the capybaras with their starting horse. You're going to want to do, maybe send a villager forward, because, like, when I saw, I think it was Leary play versus Tato, like, Leary was against Huns and still got all of the capybaras, and I think that's exactly what Monos is doing. So if you can sustain your Vil production, then you still should be fine. Yeah, look, there's 2 Vils coming out right here. But now you don't really have many Vils on food. Whoa, 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 why are we mining stone right now? Whoa, 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 back up the truck here. Snowy Viking, thank you for the raid. Okay, able to take some capybaras and lure in 2 javelinas. Chat, help me out here. Why is Monos mining stone with 3 Vils in the Dark Age? Is he going to outpost rush him? More capybaras coming in. Yeah, but you gotta recognize that. FC... Yeah, I know that you want to go FC Blackwood Archer. I know that, I promise. But... this early? You don't put Vils on stone. Like, you're playing, Turks on Arena. You're going FC Janissaries. You don't put Vils 11 through 13 on stone, right? It's, very strange. But now, it is a little bit weird when building the settlements because your villagers will always seem to go to the incorrect resource. But yeah, like, the reason you don't do this, like, in all seriousness, guys, if you don't know why, is because this stone does nothing for you right now. These might as well be idle villagers, because what you need at this point in the game is to sustain your Vil production and start to bank enough food for the feudal age. And of course, get all your buildings as needed. So you need food and a little bit of wood, which is why every single Dark Age build is some variant of most of your builds on food and a little bit on wood. Like, there is a good reason for that. Now, even if you are going for an FC, what do? You'd only send vills to gold once you click up to feudal age. Because again, in Dark Age, you don't need the gold. Also, that's a lot of javelinas. So same thing for stone. The stone isn't useful right now, so all this is doing is slowing down your uptime. So there's your actual caster explanation for why this is the way it is. Why this is bad. Anyway, blue, lots of capybaras. Lots and lots of capybaras. Unless, okay, here's the only rationale I can see behind this. Yes, exactly. This is intentional. Like, Monoz is way too good of a player to, you know, not notice that at this point. The stone is exposed. That said, you're 2P. You can garrison the vills in the settlement. Ibir Pema Warrior. Ibir Pema Warriors are low-key actually very good, guys. Like, this sort of thing would make sense if you were going for, you know, if you were playing one of the other South American civs. The Love of Doubt. Guys, look at his stone count. Chat, remind me, how much the stone does a castle cost? Someone want to help me out here? I'm pretty new to this game. There's a 6 and a 5 in there. Aw, thanks, chat. You always know best. But, like, he's not even gonna have anywhere near enough for... What is happening? Like, he's up on 22 pop? I mean, blue is probably just gonna go FCCA. He actually also has 3... Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Blue's also mining stone. Okay, no, he's going back on stone. Okay, okay, okay. He's fine. He's fine. All right. Credit to Monoz. Guys, full credit to Monoz. This build is insanely fast. It is perfect. It's perfect. You know what? It looked really bad. It looked like he didn't know what he's doing. I tip my hat to you, or would if I had one. But could you counter the Blackwood Archers with the Tarkans? Yeah, look at this Blacksmith Stable. This is going to be for Tarkans. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I actually do think that you... Like, in all seriousness, guys, I think that it actually wasn't a good build in the sense that it could be more optimized. It's still fast, but you could probably click up a villager sooner, or even 2 villagers sooner, if these villas were taken from the Reyes early on. You just get the food faster, right? Hello, Genoese Crossbowman. Yes, I also hate the Hun Horse, but it is what it is. But yeah, this is going to be Tarkaning time. So guys, which unit is cooler, the Blackwood Archer or the Tarkan? The Tarkan Thump versus the Blackwood Archer Pew Pew. I mean, I feel like it has to be the Tarkan, right? It's an AOC unit. You gotta go for it, right? Have enough for a castle? The thing is, you do have the garrison ability inside the settlement. It could just be a matter of risk mitigation, but when your build is this tight, you don't usually have the luxury of playing safe, right? coolest looking unique units. Oh man, the really important deal is, and the scouts are here. Oh no! Oh, jump in the settlement, dude! Dude, the settlement is right there! Ah! It took people a long time to get used to Khmer houses, guys. It's gonna take even longer, it feels like, to get used to the 2P settlements, because people just use 2P for the Chompy Rush and then the Blackwood Archer all in. Bowsaw's coming in. You do have fletching. Res collected are in favor of blue, as you would expect with having all those capybaras and also clicking up later. Show me the Tarkans. Remember, guys, even without any upgrades, Tarkans have 3 Pierce Armor now. They are so much better than they were in AOC. Faster, okay, more attack, more HP, more Pierce Armor, faster movement speed. But Tarkans are, like, so buffed, man. Oh, what are you... Guys, this game is emotionally exhausting. He got his rest back. He sure did. Mental breakdown? Yeah, it's not good for my mental health, guys. All right, husbandry coming in. Tarkans are on the way. Let's go! 2 damage a hit to the Tarkans here. It's still scary, though, because the Blackwood Archers can micro back to the castle. Go get 'em, Tarkans! With poison damage? What does it do with poison damage? I think the poison should still be in effect, but you also get healing. Because I think both things can happen at the same time. All right, second TC and a market even coming in right now. Wood income is going to be a real issue for blue. Now, you are making Tarkans, which obviously do not cost wood, but you still need it for farms and stuff. Yeah, you need Imperial Age for Curare. 1 Vil sniped right there. An important win for Monoz, and good micro with your Blackwood Archers, and of course they are scaling so freaking fast. How much damage does the Tarkin do? 8. You just need so little eco. And I feel like this could be exactly what Monoz needs to get himself on the board in this series. A couple monks would be huge as well. Just don't. Well, I guess you get the snipe. Make that 2 snipes. Health on the archers. They have 20 HP. They are the lowest HP unit that you can train. Less than an unloomed villager. No, it was actually Blackwood. That was the, what held the message. Well, don't do that, Monoz. All right, going for the conversion. Monk will be sniped. The Ebon Branch. Another conversion being attempted is never mind, that is successful at the last second. And guys, I don't think this is quite good enough. It's awesome, but I don't think it's quite good enough. I have no idea. Tarkans felt like more of an aspirational play than a good play. Huns actually don't get herbal medicine, unfortunately, unless they added it to them. Nope, they didn't. But yeah, Huns were one of the OG civs to miss herbal medicine. Second armor's in, and now the Blackwood Archers will only be dealing 1 damage a shot. Is it enough? The issue is that now that the monks are added in, it's going to be that much more difficult to ever get a good engagement. You can train some scout cavalry to maybe try and snipe them, but that feels very, very tricky. Sanctity now coming in. Olmanos has a Vil lead because of the Vils he's killed. He's got a big resources lead. Tarkin's looking to counterattack, but there is another conversion on a high HP unit, no less. Marauders, I don't think you need Marauders right now. I think you just need more Tarkins. Rams are getting some value, and here's the thing, it's just you're not having to go anywhere. None of this eco is remotely exposed except for the 3 Vils over here, and they can just garrison inside the settlement. University coming in as well. And I do think Blackwoods need a little bit of a train speed nerf. I think the unit stats are fine, but I think that they snowball too quickly. And I think like that this is kind of an example of that. Nothing like too huge, but maybe like, I don't know, 3 to 4 seconds slower for Blackwood Archer pair. Especially before Elite. Then actually, you could keep them the same with the Elite upgrade, and then that would give another benefit to the Elite upgrade. 3 on stone? Yep. Alright. Oh, boy. 15 HP. That might be a little too much. Yeah. Yeah. GG. And the Blackwood Archer Menace. The Blackwood Archer Menace remains unchallenged as Monos gets the win. The 3 Vils on stone, guys. There's no way that that is actually optimal, but it worked, right? And you can't knock a guy for doing something that works. Yeah, Blue, I do think, has to get to the point, though, for the style victory. So Blue actually wins the series 3-1. Yeah, I actually do think that is the scariest part, is that it's not optimal, and it's really, really, really deadly. Still, #1 civ there for Monos. #1 home map. Scorpions, it's hard to say. People have tried going Scorpions, and then they still get microed down, but it's tough. It's tough. Just go scare him. Just go scare him. I have a very sleepy corgi behind me. Better against Siege? It's hard to say. They still mass up a lot, which makes them very weak against Mangonels, and Mangonels just destroy them so fast. And Scorpions only need 3 Scorpion hits to kill them. With armor. Without armor, it's actually 2 Scorpion hits. Are there still complaints to remove them? There are very much still complaints to remove them. I mean, it's not as present in the game just because it's not as new, but whenever the 3K civs show up, people complain about them. Mm-hmm. This is my life. This is my life. Are the casters for the land set yet? Apparently not. I've heard that they are not. So an Ornlu can dream. Anyway, here we are, guys. It is going to be game number 4. Monos in the red as the Byzantines here to the east. An S-tier water civ if I've ever seen it, although low S-tier. I did. The other day, I asked the Onimaru guy if there was a, if, you know, there was a chance I could do it. He go, yeah, I messaged him, but he never responded. Nigga drama? Yeah. But I don't know. My guess is that they're still just figuring out all those things right now. Anyway, guys. Byzantines versus Armenians. I do think lots to be figured out still. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a, oh, I'm not responding to you, because the answer is no. I feel like if that was the case, you would just be like, sorry, the caster lineup is set already. This just feels like they have a lot of stuff they need to prepare for the land, which they do. S-tier. I've done that in the past. It's not like I've never done S-tier events at lands. I have. I don't know the venue. I just know it's in Sao Paulo. Unfortunately, though, I've been doing this for a very long time. And I stopped getting invited to lands shortly after DE came out. Live audience reaction. I've done that. There was some Ornlu jokes I've made. I think it was a Hera over Thera joke way back in Escape, and I got to hear the audience groan to that live. That was pretty fun. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was a good one. And who are the best? I mean, exactly. It's the issue is, unlike other esports where you have different casters do different events, in AoE 2 we have the same casters do every event. No, T-West is going, but my understanding is that he's actually only been asked to go thus far as an admin and not as a caster. I think it was T-West himself who offered to cover the qualifiers on the Onimaru channel and not the other way around. I think that was my understanding. And I seem to remember getting very annoyed on that on behalf of T-West, considering how much he's doing for this event. It would be weird. That said, they need to... You need to have somebody who is not casting who's there as an admin. Like, are you going Arbase as an admin? Don't need 2 admins. Okay, so JBR will be there. Okay, so yeah, then they should just have him cast too. Yeah, so if there is any fairness in the world, TUS will be casting that. I have Lily and all the lands as a caster. Game dev, hopefully more casters get a chance. I mean, I feel like that personally. It's not that Nilly is bad, it's just Nilly isn't really, you know, he's not focused on being a caster right now. JBR isn't a caster, not with that attitude. He's on the other side of the globe, yeah. Yep. But I don't mind traveling. I really like traveling. Hippo lovers he brings, yeah. Fire is not a caster. JBR is an admin. So if JBR is going as an admin, then that would free up T-West to do casting as well. Fire is drunk. Well, then that's the best casting that Nilly has to delete. Shadow Game Pop? Yeah, I'm pretty darn curious. Anyway, if you'd like to hear very similar pop, it's Armenians, Byzantines, both very, very good water civs. Nothing really been to talk about so far. The axe? Oh, no. But yeah, since Mem isn't going, my ideal world would be T90 Dave and then me and T West. But we'll see. We'll see. Woodlines on the water? It's basically islands. Alright, guys. Castle Age is on the way for both players. Very similar timing. And it will be a fire ship opening for Armenians. Okay, so he's adding in some galleys behind this, but it does feel a bit odd that you challenge Byzantine fires with your own fires. That doesn't feel great. Islands 2026? Yeah, basically. Yeah, you actually have very few starting resources on your island when it comes to gold and stone, so you need to secure these extra islands as the game goes on. On gold? Yep, certainly. And remember, guys, fire ships destroy docks so freaking fast. Still, it's all fire galleys, although you're getting fletching, so you have to imagine the switch into regular galleys will be quite soon. But what I like from both of these players is that they have 15 fishing ships. I really think that once you get above 15 fishing ships, it actually doesn't do anything useful for you. You just don't need that much food. And you would rather spend that wood on getting a faster uptime and making more warships. And mine for stone. There you go. Anyway, it is all fire ships right now. Medium warships coming in. Do we have a university on the way from on Oz? I feel like this could serve him very well. Taking the fight before the upgrades are in, though, feels very odd. And there's a villager, actually with a dock on this island, interestingly. And there is medium warships. And there's a bit of a timing advantage now for Monoz. I generally agree. Hill Nut's also coming in, and the Byzantine fire ships really starting to show their value. Blue is going to be ahead in resources, though, as Armenians. Some Hulks are on the way. No, just one fishing ship going down there, and Blue still is maintaining that Navy advantage. Not the scout cavalry! Excuse me. Oh, I made the corgi startled with my sneeze. Alright, big fight over here. The war galleys are just kind of shooting at each other, which is leading the fire ships to their own devices, and this is good for Monoz, because it just means his better fire ships are attacking faster. Bodkin just now coming in for blue, not in yet for red, and there are the clinkers getting constructed, as they should be. And even some stone walls coming in. Yes, I don't know why, but Capture Age is not being very cooperative with recorded games these days. Even getting gold shaft mining right now is blue. Remember, Armenians get the extra advantage there. And now it's going to be mostly war galleys, but fire ships counter war galleys, right? So you would, in theory, think that the fire ship play for Byzantines should be superior in this particular matchup. That is a lot of galleys on a very small area. Anyway, careening coming in as well. War galleys do not have Bodkin, by the way. Got some Hulks here, but the Hulks just die so fast to the War Galley support. And now Monoz is applying more pressure here. Gets that extra movement speed and pierce armor at the moment. So important versus the galley line. No ballistics in yet for either player. And yet the overall KD is still very comparable. Both players still very much on 1 TC. Lost a couple fishing ships as blue. It's not the end of the world. And now he's going to be going to Hulks. But as we see very consistently, Fire Ship plus Galley is a lot better than Hulk plus Galley. And there's ballistics coming in. I hope for Monoz's sake he hasn't forgotten that he doesn't have ballistics because, Bodkin, because you do need that. But the clinker construction is still going to be very helpful. And as the fight unfolds, the War Galleys need to be attacking the other War Galleys. And of course, the Armenian War Galleys are very good on top of that. Hulk plus Fire Ship? But it doesn't. Because the Galleys just focus down the Hulks too quickly. Yes, whales give gold. Take some extra damage right there. Even Wheelbarrow coming in. As he got housed. Always the best time to pick up Wheelbarrows when you get housed. But the Hulks might be doing just enough here. Again, careening is really important. And you do have the Armenian War Galleys, which do that very critical extra damage to fire ships. And yet it's still not quite enough, and Monoz still has a slight KD advantage, even though he's still behind in resources. I would like to see a fortified church, though, for blue, but he's also gathering from the whale here, when he'd much rather gather, I think, from the fishies. Get full value, that's also true. Oh, another little bit of out of position army, and the fire ships are going to go to town here with the Byzantines. Oh, Spaghetti-O! With ballistics now in here for the War Galleys. Not the case here for blue. Finally, a bit more of a decisive fight here for our red player. Demos? I mean, it's just demos aren't very good, and you require those separate upgrades. But ballistics now coming in, and blue is able to leverage the defender's advantage to stay alive, at least in the short run. Ah, you ask for demos, and Monoz will deliver. Oh yeah, you always go 1 TC on this map. You don't want to spend all the extra resources on getting more TCs. You just need more Navy. More, I say. Anyway, fire ships trying to sail around the other fire ships. Remember, fire ships, it's like knight v knight versus knight and crossbowman. You want your knights, in this case the fire ships, attacking the enemy crossbowmen, in this case the war galleys, as they just kill them so much faster, and it reduces the enemy DPS at a faster rate than if you're just sort of fighting with the knights in the mosh pit at the front. Anyway, Imp is on the way for Monoz. Great job there leveraging that Byzantine's bonus, and yet that did require a bit of a stop in the production of the warships, and he still doesn't have freaking Bodkin, man. Oh my goodness. Armenians do not. That's very true. And you're not really leveraging the Armenian bonuses right now. You're not really, like, picking up all the extra relics. And you still want your unique tech, of course. This is getting better from Monoz, though. Look at those Byzantine fire ships. Oh, my goodness, guys. This really is the Thoros matchup, though. Byzantines versus Armenians on the water here. Oh my goodness, those fire ships do not mess around for Byzantines. 0.2 reload time versus 0.25. Yeah, Monos has his university techs and no Bodkin. Alright, there's the first monastery coming in. 45 seconds to Imperial Age. Still a little bit longer you have to hold out. Amazing demos, but they don't. They just don't. Because no Civ has amazing demos. Yeah, in general, demos still should be very good against fireships and hulks. Imp GG, well, you have a huge Navy numbers advantage right now as blue. The Bracer, oh, absolutely. Oh boy, here we are, guys. Tactical pause incoming. Mono's pausing, actually. Byzantines get vodka or not. All right, heavy warships incoming, of course. But this is the opportunity. Blue saw that little bit of a lack of production, or a slip in production, I guess you could say, of his opponent's navy. And look at this. He knows Imperial Age is coming in. He knows his opponent is going to try and leverage Byzantine fast fires. So how do you counter that? You get a lot of hulks. But to do that, you'll also need to go ahead and pick up the forging upgrade. Still very important, because remember, fireships have melee armor now. Yeah, it was the wrong dock, but it wasn't looking like it was getting focused or anything. The thing is, though, blue isn't getting imp anytime soon. He's just turned all those resources into more navy. He's also behind in food income, as he kind of expected. And here we go, guys. Fast fireship are in. And fast fireships have 3 melee armor. Hulks have 4 attack. The hulks are dealing 1 damage a hit. Well, I mean, 1 times 3 damage a hit. That's why you need forging and iron casting. And I'm not too sure if blue appreciates that fact. Also, 8 pierce armor now on the fast fire ships. So just, these guys are taking basically 1 damage from everything, and I think the fire ships themselves are way too powerful here. Uh-oh, here come the fire ships from 2 angles. Beautiful setup there from Monoz. Still, the Hulks at least tank very well, and the TCs are helping out. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. Good job there from blue. More Hulks are on the way. Still no attack upgrades, though, which is really freaking painful. And already we are seeing a little bit more diversity here on the water. Carax coming in. Saladin too, yeah, with your war galleys dealing 1 damage to the Frank fast fire ships. Yeah, so fun. Still no relics in, though. It's just really painful for blue, man. It's a nice advantage you can get. But now you're in the situation as Monos where you can't really afford to get any more techs. So heavy warships is really the only advantage you can get right now. You just don't have the food income to research anything else. Oh, fire ships and war galleys trying to sail in from the north. And the ship numbers are getting closer. Monos has the better KD, of course. He's ahead in resources destroyed, but behind in resources overall. I think on full water, it is actually better post-rework. I just think the issue is on hybrid maps. They look like war galleys, man. I have a hard time telling them apart in big fights like this. And now more fires are coming in. And you don't have masonry, so... guys, if you haven't seen Byzantine fast fires versus buildings yet, you could see that very soon. It is a rather hilarious matchup. More and more War Hulks are coming in, but I just don't know why Blue isn't getting any upgrades. I know he doesn't have any on food, but he can just buy them at the market. I mean, he has to know that the attack upgrades affect them, right? It's just so huge because Hulks have very low base attack, so the percentage increase, it's, 25%, 20% damage increase with forging and iron casting, which is very relevant, again, because fire ships have 3 melee armor. And I mean, it doesn't matter versus the Karax, but it very much matters versus enemy fire ships, and hallelujah! That's the Cali line, yeah. Alright, forging coming in! Man, Siphons would have been really big there for the area of effect damage. All right, forging in. Vildiff is very significant. Not Galleons? I think it's because he doesn't think he can get any of the Galleon upgrades, like Bracer and Chemistry and that sort of thing, because he has no food income. Though there is no Civ with a direct Hulk bonus. There are civs whose bonuses inadvertently affect Hulks, but nothing that is explicitly a Hulk bonus. My vid, yep. I don't think I've tested Siphons significantly. It's like okay, not that great. Don't know what the issue is, guys. Monoz is having issues. I honestly think that too many high level AoE players kind of abuse the fact that they can pause games and tournaments. But that's another thing entirely. Anyway, guys, 42 to 25 ships. Monoz is still behind in numbers. And honestly, guys, this game is really illuminating. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm learning a lot about how you can win post-water rework if you get, your eco going, your map control going, and it's not just a complete one-sided stomp. I love this. I just love learning about this game. Bodkin now in finally. Oh, those bills are going to go down so fast. And now you've got Karax here for Monoz. Racer's on the way, but still no attack upgrades there. As better stuff, that is the most simple way of looking at it, although not incorrect. But it's really the ratio of stuff to quality of stuff that is still very much an unknown quantity at this point. No farms. Yeah, I mean, again, if you're playing it well, which Blue is doing, big numbers advantage again. That forging upgrade is such a difference maker. Look at this, guys. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. I'm telling you. I am telling you that it would be even better with iron casting, but just look at those hooks. Wow. That is decisive, man. He literally did double his damage output. Yeah, he got demo shipped, but he never got any actual demo ships. And GL next is called by Monos as Blue gets the 3-1 win, beating an Imperial Age Navy with a Castle Age Navy. And it wasn't even like a huge numbers advantage when Imperial Age came in. Like, the numbers got pretty close, but having the eco behind it, able to keep on powering through there with the wood and the gold collected. Cool stuff. So Blue will move on to the next round. Good against now. In theory, both Hulks and fire ships. Emphasis on the in theory. Alright, there's Lewis versus Stark going on, but I think that one's being casted by T. West and Daniela. So I think we'll cast Chart versus Running. And we'll be going to Monte Pasquale. Getting there in a moment. And we shall march on with the day. Moving into uncharted territory. Indeed, indeed. Wow, Spirit of the Law copied me, guys. He made his own Catapult Galleon versus Siege ship comparison video. You're not going? Preferably quickly and politely, if that's the case. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Running is up 1-0. Chart, of course, our token Japanese player. Alright, guys, here we have Chart in the green as the Romans to the north of Monte Pasquale. And into the south is the purple. As the Koreans, it will be running. You could certainly say he's in the running for the best German player right now. Either him or Jordan or Stone, please. We also have to factor in Anatolf in team games, but I don't know how active he is right now. Anymore? No, people do. People still do. Yes, Blue Mono's just finished, and Blue won 3-1. So, both players TCing the mainland. It is really interesting that there is still no consensus yet as to what the best play is. Got a Javelina coming in here. And both players going to be a little bit slower in developing their ecos, but both will have better access to resources overall. Like, if anything, Koreans are the much slower civ than Romans are. Koreans way better over the course of a game than Romans are militarily. But Romans are so much faster with the eco bonus, and remember, you also have extra armor and pierce armor for your galley line, which helps versus all the ships, actually. Your galleys are actually really good early game. Rather, 2 valid playstyles, which is even better, because usually you don't get 2 valid playstyles on a given map, right? Most tournament maps have 1 valid playstyle. Or at least different variations of that 1 valid playstyle. But that's just good. Of course, we do love our Hangugin here. One of my favorite civs. Always have been. I just loved war wagons as a kid and turtle ships. Give gold? No, it just reminds us of how sad dead whales look. Also how terribly they smell. Again, I love the fact that there is variety here, and I think that TOS has done such a great job with these maps overall. Chuldong? Yeah. Unfortunately, this isn't actually how Koreans speak. It's basically, they wanted... What they certainly did is they had the lines in English that they wanted, and then just said, okay, we'll just translate them directly into Korean, as opposed to, like, the sentence fragments that Koreans would naturally speak in such situations. So, like, they say chunbi, which means ready in Korean, but how you would actually speak it in Korean, and I know that they do this in Korean StarCraft, like the Korean language dub of StarCraft, is would be chunbiwoyo, which means I am ready, which is, again, what the more natural sounding Korean would be. So there's your lesson of the day, guys. Has a lot of hunt? It does have a fair amount. How did I learn Korean? I took 6 semesters of it. I spent a lot of time and money on it, and I still feel like I'm absolutely terrible at it. For environmentalists? Well, beached whales have always been a thing. Ever since whales have been a thing. But yes, they do speak modern Korean. They don't speak an antiquated version of Korean. Some of the civs, they have the sort of like Middle Ages variant of it, but it's all about, do you have people who speak those languages on hand to do all the voice lines? Which they often don't. Anyway, Feudal Age on the way here for running, so he's clearly going with some sort of feudal aggression. Looking up too fast to go for a fast castle. I mean, if anything, this would be backwards, right? Chart going for feudal aggression and Koreans going for a fast castle, but looks like the other way around. But Amakulado, you're Filipino, right? Why would you know the Khmer voice lines? Or is this an FC? He's got a mill. I don't know if he would have built that mill if he wasn't going for an FC. Cuter? Well, Korean at least has a whole dialect that is cute. Like, there's a whole way of pronouncing words that girls do, like girls and young women, just to sound cute. Like, they'll add, like, an inflection of, like, you at the end, just to be like, oh, so cute. But I don't know any other language that literally has a cute dialect. Alright, so he is going fast castle. So this is a very nice fast castle build from running. You can see chart has so many more resources banked up. This could have been much faster. Does not? I don't know Japanese. If any language would also do it, it would be Japanese. But again, I don't speak Japanese. I don't even count myself as speaking Korean. Alright, so we'll be for some Fire Lancers, but Chart's going to be going with some Swordsmen, which in theory should counter them. But we'll have to see if you can get the upgrades in, and that's always really the sticking point with Swordsmen, is that, especially compared to something like Fire Lancers, it's just more time and resources that you need to spend getting those upgrades. Nope, scale mail armor coming in, and like I say, Fire Lancer's not going to be very good here in theory. Fishing ship numbers are also better here for Chart, so his resources should be just, well, stronger over time. There's Men-at-Arms coming in. You're going to need a second barracks, and that's exactly what he's building. Whereas only one seems to be necessary here for running, or at least that's what he deems. Also, Hulk is on the way. But I don't know, guys. I hear that Admiral Yi has been working on a secret weapon. That's a ship with an iron hull and spikes to repel boarders. Ooh! Down! Accent impressions. Well, I'm glad I provide something for you. Fire Lancer's going to come in here as well. Monastery, Siege Workshop. I mean, so many buildings coming in. This is a really good build here from running. So water should be won easily here by running. The downside, though, is that turtle ships are very slow, which means that they can be just run around, given the old run around by these faster ships. Still, you do need to actually attack. There you go. Animal sounds? Yeah, there you go. Rocket cart coming in. Eco is a lot better for the Romans player. More walls. Need long swordsman. Squires is a good one to pick up as well. I think the rocket cart got a good hit off on the swordsman there. Oh, even a third turtle ship. Enemy turtles sighted. Oh, downhill hits there on the rocket cart, though. Will get the snag. Does Chart. Another rocket cart pops out. There will be one long swordsman converted, but you still just have to keep on going. Still pretty good attack grounds. The growl of the Jaguar is a bad omen. There goes the second rocket cart. Chart, even with a bit of a score lead right now. These swordsmen aren't doing a whole lot, though. Second TC here for purple. Still only one for green. And, of course, on the water, this is going to be all running. And turtles are also pretty good at destroying buildings. Not fire ship good, but pretty good. We'll defend there, but more swordsmen are coming in. Another monk is out. And is that going to be enough to force away Chart? It is not. And here come the swordsmen from the side, but the eco is fairly safe overall for running. You will lose those monks. Obviously, you don't want that, but you've gotten some good value from them. And at least for the time being, you are safe enough. Fletching coming in now for running. But yeah, water control being lost is going to be a huge issue for Chart, especially when it comes to sustaining his food income. Got 7 vills there on the pineapple bushes, but with those docks and fishing ships going down, it is really going to be limited over time. Pro AUT player, which is funny because Korea used to have 3 of the best players, including the first best player in the world, which was Grunt. Grunt, Coven, and Cab were all 3 amazing players back in the day. But it makes sense. StarCraft was the popular RTS in Korea, not AoE 2. Market coming down. Defensive watchtower is here, and that's still really scary. Oh, free guard towers. Excellent. Sanctity coming in now for the monks. Another rocket cart here as well. Is now 42. Jeez. Long swordsman. Oh, can the converted long swordsman get the mangonel snipes? It looks like they can. It's the kill. Okay, good job there. And this push is getting stuffed for Chart. 10 to 6 fishing ships, and the 6 fishing ships are all basically not doing anything too useful at the moment. I guess they're technically still working here. Fishing lines coming in here for purple. That siege workshop is even taking some heavy damage to the turtle ship. Market just being rebuilt. This could be another big attack round. And it sure is. Oh my goodness. Market cart will go down, but it gets some good value before it dies. Another hit right there, and so far, this defense has been really strong for running. The power of the Hangukin. Oh. I guess that was already game number 3. All right, so running with a dominant performance there. Stone Please is up by a lot over Bad Koala. This is game 3. Well, life is full of these little disappointments. Ooh, Vivi versus Villas, that could be good. It was game 4. It said 1-0 on the spec dashboard. And hello, Stormtrooper. Nice matchup. It is a nice matchup, which is why I'm casting it. I know it's a crazy concept, but I am sticking with it. Let me get up the drafts for you, and then I'll go pick up some more coffee. Oh, we're starting on the Festa. The Festa da Polvora. How you know it's going to be a good set. All right, the draft is currently drafting. We've got a Mapuche sighting. Berber's also a little bit interesting. Everything else is normal. Villosa had 4 AOC civs to start off with. Also, Villosa's the higher seed for some reason. No idea why. Oh, is it? After the top? I forgot. Anyway, Tato looks like he's cruising through fire. And we will have to see. Right, we are all set up now. They'll finish the Civ draft in just a second, and I am going to get some more coffee.
Hello, I'm Ornlu. We're gonna go to Festa de Balvora next. Balvora? Oh, Balvora. There's actually a lot of violence I've seen. Like, to me.
Come on. Made you jump. I like to keep you guys on your toes. What can I say? Sorry. Why is the stream so silent? I mean, I got up for a couple minutes. All right. 66 seconds. Interesting Civ matchup, though. We'll get into that in a moment. I assume Lewis won his set, by the way. It still isn't updated on Wikipedia. Let me check the stream with the West. This is the round of 40, which I don't think I updated on the stream title, which I should do. The first series today was the round of 80, but since then it's now the round of 40. All right. Stream title is updated. Professionalism is returning. Well, you know, insofar as it ever does. Alrighty, guys, let's get into this. This, I think, could be a really fun one. Two players I really enjoy watching, and always have. Alright, guys, Villasa gonna be here in the blue as the Georgians to the southwest. So you're gonna see if he's still got it. If Unk still got it, is, I believe, what the kids say. And meanwhile, Vivi gonna be in the red as the Berbers to the northeast. Really interesting picks here. I don't think I've seen either of these civs. We see a lot of Burmese, Bohemians, Portuguese, Byzantines, those sorts of civs. You know, clown civs. Neither of these civs are clown civs. Much more typical versatile civs. I mean, Berbers and Georgians can be played in any number of settings effectively. Georgians, I think, are more powerful than Berbers, all in general. Especially as the game goes on, but Berbers are still a really dangerous civ. Camel archers are not something that Georgians especially like dealing with. I mean, no civ is like, oh boy, camel archers, I love facing camel archers. But some civs are better equipped than others. You know, civs with really strong ranged options, like Britons or Vietnamese, are going to feel better than others. The map is top tier? Yeah, but that would imply Bulgarians are top tier, so... Yeah, I don't know. Actually, would Bulgarians even be bad? Dravidians? Yeah, Dravidians are fine against them. Honestly, guys, Bulgarians will be pretty solid. Go for the men-at-arm rush. You can go after the barrels. Lock down the map with creposts. I mean, I don't think they'd be amazing, but they probably wouldn't be that bad. Oh, is Vivi doing the thing? Oh, no, sorry. It was the scout fight. Yeah, we saw one player, I forget who it was, try to lure the scout with, or lure the boar with a scout, which I thought was really bizarre, and they just ended up losing their scout in feudal age. At the Aztecs in a TTLC set, did it go well? Equally good. Again, I think that Burmese are better, and it's great to see Burmese being played because I really like Burmese. You won. There you go, Tandoori. Are you qualified for the playoffs? Yep, they sure do. I mean, 100 bills total. There you go. Oh, but 2 maps? No! Redemption arc? Well, I actually think I do probably qualify. What? Guys. Our base messaged me this. What am I supposed to make of this? I don't know how to respond. Happy? I mean, that's good. I mean, I like our base. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. All right. Sorry, I just got a Discord message that I had to check out, but we are good to go. So, feudal age on the way for both players. Looks like Vivi is clicking up a villager sooner. You have a mule cart there. But yeah, I mean, Vivi's going to go for the castle drop camel archer play. The thing is, though, you're going to be pushing Georgians. And Georgians are arguably the best defensive civ in AoE 2, with the fortified churches, cheaper repair cost, good monks, and then just really amazing at building up that eco over time. I'm not too sure if Vivi could really try and break that, but Vilesa himself could be going for a castle drop here. And as awesome as Manas Bazaar, they're not going to be very easy to produce with a low eco because they cost food and they're melee units. And they're not going to be especially great versus camel archers either. Vivi's on up. Vilisa actually grabbing double bit axe. Not a perfect build from him. But Vivi's on his way. Build explosive traps. They had that in the Nobunaga scenario. In 100 elo. There you go. Moving your way up in the world. Yeah, Vilisa definitely not, I think, planning on this build looking like this, but he's still on his way up to Castle Age. He is gathering plenty of stone for a castle itself. Which is sad, because Berbers are a great civ. A good Helm's Deep scenario. How can fire undo stone, my lord? As Wormtongue freaking is about to, like, drop the torch into the gunpowder. They've been power crept. It's entirely that. Actually, we're going to start our yearly Lord of the Rings marathon, my family and I, today. Who power crept them? Civs like Georgians. Lithuanians. Better Cav civs. Khmer. Hello, Bloodless. I do think Georgians are a little too good. I think the fortified churches, I think a good change for them would actually be to increase the area of the fortified churches and then reduce its efficiency boost. Also, I'd like to see Manaspa be reworked a bit. Georgians losing Bracer is another possibility. If Berbers could get there in competitive time, yeah, seriously. Still, Vivi's here, and he is going Camel Archers, although it's a very Vivi thing to do, is not opposed to a very common meta thing to do. Have Archer Hussar, and then Georgians wouldn't play like every other civ these days. He just blew up the barrels and just damaged his own castle. Well, yeah, especially because that's a Britain's thing. Britons get 2 damage for their towers with Yeoman. Nightline and Manaspa? Their Hussars wouldn't be all that great then. Forcing them to play unique? Yeah, we really couldn't have that, could we? Who is attack? You just get the attack notification sound. Nobody thinks it exists? What? It's amazing. 2 TC starts in tournaments? I think it's fine to have a 2 TC map thrown in there. The game isn't very well balanced around 2 TCs, so, I mean, Hindustanis feel like the best civ in those situations, but, I mean, it's certainly fine. We had a 2 TC start in RMS Cup, and that was fine. We also had a 2 TC start in Sudden Disaster. Or Valhalla. Yeah, Valhalla. T-West did Sudden Disaster. I did Valhalla. There we go. No, I hate playing 2 TC starts. Anyway, Manaspa are out. Both players have 1 blacksmith upgrade. Make that now 2, actually, for Vivi. But this is honestly very predictable, right? The Camel Archers can shoot and move around, and it's going to be very difficult for any of the other units to catch up. Oh, that's a mistake from Vivi, though. We'll lose the Monk for free. Nicely. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that the civ balance isn't, like, great, but Jungle Rumble was a perfectly fine map. We had our 2 TC start map in one of our other tournaments as well. Pacific Islands. We had 2 TCs in the past, I think. Not Pacific Islands, Eastern Coastline. third unique team, there is not enough design space for it. Can you imagine giving 53 new unique techs? I mean, I guess you're killing a Camel Archer there, and the Georgian Eco is a lot better in the long run, but you need to get those fortified churches in, and there's one over here, there's going to be another one coming in, but that's still going to take time to get going, and although, again, your Eco will be good, you're still running into the issue that this Camel Archer mass is going to start getting really huge really quick. A 2 TC start map? It could work. I still think it's a very creative map. I mean, we've had some fun games here, so I'm not going to complain about this one. The last civ that didn't get 2 unique units? Well, Georgian still got a regional unit building at the mule cart. I mean, no, you can't really go monks against the Camel Archers here. Way too many of them. Yeah, they get 2 regional buildings. The last civ with only 1 unique unit and no regional buildings or unique buildings was the... Lithuanians? Tatars? No, Tatars have the flaming camels. Although they didn't have them at launch. Yeah, oh wait, Lithuania. Well, they got Winged Hussar later. Cumans then? Yeah, then it would have been Cumans. Oh wait, no, I mean, they got Steppe Lancers, but... Yeah, I mean, you have to go pretty darn far. Anyway, another fortified church incoming, and you can see that Vilissa is still booming very successfully. You know, I was worried that, you know, you're going to be stuck in this very defensive position and it's just going to slow you down too much. That said, Georgian Eco is both fun and balanced. And that's going to put you in great stead here for Vilissa, who's 2k7, by the way. So I guess Vilissa is still active enough to get 2k7. Well, the Rise of the Raja civs had elephants, right? So it would be African Kingdoms. That was the last DLC that you just had civs that were added. With no regional units. Or unique units. More than 1 unique unit or unique buildings. All right, more eco upgrades coming in here for Vivi. He is also on 3 TCs. Gimmicks? I like the new civs. The new civs. Not the 3 Kingdom civs. But even then, I like both Jurchens and Ketons these days. Anyway, you're just going to be running around here with your Candle Archers. But yeah, credit to Vilissa this game, guys. He's done a really good job getting himself safe on a map that's hard to do that on. Land in Europe? No. I mean, I like burgers, but it's not like, oh, I need to have them, otherwise I'm gonna die. Made up. I think they're a little bit weak in the early game. Once you get to Castle Age, though, Chompies are just fine. The issue is that people pretend that Chompy Warriors are Eagle Warriors, and so they have their Eagle Warrior eco set up. When Chompies are not a unit you want to necessarily go, like, super low eco all in with. They're more like just, like, you add a bunch of farms, you make Chompies and expand your eco like you're playing Long Swordsman. My favorite dish? I mean, still probably, if I had to pick one dish, pizza, because it's so versatile. I'd never eat at McDonald's. I don't eat fast food in general. I already have my weakness to tortilla chips and kettle-cooked chips. Do I like deep dish? I do, once a year. I don't know anybody who eats deep dish regularly. Well, I mean, you can put a ton of different things on pizza and have it in different styles. But yeah, I don't eat McDonald's. If anything, I eat McDonald's more when traveling to other countries, just because, like, you're eating on the go, as opposed to, at home. I do like pork belly. That's true. Too fat? I mean, it's just heavy. It's like eating a lasagna. McDonald's? I didn't have Korean McDonald's. I had Korean Burger King, which was very good. I got kimchi with my burger. Anyway, castle number 2 coming in, and Vivi's done a good job at this point of actually sniping some villagers. Imp is on the way faster, though, for Villessa, so overall, really, really good. And Five Guys used to be good, but it's just so expensive now for what you get. It's good. It's just way too expensive, in my opinion. The Five Guys, like, you will spend, like, $20 on a burger, fries, and a drink. Anyway, Camel Archer is still going to be trying to micro away against the Manaspa. Upgrades are pretty solid, though, and now Skirmisher upgrades are coming in as well for Villessa. Vivi still very much in the castle age, and I feel like this is actually okay for our blue player, getting some better shots right there. Do you tip? Not at a Five Guys. I refuse to tip any place that is not, like, an actual waiter waiting on me. And to IHOP? I mean, IHOP's pretty mediocre. It really isn't very good. Well, castle coming in over there. I don't know, guys. I feel like Phyllis is setting himself up pretty darn well. Vivi's taken efficient fights because it feels like Berbers will always do that in this situation. Almost, yeah, like, again, it is absurd. Looking good. Well, he's teching into skirms. He still needs more upgrades, though. He is not out of the woods yet, so to say, and Vivi is being very active with the Camel Archer still. But remember, stuck in the castle age. Going after more exploding barrels. Francinha? Oh, I've heard of that sandwich. It looks delicious. Pistachio? Isn't it just pistachio? I don't think there's 2 C's, is there? Well, skirm upgrades are slowly coming in, and Vivi clicks up. And again, Vivi's killed 20 villagers this game. He's ahead by 15. Eco upgrades are similar as well. To the barrel? Absolutely, if you're within range of them. What's my fast food comfort food? I absolutely love Popeyes. It is so good. It is like 10 million calories of fried chicken and biscuits, but I love it. I also like my Chipotle. But also just like general takeout. Like we have a great Chinese takeout place, you have an Indian takeout place, a Middle Eastern takeout place. That's all super good and unhealthy. Anyway guys, castle there is going to go down, and it's hard to make Camel Archers without a castle. Popeyes is chicken? Yes. Oh, takeaway on long hikes? Oh, geez. That sounds like a gajillion calories, but also delicious. Yeah, KFC is Popeyes, but bad. I've said it once, I'll say it again. Villas's approach, it's a different one for sure. It's like just very passive, defensive, try to get to late game. The issue is that he really has taken the damage to Vivi over time. Oh. So I can burn the calories immediately? Indeed. Still, your skirmishers will miss that final armor upgrade as the Georgians. Snipes the mangonel there. Worse they are in other countries? Well, it's a matter of them being cheaper and generally lower quality. Yeah, but Vivi has the larger army, he's got the better eco, and it's still, like, his approach is the more orthodox approach on this map, even if it is being played with a slightly more unorthodox civ. Supposed to be in the fryer. Anyway, Cavalier coming in, gonna be trying to counter those skirmishers, but that's where the Monospa come in. Monospa's still missing a ton of upgrades, though. Plus 4 defense gonna be in here for the Cavalier as well. Vivi's got 3 relics, and he's gonna get to Cavalier plus Camel Archer. And that is gonna be really scary. Look at that, so much more gold collected. Plate farting now coming in. Here we go. Watching Georgians. I mean, anyone here love Khachpuri? Because I know I sure do. Alright, Cavalier is in. Skirmishers were trying to snipe the Camel Archers, but they're not really doing that right now. And the Trebuchet's are just getting surrounded and killed there by the Cavalier, and that is a huge victory for Vivi, who's getting his own castle up here, and Villasa gonna have to tap out. It's interesting that he went for this very defensive playstyle with Georgians. It started out okay, but then he just really got whittled down more and more and more, and he just fell too far behind in the economy. He couldn't develop his good military with Georgians as the game went on, and Vivi was able to get enough damage done and develop a good eco behind it. Camel Archers, it did. I feel like maybe it would be better if you had just gone for fortified churches and then mixed in monks and mangonels and really tried to get an eco lead as you can with Georgians. Anyway, same draft priority there. I mean, it was an interesting civ matchup in general. Let's see what's next. Looks like Arena Costera is going to be the next map. With the Rams? Yes. And just so many Vills ended up dying there, and it really hurt Villas' ability to outmuscle his opponent with, like, Monospa Skirmisher. What? Build 2 houses and a barracks? No. Don't have enough wood. It's 225 wood. Oh, you mean, yeah, so 2P can do that. You could also do 1 house as Incas and then a barracks as well. I thought you meant, like, can any civ? Like, can literally any civ do that? Not, like, is there a civ that can do that? All about context. Interesting water video? You mean like the one that I posted that was like the same content? Triggered? Oh yeah, for sure. "30 seconds, and we will be getting into game number 2. In Shambles, does Spirit of the Law collab with anybody? I remember he brought Tato on, like, once. But yeah, Spirit of the Law just kind of does his own thing. He did? Ah, okay. I don't even know if Spirit of the Law knows who I am. Alright guys, we are here on Arena Costera. Game number 2. We'll have Villasa in the red as the Byzantines to the west, and to the east in the blue as the Malay. It will be Vivi. Plan events? Nope. Honestly, I just think he doesn't really feel like he needs to work with anyone else. No Spirit of the Law? I don't know anyone who talks to him regularly. Doesn't follow the competitive scene? I don't think he does. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure like he's aware of it, right? And it's not like he's going to be completely clueless, but I don't think he really follows it. He's just applying math to the game to reach irrelevant conclusions. Only sometimes. Playing his guitar? Oh, that's pretty cool. He just seems like a really chill, quiet guy. Rico Che styled? Oh no. Oh no. Alright, Doc coming up at back here. First fishing ship's going to be out here for Vivi. Both of these civs absolutely top tier. I still generally favor Malay, just because their eco is so insane, and they can keep up with Byzantines and imp timings. But it's still Byzantines. It's still a perfectly fine matchup. Yeah, a lot of people were brought back to AoE 2 for Spirit of the Law. Right, more fishing ships coming in. So let's see what the plan is. I mean, everything is still looking like your basic FC. Didn't find yourself disagreeing with? Well, there we go. There we go. T90, yeah, I mean, it was the T90 videos and Spirit of the Law videos that went viral that really brought people into AoE. Lose 5 years of your life? There you go. I mean, I didn't really have that experience, but I'm much more the outlier as opposed to the average. Modern dominance? Well, I've been around a very long time. I remember the days of Mongols being a top-tier water civ. And I think I said, like, they still can be very good. It's just a matter of it's going to be more situational. My first AoE 2 YouTuber experience was Mr. Danish, because he had videos explaining how to use the editor, which I had no idea how to do as a kid. And then it was like Zero Empires and Barbecue Turkmen. And then Resonance. Alright. Utilite on the way. 32 pop. It's actually a little bit faster than the norm. What we see a lot of the time, but, 26 villagers. It's like fairly slow for an arena uptime. That'd be 27 pop. Turk intro? What Turk intro? Oh, Turkmen's intro. Yeah, yeah. That's classic.
Ein?
10 years later, yeah, there you go. Any other game? I play Borderlands. And I play, like, Nintendo games. And I play Overwatch with my friends these days. That's really it, though. I'm not, like, a big gamer. Like, I don't play many different types of games. My friends are all like, oh, it's the newest game that's came out. Let's all play that for 2 weeks and then never touch it again. Not really. Like, I only want to play a game if I really sink my teeth into it.
Salve.
Anyway, 30 villagers and soon to be 14 fishing ships for our Malay player, Vivi. Mining stone for the castle. Now, it's not like you really want to go karambits in this matchup, but if you get a good imp time and have way more resources, then it's going to be, I think, a little bit tough for Byzantines to keep up with you. Yeah, I mean, they started as a card company. Releases to get cheap. I mean, again, like, I'll get the new releases for everything for, like, AoE and Borderlands, and that's really it. And drop them forever. It is frustrating, because they're like, oh, you need to download this game, and it's like, why? Alright, fishing lines, DBA coming in here for BB. Just chillin'. Meanwhile, fires and galleys coming out here for Vilessa. He's on his way up to Castle Age, but... you know, go against the Malay eco at your own peril. That's what I did, is I actually bought a used Switch from Debbie for like $80 or something. And I went through like a huge gallery of Switch games, and there's so many good ones. To play to make people think, why am I not getting paid? I mean, I do get those stupid Streamlabs offers or whatever, but it's all incentives based. Gigabytes, yeah. Party games, they don't. I mean, you're gonna be, what, 25 to 30 seconds slower to Castle Age's VV with 12 more eco units. Like, it's just wild. Yeah, I think my older cousins had Bomberman. I mean, I'm too young for it, but I think my older cousins had it. Anyway, Castle gonna be incoming here, guys. Bodkin and medium warships on the way for Vilessa, so just 2 fire ships and will be some war galleys here. Villager gets sniped. Meanwhile, Vivi holding here to the north as well. He's also grabbing Bowsaw. Good reaction time here from Vivi as well. Defensive Monastery coming in, but that stone is going to be denied. And how many times do we see the player who gets the castle dropped on their base just not have any resources? Really? I mean, Worms is old, isn't it? Still, you do have some idling here. War galleys are being a bit of a pest. So Villas is still looking to get something done. And now the wall is under attack. Siege Workshop coming in. We have 2 monasteries for Vilasa, so he still has gold access right now. But no stone. I mean, this castle denies this stone and this stone. It's in a really, really strong position. And 10 fishing ships, you know, is good, but is it enough to get you to Imperial Age soon? Not even as Byzantines. Forward resources. I do think that you shouldn't have both gold and stone forward like this, but I think they do it so it's not all about just winning water, which I kind of understand. Because I feel like if you had a back gold and stone, there's just no reason to do anything other than go full water every game. I think maybe if you had a forward gold and a back stone, maybe it would be a little bit more balanced. So there, if you get castle dropped, you could at least try and work towards your own castle. Maybe that would be a little bit better. Anyway, karambits are coming in. It's karambiting time. Scout Cav gonna not get that monk successfully. Byzantine healing OP. Good control there from Vilasa. That's another successful conversion. You got 2 karambits in here. Still gonna end up losing another Vil, though. And Vivi still has the fishing ship number advantage at the moment. He's not that far ahead in res collected, as Vilasa has been doing a good job of at least idling his opponent's eco. And now we got forging coming into, and it's just... Vivi is being able to, like, be competitive on both water and land, whereas Vilasa is really not able to do a whole lot on the land. Oysters in the back? Yeah, but they run out very fast. I mean, I guess you could add more oysters, but... yeah, I think maybe having the stone in the back and then the gold forward, and then you just have the oysters as an early source of gold income would probably be maybe a little bit more balanced. Anyway, Relic's gonna come in now for VV as well, so he's gonna get that extra gold income. Glade? Glade I want to see in a tournament, man. I like Glade. If for no other reason than Hera's initial reaction to it. Wasn't he against Vilasa, actually? When he got walled in. Oh, jeez. Mangonel and Scorpion are sniped. Still able to get the counter. And I mean, the monk control has been very good for Vilasa. The only reason he's not completely dead yet. An Elo fraud. Well, you need to get those quick balls in, and they will be successful. Same thing on the other side. It's not suited for that map? I do fine on it. I can do fine on a map like Glade or on a map like Socotra. Like, I can do well on the really, really aggressive maps. But I really struggle on stuff like Arabia. No idea why. I mean, I used to not struggle on Arabia, at least relative to anybody else, but I don't know. Ever since it became so fast-paced, I really stopped doing well. With walled-up teammates? No, you... Although you can go FC. You can do that. Anyway, way too many Vils have gone down here for Vilasa. Into booming. Yeah, but also if you don't go for the super fast uptimes, then you just die instantly. Like, there's no room to play greedy. Everyone plays as safe as humanly possible. Like, can you imagine just going, like, up on 21 pop, go defensive with like a couple early eco upgrades, and then like just try and play Spearman Skirmisher than Castle Age, like the old MBL style. Like, we can't see that anymore. 22 pop scouts, that's crazy. Anyway, Sanctity coming in. Vilisa has ambitions for Imperial Age, certainly, but he's going to run out of gold very, very soon. And now Castle number 2 is on its way. 6, yeah, but like then again, that's super hyper aggressive. Like, I don't know. I just want to be able to like click up a little bit later. Oh, beautiful attack grounds. I mean, again, the unit control from Vilisa has been quite solid. Another set of attacks right there, but the Karambits are just going to eventually get the kills. Both Rams are sniped. It's still probably just not good enough, though. Oh, my goodness. I mean, I don't know if you could ever ask Vilisa to do any more than he just did. That is the best fight you could ever reasonably take against somebody at Vivi's level. And I still just don't think it's enough. 3,000 resources behind. Siege Workshop's going to get converted at this rate. Can't do anything about that. And Blue still has 15 fishing ships. Know all the angles? Yeah. The score is, well, it's going to change very quickly once Imp is in. Also, Vilisa has been taking efficient fights, but his eco is so bad and he's got no map control. Monasteries are going down. You're going to try and go crossbowmen, but you just don't have the numbers. Microski? Well, it's even more than just like good unit positioning and like setting up engagements. It just feels like literally just clicking back and forth with your units. You know, abusing bad pathfinding, all that stuff. Just feels like it's so integral to the game if you want to be successful. And that's what feels like the hamsterification of AoE. This is not the Imp TC, by the way. Not that it really matters. Anyway, happy Imperial Age Vilisa. There really isn't a whole lot going for you at the moment. Good for the game? Yeah. And GG is called. Vivi simply way too overbearing economically. No stone collected at all for Vilisa. The castle drop just completely stuffed his ability to defend there. Was this... It was... Did they? I don't remember that. Good micro... I think it depends. Anyway, that is Malay over Byzantines. They're also losing Arena Costera. So we have Amazonia, Serra da Carajás, and Pantanal. Looks like Pantanal will be the next one. Do we have Huns? We do not. As were they banned? Yes, they were. I mean, again, is there a difference between having good unit control and then microing so that ballistics doesn't do anything? Or para-microing it so 4 mangonels literally do nothing? Like, I don't find that very compelling. We want and need micro to matter, but... yeah. But I do think that micro and macro are both a little... I really don't like how easy macro is. Well, pathfinding is very hard to fix, especially when you're using the spaghetti code of AoE. $2K6 then, because I'm a big pleb. Should have been rewritten. That sounds expansive. Microsoft wants to spend as little money as possible on the AoE franchise. Complaints? That's me. I hope yous likes it. Dogao versus Dragonstar is also drafting right now, so we can switch over into that one as soon as we're done with this set. No, it's not easy to fix path. If it was easy to fix pathfinding, they would have done it by now. And the issue is, like, when we say fix pathfinding, it's like, if AoE has perfect pathfinding, then it actually makes the game play a lot differently than how it played in AOC, when you're basically spending half the time fighting the game, as opposed to fighting your opponent. All right, Pantanal will be next, and we will be getting into it in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about StarCraft, right? Because Brood War had terrible pathfinding, and it felt like it was much less, okay, just one big blob of units. I mean, especially because they keep on making the game more and more and more complex. So it's tough. $58 seconds. Moonwalking Scout Cav, yeah. Design and balance? Well, it's like, you need to add new civs to keep everything, to keep the lights on, so to say, to keep them wanting to work on the game. I think the biggest issue is that they've just never been able to figure out a good way to add content to AoE that doesn't involve new civs that's, like, profitable. But yes, I totally agree. There's so much in AoE right now that it's really overwhelming. All right. Chronicle. My very strong suspicion, based off of hints from the devs, is that it was not close to profitable. It sold worse than the other DLCs, and was much more expensive to make. Anyway, here we have game number 3, looking really strong so far. It will be Vivi in the blue as the Mayans to the south, and to the north, in the red, as the Chinese, it will be Vilasa. More experimental. Well, the issue is that when you add more civs to the game, there just isn't enough design space. Yeah, there aren't enough levers to manipulate in AoE. Like, they literally can't make another Knight Civ. Like, I don't know what you could possibly make for Knights that isn't already done. Balance enough? It's not bad, but it's, I do wish they had, like, a few more high-level players. Yeah, half-pop Knights. Trample damage Knights. Anyway, Chinese Mayans both should be very strong here. It's 1 second idle time for Villas. I didn't think it was that good, but I guess that's how it should be with the 3 Vil start, I guess. Yeah, because you just drop the mill right away, so you can gather from the forage bushes so that you have enough food once the TC is done and you have loom. Our old school players, yeah. Monk Knights. I thought you said you wanted AoE to not feel gimmicky. Alright, more capybaras coming on in. And these are pretty, honestly, just pretty 2 stock standard civs that are going to be fine for a land map. I didn't look command folder of Doom, oh my goodness. The lumber camp incoming. And just now we have Vivi going to the outside, so keep in mind that Vivi has been much more aggressively gathering the capybaras and has not really spent much time on the outside of the map, whereas what we saw from Villessa is that he went over here to the side to gather from these fruit bushes, or papaya trees, and is then just using all these capybaras to go scouting. A new DLC comes out. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like they don't have people who are degenerate enough. But also, I feel like they might know something is OP, but not know in time to change it, because it seems like before, like a month before the DLC is released, they can't make any changes to it at that point. And just, like, any sort of change to DE has, like, so much, like, lag before they can do anything. Like, I remember the, like, devs saying, okay, we wanted to make a change to this game, but we couldn't push out a patch for, like, 2 months. So I don't know if it's just, like, a bunch of red tape or poor communication between the devs and the publisher, but there's something really weird that's happening. Anyway, Feudal Age is coming in for both players. A little bit faster for Vivi. Eco going to be better, though, for Villessa. Probably just going to, like, both go FC Archers. I mean, it could be Eagles, I guess. You'd have the barracks in already. Barracks now coming in for Villessa, so again, it just feels like FC Archers. The single farm. It is. I don't know about that. I don't know anything about coding, and I feel like it's probably a good idea to document it. Balanced? I mean, to be fair, once the chompy stuff was nerfed, none of the new civs are OP. Blackwoods are still a little too strong, but it's not like everything about 2P is OP. And then Mapuche and especially Whiska are not OP. If anything, they're too weak. Anyway, forward blacksmith, and it's actually going to be for knights, okay? So not going to be for the archers. That's going to be Vivi's plan, is going to be going for the archers. Vivi clicks up a little bit sooner. Still better resources for Villessa. There you go. 0 seconds idle TC time and 2 seconds of idle TC time. So both players very, very smooth in that regard. Fire Lancers and 3K civs. Well, again, I think Ketons and Jurchens are both in a good spot. I think that the issue is Koreans and Vietnamese with Fire Lancers because they gave the new stuff to the old civs. And I think that the 3K civs were just a step too far in terms of AoE design in every sense. User patch? Yep. Oh, Archer's going out a little too soon. They had fletching, but without any space to micro around, those scouts getting 2 archer kills is so huge. For archers take a long time to train. But yeah, Scripture, I think, was probably just so insanely talented that he just made that work. Fire Lancers and Chompies? Well, part of their design is that they aren't very good against swordsmen, and so because no one ever goes swordsman, because swordsmen still struggle to be balanced, it's really tough. Like, they're designing units with the swordsman countering them in mind, but the swordsmen still aren't viable, so it just feels like the units that are countered by swordsmen are just too good. User patch team? Yeah, I forget exactly what the issue was there. It was definitely drama, though. Rocket cart coming out. Knights on the way. Well, swordsmen are very good in the late game, but the issue is in mid-game, swordsmen are really bad. Past the initial Metadarm rush, swordsmen are not a viable unit until champions. It's just not like a solid general viable unit in a lot of situations, although I do think they're still underexplored. A lot of civs can go swordsman plus siege, even in mid-game, and still be very good at it. But people just don't like doing that. Alright, Loom is coming in. Villessa very safe here with his economy. Knights just have +1 defense for now. We're not OP. Eagles were seen as OP. The only reason that it wasn't a complete mess in terms of balance was that you had no cavalry or gunpowder as the American civs. Oh. Gunpowder? Don't think so. Just a bit. Maybe. I mean, part of the issue is that even skirmishers just counter swordsmen so hard in mid-game. And they still take a long time to tech into. Anyway, first villager is killed right there, but archery range is falling, and if you can't make any more archers, that's obviously a big issue. Like with AoE 1, where you have, like, the clubman and axeman, and then the actual swordsman line. Firing, but that would make the units a lot less fun to play with. If there was just, like, lag and stuff. Oh, gotta be careful. A shortcut tech? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, again, swordsmen are in the best place that they're in like they've ever been right now. Is it still good enough? No. But swordsmen in late game are very good, and we see them plenty. And it's, you know, rushes and men-at-arm rushes are still very good. So really, the issue is late feudal age men-at-arms and long swordsmen. And I think one of the biggest issues is actually the late feudal age men-at-arms, because what's supposed to be one of the strength of the swordsman line is, like archers, you should be able to make them in feudal age and then get a power spike with them in castle age. But the issue is that you have to like do a complete 180 switch, because every feudal age game you need to go archers or an archery range unit, and you have to get the archer upgrades. So it's like, unless you can play a version of feudal age that you can skip an archery range and like go for swordsman, I don't really see it working out. Minimum. Well, Chompy's required as many upgrades. Well, almost as many upgrades as regular swordsman. Oh, that's a big hit there for Vilasa, who is still ahead by 7 Vils, mind you. Scouts running in to snipe the monks. Eagle definitely not going to snipe the rocket cart there. Threat to buildings? I don't know. Arsons feels pretty balanced right now. The Slavs? I mean, I think Slavs, Celts, Japanese all could go swordsman more. The issue, of course, with the Japanese is that their cav archers are already so good, so it's like, why not just go cav archers every single time? Although we do see him a little bit. Romans as well, we see long swordsmen a little bit. So, oh, that is huge. 2 monks killed. Villasa's micro is on point, and he is not done yet in this series, guys. 4th rocket card on the way. But yeah, I do want to underscore that although all the swordsman changes over the years haven't been quite as successful as we would like, they're still by far the most useful and viable that infantry has ever been. Like, it used to be you just literally never saw the swordsman line. Oh my goodness, pause! Baby! Well, that's pretty messy, but oh, Monk does survive. Oh, Insta! Oh, the conversion was already charged up. That is so huge. And now the push will continue for Villasa. There are 2 archers over here. $62 to 49 Vils, though. Yeah, just need 1 knight coming back over there. That should be 1 for O there for Vivi. That's what he really needs. Was the time of swordsman? Well, for the men-at-arms specifically. Like, yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, the issue is late feudal age into castle age for long swordsmen. Even in a late castle age, a swordsman switch can be very strong. Don't feel too strong? No, I don't think so. Gets the eagle there. But it's still 3 TCs to 2. And it just feels like it's still going to be getting better and better over time for Villasa. Now, there is a chance that you can get this castle down safely if Red doesn't pay attention. But, oh, the outpost there is pretty clutch. Oh, my goodness, guys. Oh, no. Oh, no. Or see, that's because siege units don't work as well as they should against good archer micro. Oh, and look at this. Attack grounding right where the villagers would pop out, making it even more difficult. Eagle's out. Mangonel is as well. There's no Vil immediately nearby. Oh, if the conversion comes in, which it does, it can go right after the rocket cart. It's going to get the kill there. Can it get another one? Well, the castle's going to go up at the very least. Gets the deletion there, so that conversion was clutch. And the castle's in, and I guess now you can think about plumed archers. All the TCs coming in here for Vilessa, just going to try and keep that eco safe. Thanks, Vilessa. It's definitely still looking very bad for Vivi, but still, if you want to make your grand comeback, this is the first step to do so. Oh, does get the kill there.
Shot it.
If your name is Harrow, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's going to be another conversion. Oh, man. The rocket cart micro has still generally been a fair bit better, though, for Vilessa this game. Almost 50% more villagers. Eco upgrades, I guess you could argue, are slightly better for Vivi. Sanctity's going to be a big one for those monks. And, of course, Vilessa, so many Vils queued up. That eco is going to get wild in. Secondary. But isn't that just the elite plumed archer skin? Alright, an archery range and a university are both on the way. I guess this is just for a skirmisher switch? Oh, no, it's cav archers. Of course it's cav archers. Oh, there are? I just thought that elite plumed archers used the old one. I mean, Vivi's getting a little bit of damage done here, and he's causing a fair amount of idle villager time. Old one with blue feathers? Ah. Well, Vivi gets another snipe there. University coming in now. No stone being collected, though. This map just doesn't have that much stone in general. And now defensive castle's on the way. Plume's trying to make something happen. The CA numbers are also still very low. The difference? Ah, okay. The more you learn. Castle in. We really don't see Chuko Nu very often these days. Which is kind of surprising. Like, we used to see them every single game with Chinese that they could get to them. But now I guess it feels like you just want to go cav archers instead. Well, I guess more upgrades coming in for Vivi, but I mean, it's still 123 to 69 Vils, which is not as nice. Should be slower? I don't know. Yeah, Villas is about to click up. I mean, again, it's the eco, right? 6,000 more resources at this point. And there's Imp. So hopefully for all of our sakes, Imperial Age will be the deciding factor in calling this one, because you really don't have that much of a chance at this point as Vivi. Just too far behind in economy. And Vilissa gonna keep his hopes and or dreams alive. Plumes frolicking around, but they simply have too much work cut out for them. Guys, every Civ is a Cav Archer and Light Cav Civ. Didn't you know that? I will say, I feel like AoE has changed away from civilizations playing to their strengths. Like, it used to be, you just did whatever your Civ was good at. You're a Knight Civ, you go Knights. You're an Infantry Civ, you go Halbs plus Arbs, usually. Or your Infantry unique unit. You know, Siege Civs would make a lot of Siege. Foot Archer Civs would go Foot Archers. I mean, you had Civs like Chinese who could go in several different directions, but still, you'd want to get to Chuko, you know? Yeah, I do think CA should be a little bit more expensive. And then Huns can get a little bit greater of a discount. What, against Chinese? Mayans versus Chinese has always been a very competitive matchup. Ever since Chinese became a top-tier Civ, Mayans versus Chinese has been very good. Because Chinese still have a better eco over the course of a game than Mayans do. I mean, this particular game aside is, like, way exacerbated as opposed to, like, what it is in an otherwise even game, but still. Imp is in. That should be GG. It is GG. And Vilissa not done yet. 9 rocket carts. Really, really good efficiency with them. Ask Ornlu for permission. Finally, someone gets it. AoE as it should be. It's been a good stream today, though. Thank you so much, everyone who's tuning in. It's like, yesterday we couldn't get above 60 viewers, and now we're at 220 on Twitch alone today. Go figure. Anyway, that was the #1 Civ pick. So both players winning with their #1 Civ pick. Vilissa winning with Pantanal, but now we have both of Vivi's remaining home maps, which are going to be Serra da Carajás. No, that's not right. It's Serra dos Carajás, I think. And Amazonia. Amazonia is Amazonia. Yes, Serra dos Carajás is the map, so it's actually incorrectly titled here. Anyway, for Serra dos Carajás, the civs. Well, it's probably gonna be it's Persians or maybe Japanese for Amazonia, and then either Tatars or Jurchens for Serra. For Vivi, I think you go Magyars or Mapuche here, and then Vietnamese or Armenians for the water map. But all right. Alrighty. Minute 36. And we will be getting here into game number 4 as Vilissa trying to make it work. let's get into this. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 4. Back to an aggressive map. We'll have Vivi in the red as the Vietnamese here to the west of Sara dos Carajás. And to the east in the blue as the Tatars, it will be Vilasa. So, honestly, guys, I still think Vietnamese are just a better civ these days. They're a better cav archer civ. They have a better economy. I mean, their cav archers are of worse quality than Tatars, but their eco is a lot better. The difference between the Vietnamese eco and the Tatar eco is much greater than the difference between the Vietnamese cav archers and the Tatar cav archers, if that makes sense. Especially if we spend any more extended amount of time in Feudal Age this game, chances are Vivi's going to get like an early wheelbarrow, and that's going to catapult him even further ahead. To be a random map. Well, we don't really have any true random maps anymore, as almost every map is a fixed starting position map, at least in tournaments. To Lake Castle. I'd rather have free thumb ring than 10 extra HP, but not by that much. Alright. I really don't know why China to Finland would be laggy. There's literally only one country between China and Finland. Like, I can't even be that much of big of a gap. Is masonry and hoardings? Yes, but those are very minor in the grand scheme of things. But yes, there are lots and lots of hills on this map, which are going to make Tatars happy, which is why we see them at all. Such a troll. I would never troll my viewers, ever. I'm only sincere and serious at all times. They miss Blast Furnace. Yeah, Vietnamese are really overtuned right now. It's funny because they used to be one of the worst civs in the game, but now they are way too good at too many things. All right, Loom coming on in. Vivi just going to go 19 pop up. Vilasa going to be going 20 pop up. It's actually a little slow seeing someone go 20 pop with Loom these days. Was an overbuff? I agree. I think it could be given to another civ. But I also think that the Vietnamese and Korean tech trees were balanced when they didn't have Fire Lancers. So both of those civs lacked a very strong infantry option. Like, they had halbs, but they weren't all that great. Bloodlines, I've been saying that for a while. And Vivi, go with the Chinese classic, guys. Gonna be going forward here. Spearmen and skirmishers.
Salam.
Specialty of Rattans versus normal archers. Rattan archers have a ton of pierce armor. They also have higher attack and faster movement speed. But they're basically very tanky archers on the pierce damage front. Really strong, unique unit. And Cavalier? I don't think you need to go that far. I take away, I think actually you could take away Bloodlines, because your elephants still have so much HP regardless. You could even give 20 more HP to Shatras and be fine. At least if you want to keep the Fire Lancer angle, then that would make Vietnamese cavalry less exciting. Rattans do have cool hats. It's very, very difficult to argue against that. All right, DBA in. Horse Collar also going to be coming in here for Vivi, but this is just some classic Vietnamese style, well, Chinese style aggression with Vietnamese, who are a very good civ at doing this because their skirmishers are good and you get a good eco behind it. Defensive archery in tier 4, Vilasa. I'm sure he wanted to open scouts if he could, but simply not able to do that. Vilasa is going to be ahead in resources right now. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some things you can do there. Of course, I want to take away husbandry from Vietnamese, or from Romans and from Portuguese as well. Japanese could lose bloodlines again. Mongols could lose their HP bonus for Steppe Lancers until they get a unique tech. To the ground. Well, I mean, the unit's in the game right now, so if it's in the game, I think it's not an offensive unit. Like, it's perfectly fine. It's an infantry unit that splits the role between a pikeman and a swordsman, and makes it better against cavalry and much worse against swordsmen than swordsmen. I mean, if anything, I'd make them cost food instead of wood. I think having an infantry unit that costs wood and gold is really bizarre. I know that would, like, heavily nerf Korean Fire Lancers, but I don't think Koreans need top-tier Fire Lancers to be a good civ. Especially since they also have cheap halbs. None of the other Fire Lancer civs, other than Koreans, would really care if they costed food and gold as opposed to wood and gold. Anyway, no major kills yet. You have farms starting to come in, though, for Vivi. No horse collar for Vilesa, and those capybaras are going to run out very soon. So despite being ahead in resources overall as our blue player, this eco transition is going to be really, really tough. In the corners. The reason you don't always do it is you want to at least give villagers the option to jump back in the tower. Although it does open that up to being punched down later on. So there are genuine reasons you would want to not wall them in, especially also more APM time, resources, all that stuff. I don't think it's that big of a deal, usually. Sometimes it is. Their anti-archer roll, or maybe you could just not have Japanese cav archers be the best in the game. Or some of the best in the game. For a civ that already does so many other things very well. But if, I mean, I guess that could be one way you go about it. Anyway, villager is kept alive for now. Still have both players tournament life on, or I guess tournament life on the line in this series, but less the tournament life is on the line with this game. For an infantry civ? Yeah, I mean, that's already a shout out to the fact that Japanese use plenty of cav archers and not as much heavy cavalry. Like, that was fine. Like, so I would keep Japanese largely as is and then just take away the CA bonus, but if they want to keep the CA bonus, then take away bloodlines. Alright. Tower number 2 coming on in. This one tower at least denies the push from this angle, and it does give you access to gold and stone safely. So that's actually really, really important for Vilesa to get that particular tower down. And remember, Vilesa was a very, very good player during the era of the tower rush being very meta. Ooh, even having that scout alive is still really handy. But, of course, it will go down eventually, and you have that 6 extra HP as the Vietnamese skirmishers, which is always super helpful. Towers in. Decent micro from Vilesa, though. He still has the KD advantage. And this tower, it's a tower that doesn't do anything by itself. It gives you another angle to get another good tower in. It sort of anchors this push, but it doesn't in and of itself do anything useful. And now it seems to be fully walling it in. Scouts on the way now for our blue player. There you go. This is just to make Torvin happy. Well, there's only 5 vills here. I guess the tower doesn't have fletching yet. That is something. Oh, of course, literally just as I say that, fletching is on its way. Defensive tower coming in. I guess he just now had the stone for it. This is still looking pretty precarious, though. Vills are forced away for the time being. Vilesa making sure he is not a vill-less in the tower war. But guys, which is the more intimidating tower shape? A box-shaped tower or a circle-shaped tower? That's the real question. Anyway, this is exactly what Torvian's talking about. The circle tower. I mean, I love both architecture sets, so I'm not going to complain either way. Hills there are repairing on top of the tower. Deflect projectiles. And Villas are really doing a good job of holding off here. Sharp edges. Persian should have it. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Do I love the idea of seeing a classic Civ get its architecture set swapped? Not really. Is the Western European... Well, the Western European Guard Tower is literally Guard Tower. It is the most Guard Towery of all the towers. It, like, the... Guys, the Guard Tower icon, by that I mean, like, it's literally a Western European Guard Tower. We had it for Byzantines, we had it for Spanish, and even Vietnamese used to have the Southeast Asian architecture set. It's John Guard Tower. Is that like John Swordsman? All right, guys. Another tower being attempted over here. I mean, it's a great tower location if you can get it down, but the scouts are here. Tadar High Ground is also going to likely come into play. Legendary Middle Eastern Tower. Bombard towers? Oh, yeah. Turk-style bombard towers do look really nice. Saracen Keeps. Yes, exactly. And the Watchtower is also the Western Europe. Like, literally, all of the icons are just the Western European tower model. Western and Eastern Europe. It's just where we have civs in the game. We have a ton of European civs, so we have North, South, East, West, and Central European architecture sets. Kind of ugly. I like the OG Southern European architecture set towers with, like, it was like these little wooden cross beams setting up a tower. Regional icons, yeah, SMH. Anyway, Villasa getting up to castle here. He has killed 7 villagers and lost 0. Oh, I think almost certainly we're going to get another European architecture set that's Northern European. Alright, I literally, of course, as I say, oh, he hasn't lost any vills yet, immediately loses a vill, and maybe a second one. The question is, if they add a new DLC, and the new DLC has Vikings turned into Norse, and then they add Danes and Swedes, would any other Civ get the Northern European architecture set? Would Goths? Would Celts? American? What about the American towers? There's the Central American towers and the South American towers. Teutons? I mean, Teutons are literally as Central Europe as it gets, so that would be a very bizarre one. But, like, it feels like so few civs use the Central European architecture set anyway. I don't want any civs that have them to lose them. Like, if Vikings lose it, there will be 3 civs that use the Central European architecture set. Overlap anyways? I mean, I think that Vikings would sell very well. Well, Celts are based off of the Scots, but they still represent all the other Celtic peoples, or can represent all the other Celtic peoples. USA Tower, just Lady Liberty. Blocks and Serbs? Well, yeah, but again, Europe DLCs sell, I'm sure, very well relative to other places. I just don't know how you differentiate Norse, Danes, and Swedes during the Middle Ages. Well, apparently the Eastern European architecture set is in part based off of Bohemian architecture. So I think that's why they did it, although I think it would still make a bit more sense if I don't know about Poles. I mean, you're kind of right between Central and Eastern Europe. Churches, yeah. Poles, well, that's more of a Cold War thing than a, like, pure historical thing. Or older historical thing. Yeah, I mean, in AoE 3, you could certainly differentiate them, but in the AoE 2 time frame, I don't really get it. But yeah, I mean, it was really just this defense from Vilessa being very good. Now we're getting into Cav Archers from both players, but the eco's now better for Vilessa. He's ahead by 900 resources. Looking good. I mean, if Vietnamese are not playing with an eco advantage, then they're going to be much less happy. Reverse swept, is he? That would be a really curious thing to know, is who is the most reverse swept player? Be a problem? Yeah, it's just like, I don't know what would differentiate them. Like, my knowledge of Middle Ages Vikings history is just based off of the very basic saga stuff, and the TV show Vikings and Vikings Valhalla. But, like, what could you say about the Norse that doesn't also apply to the Danes and Swedes and, you know, all three permutations of that? I mean, maybe there is. I just don't know any. More military? Well, the Vikings are literally based off of the Norse, right? They were the most Viking-y of all the Vikings. I have no idea. Anywho, the game isn't, like, over. The scored lead is actually quite staggering, all things considered, but if you look at, okay, population count isn't, like, that bad, military count isn't that bad, TC count could be worse, I guess. Well, compared to Denmark and Norway, like, Denmark is the closest to the rest of, like, the European settled civilizations, then Norway, then Sweden. Not a culture either. In the historical sense, yes, but in the cultural sense, Vikings are very much a culture. Vikings is the word used in especially pop history to describe medieval, especially early medieval Norse, you know, Norwegian, Swedish, Denmark culture. The slowest pro player? I mean, if you want to count Target and Stark, they're definitely both slower than this. Ballistics now coming in, of course, that's going to be huge. 15 to 14 CA, but Vilessa is going to be much better prepared to keep the unit spam going. United, they were in various states of fighting each other and ruling each other and being united with each other. It all kind of goes back and forth. Oh, no, Doubt is on the slower side of AoE 2 players. That is true. It's just he's not the slowest player. The big thing with Doubt being slow is that he was a lot slower than Viper. China but colder? Something like that. What's my APM? 40. Alright, Vivi trying to go with the skirmisher switch here, but he is just losing way too much. Is that a lot? You know full well it's not. Sito is also quite slow, yes. Which has always been one of the most impressive things to me about Sito's gameplay, is that he looks like a really fast player, even though he's not. He has to be one of the most efficient players when it comes to his APM. Like, Doubt is a fairly slow player, but he also looks like a slower player in that he's just very strategic and not, well, all micro-making stuff. Now, Hera is the fastest pro player. Hands down. Yeah, I mean, you can see in this game, Villas is around 80, which is pretty normal, maybe slightly faster than the average for a pro player, and Vivi's is 60, which is slower. Like 70 to 75 is probably average for a top player. 100-meter race, probably TUS, because he did track. Doubt's like 60. 2K players? Not really. There are a lot of people below 2K that actually have like 70 to 80 APM. Yeah. Anyway, mixing some knights back in here for Villasa. Could drop a castle in just a second and mix in some cash money Keshiks. Fast in his prime? No. But APM was even less important. Well, was way less important back when Doubt was in his prime. Some Kesha X. Tick-tock on the clock. And there's GG called, guys. We are going to a game 5. Honestly, really good defense there by Vivi. Tadar's a slower civ, but able to just play well, right? Get the walls down, and I think getting the tower up right here, this tower, to secure the gold and the stone early on, gets the wood safe as well, and just able to sort of absorb everything that Vivi threw at him while also developing his eco. Yeah, Stone Please is insanely fast. Lucho, I think, is also pretty fast, yeah. Don't know about Kumbito. Connection speed? Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've been lucky enough to cast a lot of very compelling sets, this is one of them, but I thought it would be a good one going into it, so I'm not, like, super surprised by this. And it will be finishing on Amazonia. Oh boy. Whoops, no. There's Tadars. So it's 100% going to be Persians here for Villasa. If you're Vivi, it has to be Armenians, right? I know they're the last pick, but... Makes way more sense than Magyars or Mapuche. Oh my goodness. I have 2 words for you about this game number 5 with the potential for a reverse sweep. And those 2 words are the same word. And that word is Mari Mari. Oh boy, this is interesting. Honestly, Mapuche are worth going and adding it for AoE 2 just for Mari Mari alone, let's be honest. Having Uppsala? Yeah, that's true. Have them be like the Viking monk civ. But yeah, honestly, they're all really good. Like I said, I really like all 3 new civs. I think that they're a Blackwood Archer train speed nerf and then 1 or 2 early game chompy buffs away from being in a pretty good spot. What's Mari Mari? It means hello in Mapuche. Do I speak any other language? I took 4 years of French in high school, and I took 6 semesters of Korean at university. I would say no, but technically, you know, very basic level. On a day-to-day basis? No. Although I did watch Boyfriend on Demand recently with Jisoo, and the Korean knowledge came in there. All right, guys, look at this. Vilasa in the red as the Persians to the northwest of this map. Mari Mari. Vivi going with the Mapuche. Whoa. Yeah, I feel like a big thing with learning a language is just needing it in your daily life. And that's always been my issue, is that outside of the classroom and like a few instances with Korean, I just never really had a need to learn or like use my language. Whereas I feel like with a lot of people who learn English, not that English is easy, but it's like there's so much English out there in the world. And marry a Mexican? Well, there you go. Like, I mean, I studied hard with my Korean. Like, I worked hard at it, although I'm just not very talented at languages. Hard to master? I feel like, yeah, conversational English is pretty easy to pick up. Wish your Spanish was stronger? Yeah, I mean, total respect for people who are really good at a bunch of different languages. I am unfortunately not one of them. But yeah, what do you guys think of Mapuche are going to do here? FC Bolas? I mean, you could. I mean, FC Bolas is a reasonable strategy. Just like going FCCA with a lot of civs, and Mapuche are pretty good at it. Was Georgian? Oh, jeez. Listen to 8 podcasts, and yeah, it's tough. Mari. Still, Vivi is going for some amount of fishing ships. Naturally, though, Vilasa as Persians is faster in doing so. And again, in general, Persian is very easy to see how they get an early advantage, right? They're the much more powerful meta civ on this map. And also in general, I guess. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not a drama nerd, and I did listen to K-pop a fair bit, and I still do. I mean, I listen to Blackpink constantly, but, I mean, definitely, I could feel that if I was living in Korea, I would have a much easier time picking it up over time. I mean, I was only there for like 2.5 weeks or something, but, you know, it's a matter of exposure. Zero reason. In Korean, they call it Konglish, which is just Korean people mixing up Korean and English all the time and just mixing words back and forth. Can't I move to Korea? Because I can't move to Korea unless I get a job in Korea. I mean, I'm past the point in my life where I want to live in a tiny apartment with, like, 3 other people and teach English, right? I want to use my degree. Doesn't sit right with you? Well, deal with it. Throws you off? Yeah. Anyway, Hulks are on the way here for Vilasa. Again, I'm really curious. Vivi going to go up on 32 pop, 26 villagers, and honestly, he probably shouldn't add in another fishing ship. Because the 5 fishing ships you can garrison in the dock, not anymore. Finish. I mean, it would be interesting. I do feel like there's a little something missing from AoE lands right now.
Tim. Mary.
Like, it just feels like it's all the, you know, the same people, and then, like, some new guys who come in and then just lose immediately. Anyway, this is what I was saying, where I think the issue is that you can only garrison 5 fishing ships. Trying here to bait the Hulk right there, but Vilisa not falling for it. This is going to be fully walled. I don't see any sort of land presence from Vilisa, which he doesn't need to. He's got double bit axe, he's got his fishing ships, he's going to take water control, and then he can add in some more fishing ships behind it. But what I like about this map is there's only 2 deep fish. So if you win water, we've seen players way overcommit to water, because then you're just gathering from a bunch of shore fish, and it's not very good. That's 5 minutes? There you go.
Mary.
Think in Spanish? Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. To think in Spanglish. All right. Mutilate is in. Market blacksmith are coming in. You're going to sell the stone, most likely. And, I mean, let's see. I mean, with everything on the line here for Vivi, saying, you know what? It's time to Mari it up and just go FC. Actually, wait a minute. Is it even going to be Bolas Riders? Hold on. Also, good micro there from Vivi. You Spanish? Yeah, says the Argentinian. I liked a girl from Argentina on Hinge yesterday, but she never responded. Or I sent a message. Anyway, barracks coming in. Guys, I'm still not too sure about all this. Like, Villas is going to click up soon. He's got a stable already. Don't be coming back over here. Oh, man. Great job keeping the fishing ships alive there. I mean, really good control. Over the side. Oh, like going over the side like this? Yeah. Tend to not reply. Feels bad, man. He was really cute, too. Alright, so it is going to be for the Bolas Riders, but remember, stone was sold. And it's going to need to be a second archery range. I think. No way you can just go 1 archery range Bolas Riders. Okay, yeah. Second range coming in. Now, it's not like you can never add a second TC with this build, and something that Vivi's always been very good at is knowing when to add eco behind. But you clearly need to do something. Because otherwise, this Persian eco is just going to absolutely steamroll. Her grandfather's from... Oh, no. Actually, I also messaged a Brazilian girl. I feel like I tend to be attracted to non-Americans. I don't know what that says about me. Or at least people who've done a lot of traveling or internationally oriented. Bodkin coming in. Bodkin very important for your Bolas. Meanwhile, gonna be going for camels. A passport, bro. Yes, that's me. Actually, speaking of Spirit of the Law, I did see his video on the Bolas Riders yesterday, and I really think that... Oh my goodness, guys! Swooping in! A couple of Vills still surviving, but this is exactly what Vivi's looking for. Uh-oh, Villessa getting Mari'd a little bit. Got a range coming in now, but there is no unit you can make from the archery range. That's going to be especially impressive in low numbers here. Going to be 2 more dead villagers. And like to trap, most of the people I meet are not really like just vacationing. It's they come here for work or studying. I meet a lot of grad students. All right, Bolas Rider's going to take down the Palisade Gate there just now. Remember, it's 3 fishing ships to 8. The fishing eco is an advantage, but it's the fact that Vivi has been doing such a good job of keeping this dock alive and at least keeping the fishing ships doing something, and Villessa just not getting those extra TCs down. Vivi, like I said, one of the best players at being aggressive and then adding eco behind it at the right time. That TC's almost done, so if the Bolas Riders leave, then there's a chance you could just sneak on through and finish that 3rd TC. But right now, Villessa is going to be horribly pressed for food income. Oh no, they broke through! Mari! 12 kills and counting now for the Bolas Riders. Elite Skirmishers coming in. Yeah, there's the hole right there. Oh, careful of the TC fire. I mean, this is just great usage of the Bolas Riders, right? Look at this, 26, 27 idle villagers right now here for Villessa. OP? I really don't think so. Oh yeah, the Spirit of the Law video, I think, way overemphasized the getting the unique tech. It's like, all of his tests had the freaking unique tech in, and it's like, what? Like, you're gonna have an expensive late Castle Age, early Imperial Age unique tech in for your Bolas Riders all the time? It does have slowdown, but it's not that big of a deal. It's 15% for 10 seconds on a 30-second cooldown. You also get +2 attack, though, with that attack, which is quite helpful. But, I mean, the fact that you're still even fighting for water as Vivi at this situation is really a huge difference maker. Villager count is basically evened up at this stage. Bolas are going to actually be good against the ships. Hello, Mr. Diftom. And Villessa needs to boom and try and defend and expand. Kind of like game number 1 in that regard. Oh, Elite Skirmishers are in. Remember, Bolas Riders are very fragile. And they don't scale as well into later Castle Age as compared to regular Cav Archers. You are making good use of the Forage Bush bonus, though, as the Mapuche. I mean, it's good. It's certainly not bad, but I feel like Spirit of the Law way overemphasized it. That's like if you're testing out Bulgarian Konniks and only testing them with stirrups. It's like, I mean, yeah, ideally, but it's not like you're really ever going to be in that position until late game. Fletching just now coming in, and now that the skirm numbers are going to be climbing, the Bolas Riders are going to start to look a lot less scary. Or at the very least, you'll necessitate mixing in some mangonels. Because remember, Bolas Riders cap out at 55 HP and 1.5 movement speed. So they end up a little bit slower than Cav Archers once Husbandry comes in. They end up with 15 less HP than Cav Archers once Bloodlines comes in, and you just miss those upgrades. You do get the extra gold, though, which is always fun. Just for military units, though. I can pull that up. Yep. So, you know, he's been able to get some extra gold here and there. Munker is going to look for some relics. And you're still slightly ahead in resources as Vilisa, although I imagine it's mostly wood. Actually, no. It's mostly gold. Interesting. Hard counter Cav. They only really deal 1 more damage, right? Because it's 2 bonus damage versus Cav, and they have 1 less attack than Cav Archers. So they deal 1 more damage. And they do have the charge attack, which is helpful, but like I said, it's literally 1 more damage. They're not gen bows, right? They have like 4 damage. Anyway, some mining upgrades coming in now. More Bolas Riders running around. Big clumps in a team game. They're definitely pretty solid, but then you're still like Mapuche in a team game, and it's like, how do you get to late game with Mapuche in a team game? But they're definitely, they like having that pass-through damage. But that's still a very expensive, unique tech to get to. And they get the discount with Butul Mapu. Anyway, both players housed at 85, funnily enough. But yeah, I mean, I still think it begs the question, what is the transition going to be? You know, mix in some Konas as well to deal with the skirmishers? I mean, it's basically the super version of... the super light version of Knight plus Cav Archer. Still have 7 fishing ships alive as Vilasa. And that castle could be devastating. Konas themselves also very good. Skirms have no defense upgrades. No ballistics for him either. VV with a single relic. I would like to see a 3rd TC from him. University coming in now for ballistics. And of course that castle will likely be coming forward very soon. Vilisa still just trying to keep that eco humming as best he can. Handcart coming in for VV2. Vilisa's eco upgrades aren't like awful, but not amazing. Also now he's really adding a lot of farms without horse collar, which is really painful. But still, we really have to give Vivi credit for this, right? Going for Mapuche on a hybrid map like this, with everything on the line, you just lost 2 games in a row. Like, that is quite the move. And it's 9 skirmishers to 19 Bolas Riders. That is obviously a huge, huge advantage here for our blue player. How many sets? I don't know, but we'll keep casting until we run out of stuff to cast. And then, of course, we're here all weekend, remember. Don't think that lumber camp is the most well-advised, and you're just going to have to abandon this location, I think. Just go right back to the north of the map. Ballistics coming in now for Vivi. And indeed, there's the 3rd TC on its way. Adding another TC there to the west, despite the forward castle, I think is actually quite odd. There's ballistics, you're getting forging. And now some Bolas Riders coming in here to the north. Oh, don't do that! Don't do that! Don't do that! Right now, it's just been really tough for Vilisa to sustain that skirmisher production. Round of 40 on Friday? What do you mean? Everything finishes up on Sunday. Vivi really trying to get the most out of these Bolas Riders, going up to a 4th TC. Some Konas are going to be on the way to do some raiding. Of course, they're very good at that. Still no ballistics in for Vilisa. Oh, boy. Just really struggling for production. 19 and 20% work efficiency in the last minute. The last qualifier is the round of 10. 140. Was it? I have no idea. Do you really expect me to remember something all the way from last week? That's pretty unfair, honestly. I'm actually really insulted by that. All right, there you go. Villager count is getting much, much, much closer. Konas are going to be good at raiding. Well, not under TC fire. Remember, Konas only have 3 pierce armor. You don't have to pay for any of the upgrades, which is really nice, but you still max out at less pierce armor than a knight. And you have literally 0 melee armor. Treadmill crane coming in. Oh, wait a minute. I thought Villas clicked up. He didn't have the building. Oh, he's rushing up the monastery. Oh, geez. Okay, yeah, now I need to queue up to Imp. Vivi getting even more value here. There is no cavalry on the field. And another forward castle. I mean, if you secure both coastlines here of the river, then that is likely going to be game set match. Villas has still no castle of his own. And is this going to be enough? Vivi now has the resources lead, as obviously Villas has just never crossed the map this game. Better here. I mean, I think the issue is, like, what are you even going to do with Imp? I mean, I guess you get the Treb War going for you, but you need to develop an army, and preferably an army of cavalry. But that is going to be so tough right now. Imp is on its way, and it's not super close for Vivi, but that is just so much damage. Oh my goodness. Archery range? No, it's 2 archery ranges for each player. It's just Vivi is using his much more consistently in general. And he never even got ballistics either. That hurts a lot. 60 dead villagers this game for Villessa. 63 now, and another castle coming in. And Vivi taps out. Wow. Or Villessa taps out, I'm sorry. Villessa falters in the final game. Vivi prevents the reverse sweep and uses the Mapuche on a hybrid map. Mari indeed. That was fun. I mean, that was a great series in general. Yeah, I mean, I think a huge part of it, though, was really forcing Villessa to invest a lot into water just to, like, snipe the one dock. And the fact that Villessa ended on, like, 4 fishing ships instead of, like, 15. Huge difference maker there. Really, really, really impressive there from Vivi, utilizing Mapuche effectively. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Vivi went for a literal fast castle. And so, Vivi will move on to the next round. And it looks like Dogao Dragonstar is getting into game number 4 at the moment, with Dogao up 2-1. So let's cast that. Yeah, I think there are quite a few forage bushes on the map. Yeah, that leaves the round of... I think the round of 40 is all today, the round of 20 is tomorrow, and then the round of 10 is on Saturday. Or Sunday, the other one. All right, Jordan 3-0 over Classic Pro, so it will be Jordan versus Barles tomorrow. That's going to be a big one. Tato swept fire. I have not seen MBL Kaspa yet. Apparently that's in 2.5 hours. Nikov versus Husiel's in a little bit. All right. Gonna be Lensois Maranhenses. All right, we'll make Dogao red. So, apparently Dogao is up 2-1. No idea how the games actually went down, but we're just gonna do this. And we're on Lensoy's Maranyensis, and it will be just starting. So Dragonstar going to be in the cyan as the Britons to the northwest. And to the southeast in the red as the Lithuanians, it is Dogao. Much more normal civ for this map. Oh, we don't have a Brazil Dynasty command? Has Fodler fallen off again? Fodler. All right, whoa, that is a very early barracks here. That means you're not going for a dock. And what's Dogao up to? They come in for some walls there. I mean, we know Dragonstar is an aggressive player, but Dogao certainly not taking any chances and is going to be walling up plenty.
Grayton?
Little bit of idle time. This is a tight build.
Ready.
We do get a lot of extra sheepers on the map, and by sheeps I mean goats. Look at this villager. Fishing all by his lonesome on the sea. No family to return to. A scout running by, unimpressed. So forlorn. Alright, well, militia coming on up, but Dogao very early walling, so perhaps he anticipated something like this. Ball's coming in here at the back. I mean, he should see this right here. But he's going to need to send more than one villager to do this. He'll probably need to send 3 or 4 if he wants to prevent the militia from running in. But Dragonstar not walking around, just going to be going after the house. Obviously, he doesn't know everything. You saw the barracks? Ah, yes, he did. Very good. Very nice. What? What? Hold on a moment, guys. Jeez, I'm sorry, guys. We don't know. It's exactly 6 million. Also, I thought it was 9 million, but it's a guesstimate.
Yay. Mandatum.
Kasa Kisa. Well, I mean, the Nazis did keep extensive records, although they attempted to destroy a lot of them, so we obviously don't know 100% for sure. Anyway, dug out a couple eco kills. He hasn't taken any major damage yet. Britain's there are fair few capybaras on it. Well, that was the number I remember hearing, but again, I could be wrong. I'm no expert on this. All right. Stonewall coming in right there. And Dogao, I mean, he's doing well on water. So if he can secure it, keep himself safe at home from any counter pressure, he's going to be in a really good spot. Meta? In what world are we in a stonewalling meta? If anything, yeah, seriously. But it is true, I can't win without walls. Tim, the spirit of Tim lives within all of us. Anyway, 6-ville lead right now for Dogao. He's 600 resources ahead. Getting some farms in. There are no farms yet here for Dragonstar, but Dragonstar's happily fishing away here. So he doesn't need farms at the moment. And that should at least still give him a competitive Castle Age timing, although we don't have a market in yet for Dogao, which is something he'd really like. Alright, Galley's taking some better fights here. And got the whales still being taken as well. But still sucks. Well, I think it has a lot to do with hybrid maps, to be honest. I feel like you get these more snowbally games on hybrid maps than you do on maps that have more water to it. Or at least the games that snowball on water maps end fast. Right, you know, if somebody gets wrecked early on a full water map, then they're just dead. Oh. Yeah, 800 resources lead right now. Castle Age is still similar for both players. And you have stone being mined for Dragonstar, so he could be thinking about some elbows. Not some knees. Not some forearms. The tournament organizers are asking for them. That's exactly it. All the tournament organizers in AoE love them. I do think that in the longer games, it's a bit better. Like, we had that really interesting game earlier that was like the Castle Age Navy beating the Imperial Age Navy with, like, some good trades. But, yeah, I think that the issue still remains that its fishing is way too good of an advantage. I think tournament organizers really like it. I don't get it.
Grayton.
Close.
Team games are a different story. I think that water maps and hybrid maps are actually both can be a ton of fun in team games. Like, I love Team Islands and Migration, in team games specifically. Anyway, this is a great angle here for Dragonstar. He's getting crossbowman. No bodkin as of yet, and he's still a little ways off from an actual castle. Actually, I mean, TOS designed the maps for the tournament. But I don't know, like, what... Like, who told T-West what maps they wanted, right? Was it Nego Drama?
Yay.
I have no idea.
Аж посережешься.
Anyway, skirms and skirm upgrades are now coming in for Dogao. But Dogao has lost some stuff here. That said, Dragonstar is going to lose water eventually, and what's likely going to happen now is you can just add in a ton of fishing ships here as Dogao. So it's likely going to come down to this castle placement here from Dragonstar. They did nerf fish booming with fishing lines and gill nets giving you extra carry capacity. It does actually hurt the fish booming when the fish are right next to the dock. But yeah, oftentimes it's just that you both invest into water and then one person wins it and then the other person doesn't win it. And to be fair, garrisoning the fishing ships does make it less one-sided than it used to be. Like, this is less snowball-y in early game because you can hold out longer with your fishing fleet. That said, now that fire ships are in especially, this dock is going to go down really fast. Sometimes Ornlu's talking random stuff. What? I mean, I do read YouTube chat, but there hasn't been a comment in YouTube chat for a while. I mean, YouTube chat generally is like maybe 15 messages over the course of an entire stream. But I don't really have many viewers on YouTube in general, so it's kind of, it's just kind of there for people who want to watch on maybe a different platform. Anyway, relics are starting to come in here for Dogao. He's got water control. He's ahead by 7 vills, and Dragonstar kind of pulled out of trying to go for a castle drop, right? He's pulled back his crossbowmen. He's trying to mix in some knights, and he's much less interested than just, like, castle forward longbowmen. But my fear is that how are you going to get an advantage in this game? Because Dogao's got fishing. He's even going to have better eco upgrades. He's still on 3 TCs as well, so he's got plenty of resource production. The relics are going to start to come in for our red player. Got relic number 2 and 3 there for Mr. LOS Migdog. And of course, if you get to the latest, then things get really, really scary for Dr. Agonstar. Knights are here, though, and the crossbowmen are in a pretty good spot to try and snipe the monks. That's exactly what's going to happen. Good block there, and this should be a much better fight here for Dragonstar. That's what he needs. Husbandry now coming in. Another monk is here, so pull back the knights. We're all about just working these two different units. And Dogao has no stable of his own. It's all skirmishers and monks at the moment. VV1. He won with the Mari Civ. More farms on the way for Dragonstar. Dogao, 9 fishing ships. Like, the actual villager count is a dead heat, but Dogao has water. And that's just such a huge advantage going forward. And now that you have 3 relics, you're just set up so well as the game goes on. Although maybe against Britons it is better to go Paladins than Latus, but Latus are so ridiculous that maybe it is still even better to go Latus despite them lacking Pierce Armor. They move faster and can 2-shot the archers. Suspicious number of V players, that's true. Of Latus needs nerfing? I think that they probably need their damage nerfed a little bit. But I'll give them less HP. I kind of like the idea of them being a glass cannon. I mean, they are already kind of a glass cannon, especially for, like, being a medium cavalry. But yeah, I think giving them, like, 10 less HP. That way, you know, the paladin line is much more your, like, Monaspa. Monaspas have a lot of armor. Leitis don't have a lot of armor. Range already, but it would also make melee units kill them in one fewer hit. And Leitis don't really melt all that much to range because they just kill all the ranged units first. With relics. It's really if you can break that 20 damage threshold in late game, which is if you have 2 relics. Red dot in cyan base. No. Nothing exciting is happening there. Oh, that's just a goat. All right, 3 monks here. No dice on those conversions, but the skirmishers are fully upgraded. And of course, Lithuanian skirm's really, really good here. Chain barding armor coming in, but now Dogao can start latest production or try and click up to imp and then go latest. In castle? Maybe. I think that's just as big of an issue with Lithuanians, is that they're so reliant on relics. Like, so much of the Civ identity and so much of its power is wrapped up in something that just isn't applicable at every situation. And it can really make the Civ oscillate between feeling way too good versus useless. It's just really a tricky situation. Like, the Tadar high ground bonus doesn't apply in every map, but that doesn't mean that Tadars need to be on high ground to be an effective Civ, whereas Lithuanians need relics to be effective. Humans have the same issue, where they need the 2 TCs to be good. Anyway, monks get sniped, but, I mean, Britain Knights not really going to be the best unit in the long run here. Dogao's on his way up. He really should start his latest production. No reason not to. And there we go. You can do something about it. Yeah, like, there are just situations where the Lithuanian player literally cannot have the relics denied. And there are situations as Lithuanians where there is simply no way that you can get relics, whether it be the map, the game state, anything like that. Anyway, you're going to need a second castle. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours at the moment. So, decent stream length, but we still have a long way to go. That sounds kind of confusing. And the thing is, it also affects paladins, right? So it has to affect both unit types. It's fine. I just... balance-wise, they're okay. It's more of a design issue. Man, look at all those missed archer shots. Oh my goodness, look at that. That is Britons without ballistics right there. Oh my goodness. All the missed arrows. Well, Imp is coming in for Dragonstar. But at the moment, there just isn't an answer to the almighty Skirmisher. In late game, it is something that you could consider, but I think Spanish are too weak in early game to really be all that viable on this map. I don't think I've seen an FC be too successful here. But yeah, Lithuanian Skirms, though, with Tower Shields, going to be one of the best anti-Britain units out there. The games themselves are... yeah, exactly. A Civ can have close to a 50% win rate and a very good pick rate in tournaments and still not be a well-designed Civ. Drummonds. The thing is, you are attacking uphill, because all of the pawns are in pits, so that really does limit the utility there, just dealing 25% less damage. Okay, so Dogao is going to be going for the Cavalier. Again, I don't know necessarily if Paladins are better than Leichai here. That was the MTC, so if, you know, things had gone a little bit different, this game would be even more over, but even as things stand right now, it's not looking great here for Dragonstar. Forced to go into Britain Cavalry. Not a great sign, usually. Castle is being attempted there to the south, but, I mean, Dragonstar is just so far behind. More relevant upgrades coming in, and you'll be able to get to Paladins very, very soon. For Britons, I mean, Britons would really like to have a better eco than Lithuanians. Get those cheap TCs and get to 200 population a lot faster. That really does feel like your best shot. But that's obviously just not how this game goes because you lost water. But also, Lithuanians are a lot better of a civ at winning water than Britons are. Outdated? Except on the maps that have a ton of sheep on them, or sheep equivalents. Which is the only reason we see them at all in tournaments right now, is because a lot of maps in this particular map pool have a lot of capybaras on them.
Mandat waiting.
For 10 minutes? Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't a very good early game. Anyway, we actually do have a cannon galleon on the way from Dogao. Can go after the castle, I guess, but looks like we are now speeding up. Probably once Paladin comes in, Dragonstar will tap out. And I think that's almost certainly what just happened. And Dogao will get the series win 3-1. $5,000 more gold collected for the Lithuanians player. New Ravens uniforms? I kind of miss the gold trimming, but I like the little wings they have. Wait a minute. Alright, Mem's casting doubt, of course. Mem's casting doubt. Syscon Prisma is in Game 5 right now, and nobody's casting it in English. With a lot of options? Yep. Well, it's about having good archery range options, which is why one of the reasons Vietnamese are so good is because they can use all 3 archery range units very effectively, or all the main ones, you know, not counting hand cannoneers. Anyway, guys, they are a long ways into this one, but this is Game 5 between Prisma and Syscon here on Serra dos Carajás. Prisma's going to be the yellow way, one of the great examples of power creepers, and Hindustani's here to the southeast. A civ that feels like a power creeper, but it's still not one we see constantly, so maybe it is balanced. A well-designed civ at the very least is Hindustani's. Really did go a long way from Indians being the worst designed civ in AoE 2 by a huge margin. Anyway, villager count a little bit better for Prisma, and that way eco is not one to be trifled with. Castle Age coming in so much faster. I mean, you're also making a lot of scouts, right? So it's not the only reason, but it is still worth mentioning. Castle Age is in. John Bay. Scouts finally break in, but only after the Xianbei Raiders are in. Way are definitely a good, way too good of a civ. Insert all the way jokes you want. They're just better Huns. Gets more cleanup there. And honestly, guys, this is looking like it could be over before it starts, as once again, the Wei player is just too far ahead. Too far ahead. I mean, Wei are pretty weak in the late game, but they just win earlier. Does snipe the Mangonel there. Well, they got buffed a ton. I mean, me too, but that's never gonna happen. A joke, I wouldn't mind that either, but whatever. The 4 civs AoE I think actually could do without our Romans and then the 3k civs. One villager for economic tech research? No. I mean, in theory, camels should be very, very good. The era in general, I think that exacerbates the problem. If the civs worked really well and played like great AoE 2 civs, maybe that would help. But at least on a personal level, it makes me so less interested in trying to make them interesting in dynamic AoE civs if they also don't fit in AoE 2. Anyway, Imp is in. Getting redemption now. I mean, your Hindustani monks are pretty decent. And that castle is denied. Siscon, pretty good macro here, but look at that difference in resources. Guys, Prisma's this far ahead in eco, killing only 4 villagers. Who cares? Yeah. Ironically, the unique unit I have the fewest problems with of all the 3k civs is actually the White Feather Guard. The one that was the first one to give you a snare mechanic in AoE 2. It's actually, I think, a perfectly fine unit. I have a problem with all of the other 5 unique units for the 3k civs. Like, big problems with all the other 5 ones. Like, the White Feather Guards, like, they're fine. They're just fine. All right, trying to go for those conversions, but it is tough. Don't fit historically. Romans and the 3k civs have the weakest arguments for fitting in the game time frame. You can always make an argument for a civ, but Romans and the 3k civs have by far the weakest arguments. Anyway, more monk upgrades coming in. And those traction tribes being cheap for the Wei is a big help. Siscon's trying to hang in there. I mean, the population is still pretty solid. His eco upgrades are good, but he just has no map control. I mean, look how good of a job Prisma's doing at... if I can hit right buttons here, which is unlikely. Okay, 100... Oh, sorry, 1 tile. Oh, my goodness. Look at this, guys. What a noob. I was going to say, Prisma perfectly has encircled his opponent with vision, but no, he hasn't. Literally, the entire army will run through here. And you won't see it coming. Man, traction traps are so bad. Army funneling? It's the next step of chicken funneling. Oh yeah, I did forget about Huns. Huns also have the weakest argument for any civ in AoE 2 alongside those ones. That said, Huns are what the Romans plus the 3k civs wish they were, which is iconic. Huns are iconic in terms of AoE 2. Plate mail armor? Well, because some of the stuff, like all of the general units and general upgrades, are there for
Why aren't they playing a hybrid aggressive map?
yeah, it's really disappointing. Anyway, 8% more efficient eco for Prisma, and he will knock out Syscon, and Syscon not going to have a chance to qualify now for the tournament. Yeah, for readability issues, so you kind of have to have some artistic interpretation of some of the units and upgrades and stuff like that. Like, plate mail armor is just like, it would be the equivalent of like heavy cotton armor or something like that for the American civs. So you have to take some liberties there, but like adding a civilization in the first place is not something you have to do. But yeah, I mean, it's still a video game, right? And it has to be playable at, if nothing else. All right. Oh, what time is it right now in UTC? Okay, the outset might be the last one we cast today. We'll see. You get past the tutorial, yeah. Well, the Doubt series is the only one going on right now, so we'll cast that. William Wallace tutorial? Exactly. Like, historical accuracy is one of those things that people will argue about forever, with some people saying that AoE 2 is too historically accurate, and some people saying that it's not historically accurate enough. I mean, I'm on the side of make it historically accurate where you can. The red cross. What? Oh, that's right, that's right. Anyway, guys, apparently Doubt is down 1-0 to Lobo. I have no idea why Lobo's going Hindustanis on this map, actually. About the liberties? Like, I don't care that Pedro de Valdivia is kept alive so you have a consistent enemy to fight. Doubt is losing water here. He's going to get a good castle age time, and he's starting his archer production here on the land, and Lobo is still open, so it's still very dangerous for him, but, I mean, yeah, this is certainly not a decisive win for Doubt on the water. The community game? I mean, that's one way of putting it, yeah. Oh, never mind, Doubt's here. Castle age is on the way. I mean, it's not like you're going towards Gulams. Doubt's going CA. I don't know, guys. This feels pretty good for Doubt. He's also Persians, and is still ahead in resources. Oh, he still has even 5 fishing ships working. Uninstall for good. Like, there are actually things I think that the newer campaigns do to try and be too historically accurate that take away from making a good story. A lot of it is with the voice acting direction, but I think they do that just so that they don't offend anybody. Yeah, well, I mean, again, it's just different people have different things they care about. Scenario 3? Yeah, that's not great. Yep. It feels like the direction of the new campaigns is make sure we don't offend anybody. Anyway, there really should be no way that Lobo can possibly win this game, and indeed there isn't. And Doubt ties us up at 1-1. There are a lot of problems with the Muisca campaign storyline. Them saying everything's all good at the end is definitely not the most egregious. The fact that there is no character development at all. Everything between the first and the last scenario might as well not exist. All right, Arena Costera is the next map. A devout Kunambebe supporter. The characters were actually pretty good in the 2P campaign. All right, minute 12. I mean, I think that from a narrative perspective, it could have had some more complexity. Or like a greater sense of scale would have been nice. We've still a fan. Oh my goodness. Loved by no one? Yeah. Muisca? I mean, I like playing Muisca a lot. They're fun. Opponents? Yep. Lavin's Ramen Barbarossa. Yeah, that would definitely wasn't the best best framing there. Ismail? I thought Ismail was a pretty meh campaign, to be honest. If they didn't have Monospa? Yeah, Tamara had a big issue with the fact that Georgians just are a very one-note civ to play in the campaigns. Draw themselves? I guess that's one way you can put it. Alrighty, guys, game number 3 here. We are all tied up at Lobo in the red as the Bohemians to the northwest, and to the south in the blue as the Woo. It will be Doubt. 3, 4, 5. I thought all of Regender was very, very good. Bobor? I actually didn't like Bobor. Bobor really suffers. Well, Bobber himself is a very, I think, not the best written character. He's just like all over the place in terms of his motivations. It feels very weird. Bohemian FC into wagons? Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be something like that. Doubt has a few more options available to him. You can play a more aggressive style with the Woo if you want to. But what we don't want from any of these players is a castle on their stone, because usually that is a death sentence. Dave Apollo was very simplistic. It was a decent vehicle to introduce the Dynasties of India DLC and like India in general to people who don't know anything about it. So you got to appreciate it from that perspective, but it's never going to be something that is all that amazing. Still 3 kingdoms? Yep. Want Doubt to go Fire Archers? Yeah, because then Doubt would lose. We don't want to see Doubt lose. Yeah, Vitautus was great in Jadwiga. We got more scenarios. Well, the issue is that there was no real central theme to the Sicilians campaign. Like, it was just about the family, and it was about the family, but it also wasn't really about Sicily itself. It just felt very disjointed. The scenarios were good, though. Still is carried by his voice actor. I literally don't even remember the Longshanks campaign other than the second scenario. Like, the rest of it is just completely forgettable to me. Obviously, we're not going to have any... Oh, Dad actually building the lumber camp in a little bit of a different location. Not that I think it matters too much. I'd like. Well, if we use modern moral sensibilities and apply it to historical figures, you're going to get few to no people who are actually very admirable or relatable. So I think that you always have to look at something in the context of its time. And understand and accept that there are things that happened and were done and were thought that are not congruent with how you believe society is judged today, or how you want to carry yourself and your own moral compass today, but not like try and hold everybody to the standards of today. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Vigo is about as close to a perfect campaign as you can get from a modern campaign setting. Standards? Oh, yeah. Anyway, absolutely nothing unique from either of these players so far. Wait, hold on. Going over to Stone. It's castle dropping time. I do think Jadwiga was helped out a lot, though, by the stage that was set with Algudas and Keshtutas. And the fact that Jadwiga got 6 scenarios, both of which I think were very helpful. I really, honestly, truly think we need to go back to 6 scenario campaigns. For whatever reason, it feels like the perfect balance, where it's not too long, that you have scenarios that feel really repetitive, but it's long enough that it actually feels like a full developed story. And I think part of that is it's much easier to divide a 6 scenario campaign narratively and in terms of like basic gameplay progression into either 2 3 scenario arcs or 3 2 scenario arcs. Like, Attila the Hun is a 2 3 scenario arc campaign. You have 3 scenarios set in the Eastern Roman Empire and 3 scenarios set in the Western Roman Empire with 3 distinct little mini stories or mini, character arcs that connect to one cohesive story. Whereas, say, Barbarossa is 3 2 scenario arcs where you have 2 scenarios where you're fighting in Germany, or Germany and Poland. 2 scenarios where you're fighting in Italy, and then 2 scenarios where you're on the Third Crusade. And it just sort of works well together. Whereas the 5 scenarios, it kind of throws everything off a little bit. Narration? Yes. Like, even Jadwiga, the first 2 scenarios are about getting Jadwiga herself settled as the ruler of Poland. The next 2 scenarios are you having to deal with the Teutonic Order and the Lithuanians, so it's like dealing with immediate outside threats. And then the last 2 scenarios are the even further out aspects where you're going to Crimea and then dealing with the big epic battle at the end with the dudes, the Teutonic Order. I think Dravidians are actually a great campaign, Civ. And the last mission. What? Barbarossa is literally only physically present in the last mission. I mean, come on, man. He's literally only a playable character in the last mission. His horses. Yes. Which makes sense, right? Because it's not just about the character themselves, but the legacy that they create, which is very relevant. A good campaign. Saladin didn't either. Saladin appears in 0 scenarios, and Saladin's fantastic. And yet Saladin is such a present figure. And part of that's just the actual gameplay, the narration, and just the vivid portrayal of the Middle East. But I mean, it's an A-tier campaign, I think. It's fine. The scenarios themselves are at least pretty fun. They're very easy, except the last scenario, but they're pretty fun. Oh yeah, I mean the voice acting, the SFX, and the direction of all that is very, very important. Anyway, forging coming in for the Hulks. Like I said, it doesn't matter in Hulk v Hulk, but it does matter a lot versus the other 2 ships. Bayanong also needed another scenario. It spent way too much time with Bayanong not in charge, as then not much time with Bayanong actually in charge. There's literally only one scenario, the 4th scenario, where Bayanong is actually building his empire. And that's a scenario where you have a 50 pop limit. It's so weird. Alright, Castle Drop coming in here from Doubt. I don't really know what Lobo's doing, to be honest. He was in Castle Age at a good time. But he's just not building a castle. Alright, well, castle's going to be coming in, and at least you've gathered enough stone for a defensive castle. Although, to be honest, why aren't you building the castle on the gold? I mean, I guess you just wanted to get it down super quick, but yeah. Okay, there's at least a university coming in. Lasted into the Three Kingdoms era, and the fact that I lambasted all 3 campaigns for making very little sense to somebody who wasn't already a big fan of the time period. Those campaigns did absolutely nothing to make the Three Kingdoms era approachable. At all. Sforza really... It wasn't offensive. It was extremely forgettable. It just didn't really do the whole mercenary gameplay thing very well. And also it was all Italian mirrors, which isn't super fun. Italians? I mean, it's a great way to showcase Condottiero, or Condottieri, rather. But I wanted a lot more of the different, city-states in northern Italy, all vying and being jealous of each other and all the backstabbing and stuff like that. It just didn't really convey that too well. No, Khitans and Jurchens don't get a campaign. Indeed, we do have fire archers. It's so exciting, guys. It's perfect. No, but without the more important thing than the fire archers here for Doubt is that he has a good position on the map, and he's ahead in resources. Those are far more important than the fact that fire archers, themselves are not the most exciting unit. Shouldn't play with fire. Never play with fire archers. I also don't really get the second TC either. It feels like getting to Imperial Age is of the utmost importance when you have a castle in your face. I was supposed to... Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that fire archers are worse than regular archers against literally every single unit. Except arguably siege weapons, where you do more damage but have a slower fire rate. So it's, kind of one way or the other. Late game? The thing is, it's basically like a Cavalier at that point. The UT of least importance? Probably Nomads, which should just be replaced by the Step Lancer HP buff. Oh, it's so fun, guys! It's so fun! Anyway, Dad's on his way up to Imp, and I feel like his approach is just a lot better here. His macro is also better. Just see ahead and everything except a little bit of stone collected. You have no gold income now as Lobo, and you're not going to be an Imperial Age. Forever? Oh, no. Need a water bucket. Really, I think Italians should get a bucket relic. The bucket itself is indestructible, and if an enemy unit comes near it, you get, it's what was in Modena, right? You get 100 Modenese militia to attack whoever comes near the bucket. Never. What? How could you say it never happened? History would never be less fun than we want it to be. I mean, Lobo is going to be winning water eventually, but again, the issue is that that's just a nymph. The new bolt skin? Well, I mean, the hooks there are to represent you boarding the enemy ship. And the fire archer. I like how the fire archers are the least consequential part of this for Doubt. The most important thing is he got a castle in a good position, and he's going to be up to Imperial Age faster, and he can go for his traction trebs here. It's the only important thing. You can also go heavy warships if you want. I don't think Doubt needs to, but he probably could. Fire Nation, well, to be fair, there are a lot of artistic inspirations of the... Okay, Doubt, don't get it at that dock! Doubt! But yeah, a lot of Chinese inspiration in Avatar. Although I was never a huge Avatar fan. Like, I watched a little bit, and I like, what is it, Appa? The flying bison thing? Gotta love that. Other than that, though, not too excited by it. All right. This game still feels extremely over. Lobo has a score lead, I think because of his water victories. And Doubt actually probably forgot that he is supposed to have heavy warships at this point, but just doesn't have it because he made a boo-boo and got the heavy warships upgrade at the incorrect dock. Crappy Naruto. I never really got into Naruto. I was more into One Piece. Now the Corgi wants out. Has the game ended yet, guys? Is it? I only ever saw the first Avatar. Anyway, I don't really see how Doubt could possibly lose this game. The traction trebs alone would win it. You got basically little to no gold income. Oh man, guys, look how insane the fire archers are. They're obliterating all these units. It's not even close. Oh my goodness, guys. What a one-sided engagement. The fire archers just clobbered all the skirmishers. The castle's gonna go down. There are still 3 traction trebs alive. Now it has the score lead, and Ballistics is going to be very big. And even the Mangonel's actually quite nice. And Lobo does get Castle Age chemistry as Bohemians. Actually, unit goes down there. And cannons, what? Oh no, not the peasantry! They don't even have sanctity! Doubt's actually behind in resources, but, I mean, he does have the Imperial Age upgrades, which is all that matters. They absolutely rate them far too highly. Like I said, Doubt is winning this game because he had better eco balance early on, got the forward castle position, which is exactly what you need to on this map. I swear, like, having the forward castle has to have an astronomically high win rate here. And then behind that, you just need, like, literally any unit. And there is the GG called. Doubt will be up now 2-1. I mean, it's just denying all of the gold and stone income from your opponent. And then Doubt just clicking up to Imp. I don't really know why Lobo decided to add the extra TC there. It just didn't do anything good for him. So Doubt still did all of the important stuff there. And Festa de Pólvora is next. Always a fun one. Lobo? Yeah, Lobo's been around for a while. A solid Mexican player. Probably the second best Mexican player behind Kingstone. Maybe Compito's up there too now. Yeah, so Kapach Niaz is tomorrow at 7 my time, really early in the morning, but we'll do our best to cast it. Kasa versus MBL is in an hour and a half. Winchester versus Goku isn't scheduled at all for some reason. Nikov versus Husiel is in a half hour, as is Lucho versus Stone, please. We're watching Doubt. The BB Villas series is over, but I don't bother updating the scoreboard if we're jumping in between series like this, because it's not, like, I don't know what the drafts are, so it's not worth it to just, like, set it all up for, like, 1 or 2 games. I'm indecisive. All right, guys, we are here on Festa de Polvora. Festa de Polvora. What other game? There's literally no other tournament game happening right now. All right, guys. Doubt, one game away from the next round. He'll be the blue Khmer here to the east and Lobo, the red Spanish, to the west. Interesting that we are seeing more civs here. There's been a lot of civ variety on this map, which you really got to appreciate. I mean, Spanish, of course, would obviously be good on any map where FC unique unit is powerful, like this one. Khmer, they also like maps where you like FC, but also don't play towards infantry siege. And there you go. Actually, a map you could make a Grenadier. Why? I mean, Grenadiers are fine at what they do, but Jurchens are usually just played as, I want to play as Huns or Khitans or Mongols, but those civs are banned.
Monday?
These players are dumb. That's true. It is a gunpowder civilization. It is a cavalry and gunpowder civilization. If you're not going Iron Pagoda, Grenadier, Rocket Cart as Jurchens, oh yeah, with towers that heal themselves, you're just doing it all wrong. Yeah, that looked a little bit predictable from Doubt. Doubty. I remember a good old Doubt lure that was behind the TC like this back in Voobly, when the pathfinding was way worse. And the villagers were just like bumping around and it was completely awful. And a pro player, because Doubt's decision making is very, very good. And those things are far more important than having a perfect lure most of the time. People tend to over-focus on the small stuff, like quick balls. Decision-making, macro, micro, is the bread and butter of what makes an AoE player good. Although decision-making has so many different aspects to it. That's like knowing what you're doing strategically, knowing how to adapt to the given situation tactically, knowing, okay, this is what my opponent's likely to do, so I'm going to do this. It's knowing your civ, knowing the opponent's civ, knowing the map, etc. With attitude, if anything in this world, Doubt has the tude. Wouldn't it be really funny if Doubt accidentally blew up his scout there? Think of the meme value. Anyway,
Monday?
Lobo's just gonna go FC Kongs. A very, very fast FC Kongs, mind you. 24 pop is so fast, actually. Holy cow.
See?
But yeah, Doubt's gonna be up to feudal age here in a moment. And there he is. You do actually have Loom already as Lobo, interestingly. EBA, and there's an archery range for Doubt. I was kind of wondering what he was planning with Khmer not going FC, but it is just going to be for an archer build. And this could work, because the exploding barrel here, or the gunpowder keg, I suppose, is on 3 HP. So you get some archers, you get double bit axe, and then you can just run in very, very easily. I don't know why Doubt deleted the archery range, though. Anyway, you have to be very careful not to blow up your own scout cavalry. It also would completely alert your opponent as to what you're doing. Aw, Dash is giving me kisses on my feet. He decided to lie partially underneath my desk and then is giving me kisses. What a good boy. Lobo tried to do what he could to get value there, but obviously Doubt still gets the win because he is in the feudal age. Archers are coming in, and I get what Doubt's doing. I'm picking up what he's putting down, and yet I don't know if this is actually good enough. Defensive watchtowers coming in, so I guess at the very least you're delaying the castle, possibly?
Monday.
Servidora.
Archers here. And same thing going to be on the other side. Quick balls are coming in, though.
Sí.
Scout's low HP.
Presto.
Is this good?
Servidor.
Okay, so on the one hand, Lobo's actually housed. Oh, okay, so this is screwing up Lobo. Yeah, definitely not what he wants, and Doubt is actually getting ahead in resources at the moment. So from that perspective, it's certainly working out just fine. Town Watch coming in. Lobo will still click up in just a second, though. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh my goodness. Is that a throw? Well, the exploding barrels. They're like basically demo ships. Well, they kind of have the attack of demo rafts with the blast radius of heavy demo ships. And also a bunch of bonus damage versus buildings. But yeah, mistake there from Lobo to leave that wall open. Lose a Vil.
Monday.
Not quite.
See?
Doubt did. He brought the barrels to like a couple HP with his starting scout cavalry and then finished them off with his archers. The barrels have 8 pierce armor and no melee armor, so they are good against pierce attacks, but not anything against melee attacks.
Servidor.
Anyway, where do you build the castle right now, actually, as our red player? I guess you just build it at home, maybe like right here. You're not going to go forward with it, are you? That would be ridiculous. Guys, what on Doubt's Green Earth is Lobo doing here? No, wait, this is like, would be getting to happy levels of castle placement. Okay, no, it's not for the castle. Okay, it's just adding the lumber camp over that way. That's fine. What is that sound? Is that the monkey? The monkeys that are incorrectly labeled because they're actually chimpanzees? But yeah, I guess you just build the castle over here then? I mean, this area is totally safe. You don't need to build a castle there. Anyway, Castle Age on the way here for Doubt. So again, I get what he's doing, and he did do a pretty good job of throwing off his opponent and forcing a lot of a reaction out of him. So we certainly can't be too unhappy with Doubt's position.
Monday?
But what is the next step of Lobo's plan? I mean, obviously conquistadors. Running in and trying to harass Doubt. But Doubt should be walled up. I say should. Bugs? No, monkeys aren't bugs either. They're actually mammals. These are chimpanzees, though. A woodline? Well, it's also where some of the food is.
Presto.
I thought he'd build it over here, though, just to secure this woodline. Anyway, there are the walls coming in from Doubt, so he is totally fine. He's going to get Castle Age, and I think he just played defensive, right? Go for some skirmisher upgrades, get some extra TCs down. The eco's already looking really, really good here for Doubt, and it's definitely an interesting approach from him. Who does Doubt have to go through in this qualifier, actually? Doubt would need to, if he wants to qualify. Remember, he got to the last round. Okay, so he'd have to go, if he beats Lobo here, he has to go through Sorakuma, and then the winner of Barrel's Jordan. Definitely an uphill battle. The odds are not in favor of Doubt. But not impossible. Yeah, aren't all chimps in Africa? I mean, you have monkeys all throughout the tropics, but I don't think you have any chimps outside of Africa, right?
Monday.
Alright, Conks are running in. Doubt doing a nice job there with the house. Really cute utilization there.
Monday.
Oh. Running right into the skirmishers.
Presto.
Not the piggy! Oh, this piggy is sick and tired of being sick and tired. Rip.
Monday.
In general, yep. Like the Bolivian gray TT monkey, which I found at the Lincoln Park Zoo as a little kid and thought were the cutest things ever.
See?
Anyway, couple vills do go down there. Second TC is on the way for Lobo, but Doubt ahead by 4 vills. He's got better eco upgrades. It feels like he's doing just fine for himself. Nice palisade to target, though, and Doubt's going to need to keep those vills safe. Barrel hogs. All right, third TC coming in for both players, so Lobo does feel confident enough to take this into a more macro direction, but Doubt has a big score lead, and that is through his economy, and I guess technology? Oh yeah, he's got almost double the techs researched. Yeah, killing those vills would be huge for Lobo, but not going to be able to do so. Doubt even causing more idling, so this is just feeling like all Doubt at the moment.
Monday.
Ooh, once again, this is like the very sad palisade wall. It allowed Doubt to run in earlier and get a lot done, and it looks like this is going to be the exact same thing right now. No, the eco-techs and techs in general for Lobo are quite poor. Siege Workshop coming in, but Doubt's eco is just going to be getting better and better. Now, these conks, they need to make something happen, and that's the thing with conks, right? Conks are one of those units that you can just win a game with. Things could, in general, be looking very bad, and then suddenly you kill 20 villagers.
Presto. Monday.
In fact, they are probably the single best unit at doing just that. Doubt has a substantial lead right now. It's not like it's straight up GG at this point, but Doubt has a big eco advantage. He's doing a good job to harass his opponent's economy. He's on 3 TCs.
Presto.
And he's only lost 4 villagers over the course of this game.
See?
Oh, even Ballistics now in for the skirms. That's huge.
Monday.
But yeah, I just don't see how you deal with Doubt's eco lead. The defensive setup is very good for him.
See?
I mean, that's good for the conks, right? You want to keep the skirm numbers low.
Presto.
Take those efficient fights where you can. 20 on food, though, versus 12. And again, those better eco upgrades are really a big difference maker. And also Khmer eco in general, right? Khmer farms, absolutely sick. TC number 4 here for Doubt. This is just as much to protect your villagers and your base as much as producing more vills. Still, I begin the conks can just win you a game sometimes, guys, like I said.
See?
And Doubt really being inefficient there with his defensive skirmishers.
Presto. Monday.
Got 3 Scorps, but they're all at home.
See?
And the skirms are going to chase away the conquistadors for now, but they should have some reinforcements coming in somewhere. Ah, they're over here. Monastery coming in. Doubt's first monk is on the way. There's a siege workshop too. Doubt is going to add in that 4th TC. There's the monk coming out at the side.
Presto.
Siege workshop coming in.
See?
Still 12 kills on these 5 conquistadors, though. Could see him run around here to the north. Now, Lobo is certainly none the wiser when it comes to... Oh, actually, no. Did he see Doubt's TC over there? I guess he did. So yeah, he knows that's an area he could potentially try and raid. Also this, of course, with the wood line.
See?
Yeah, going over here to the north. Now, unfortunately for Lobo, he'd much rather that these Scorpions were Mangonels, as they provide so much better pressure at, well, killing anything. But Scorpions they are. Not like the best unit ever against skirms, but they're alright. There's a couple more vills over there. And again, this is if this game is to be won by Lobo, it's just him consistently getting 2 to 3 vill kills like every minute. That would be enough to sort of equalize Doubt's eco advantage and bring him back into this game.
See?
And so far, like, he's done an okay job, and I mean, he has a 21 to 6 KD. How bad could that possibly be? It's just the eco really is going to be getting out of hand extremely fast. Now can actually snag both of those missionaries as well. That's going to be nice for him. Now, the one thing that is potentially an issue for Doubt is actually going to be gold and stone, as most of that is in the middle of the map. That stone is currently being denied. Oh, those conks are going down, though. Okay, this is looking way better for Doubt. Oh, my goodness. This has been so good for Doubt the last minute or so. Wow. Oh, conks are going to come in to try and snipe the Mangonel. They're not even doing that. Okay, there you go. But you lost everything in the process here. Oh, my goodness. That is wild. Another castle coming in, but it's another defensive castle. Oh, jeez. That's on 6 TCs? Just vills and skirms, boys. All you need. Yeah, Doubt's basically caught up in villager kills as the guy only making skirmishers. Convert skirms? It's not very impressive, is it? Now, a lot of Doubt's resource lead is in wood, but he does have a lead in food, and that's what's really important here. Does it say here? Yes. Khmer. Skirmisher and skirmisher civilization.
See?
Yeah, the conk here might get a few more kills, but we're kind of getting past the time. Like, if Lobo had around 20 kills at this point, then maybe. Like, also with idling Doubt's eco, but Doubt's vill count is just exploding all over the place.
Presto.
Shut up! Not monkey! Doubt even, it really has the map control, too. Yeah, I mean, Doubt's just cruising. He's got 51 on food, the eco upgrades are looking decent. He'll click up to imp in a moment. Again, the one thing that isn't amazing for him is stone and gold control, but he's got enough to last him a decent while, so he's fine to win this one. And move on to the next round to face, did I say Sorakuma? Yes, Sorakuma. The Sky Bear. And honestly, I wonder how Lobo won game number 1. Mare Farm? Yeah, those are the farms that always just drop off food instantaneously. Like, if you look at Doubt's food count, you can see that's just the food is being dropped off as soon as the villa's gathering it. No drop-off sites and a carry capacity of 1. Every minute? Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, hopefully this will just be an imp GG with Doubt having castle in the middle of the map. Depends if we have time to kill. Running at the edge of the map, it's a very good bonus. It's unique enough from the Slav bonus. Khmer just have a better tech tree than Slavs for most types of games. And they have 2 eco bonuses, right? They have the not needing buildings bonus, which is one of my favorite designed bonuses. and you've got the farms. Today, I'm casting until I'm running out of stuff to cast. Viewership's been good. People have been having a good time. I've been enjoying myself. No reason to stop. And there are more sets. I think, what was it, Nikov versus Husiel should be on right after this. No, again, it's, if we have time before the next series, we'll check it. Anyway, it's Lobo's tournament life on the line, although maybe he can attempt the Latin America qualifier? I don't know what the exact definition they're using as Latin America. To Onager? Oh yeah, I think the general design of Chimera is fantastic. I think that they're just overtuned with their tech tree. I think they should not be a primo Hussar spam civ. Either take away Hussar or take away Husbandry. Then I think the civ is basically perfect. Bombard cannons? Yeah, that definitely was not good for balance. Horse spam? I don't. Alright, Ram is being downloaded. Be a civ bonus? I mean, it's a very good bonus. I definitely don't like it with Roman Scorps. That's very annoying. But I don't think you could have the house bonus be a team bonus. That would probably be even more toxic. Siege Engineers, oh geez. Roman Scorps is just how cheap they are, and the fast fire rate. Anyway, guys, Doubt will get the 3-1 win, and we'll move on to the next round to face Horakuma tomorrow. And again, I think I started like 7 a.m. my time tomorrow. That's 12 GMT. Okay, so it's Nikov versus Husiel and Lucho versus Stone, please. Let's see what T-West is doing. Because it should start in a few minutes. So I'll cast whichever one T-West doesn't.
And looks like they are still confirming that they're ready. So remember, Stone Please almost beat Doubt in the last round. Almost beat Doubt. Did beat Barles 3-2. This will be Lucho versus Stone Please. Stone Please, one of the...
Alright, I'll cast Nikov Husiel then, if they're actually starting the draft in the moment. Strats like it's VOA. I mean, I don't know, just have fun with it. Don't like throw, but yeah. It's freaking Spirit of the Law video on my topic that I already made a video on gets 11k views. What did my video get? Not even 6k views. But, well, I mean, I don't know if they're drafting yet. I don't see anything. Because if both series are starting at the same time, which I believe in theory they do or will, then I will cast Nikov versus Husiel. But this is more a matter of, I would rather cast a game than not cast a game. Well, Lucho and Stone Please are drafting. But I don't see... Don't see the other one. Just Aethelfrith and Idris the First in the Epohers World Cup 2 Civ Picker. Yeah, still nothing there. So Lucho and Stoneplease are drafting, so I'll probably end up at least starting with that series. Maybe we'll switch over later on. The Lobo win? Oh yeah, sure, we can do that. Oh wait, nope. Nikov and Husiel are drafting as well. Okay, we'll cast that series. Update the scoreboard here. Thanks for all the follows today, guys. It's the Mapuche battle. All right. Dang it, Dad isn't even in the top players. Who will marry their last Amari? Mapuchino with Mari Mari. It was actually a decently long game, so we're just going to watch it on super speed. Alright, so this is the game that Doubt lost. Oh yeah, CA is really laggy with replays. Oh my goodness, this might be unwatchable. Oh geez, the slideshow. I don't really love Mayans on this map because the gold can be so hard to secure, but... Oh no, that's Sertao, my bad, I got that mixed up. Oh no, Mayans here are fine. 1999? Oh, we're gonna party like it's 99, baby. And people looked like people and didn't have a ton of fillers and stuff. And nobody knew or cared. knew about or cared about the Kardashians. Oh, well, we just cleaned all that up. Now just taking too long to punch through there. I think so. The 90s were the peak of civilization. Yeah, it all went downhill after that. Is doubting the power of the almighty skirmisher? It looks like he is. Oh, there's a hole there. Nothing? Yep. Anyway, yeah, Doubt's not doing too hot. A little bit of a Doubt TC. Big difference? Yep. Isn't one of them a billionaire or something? Like, it's just absurd. Oh, yeah, Lucha's gonna have imp in a second. Yep. Cause of the lost. 11% more efficient to Nico. But I think one of the Jenners is. I don't remember exactly. It's not something I follow especially closely. Alright, so we're doing the Civ draft right now, guys. Looks like they'll be starting on Valle de Selva. And I'm going to need to get some lunch. Because I've been live 6 hours, so give me a moment. All right, I am back. I have received and achieved some food. I found the last yogurt, too. Two tones. Is the Zimbabwe currency really still that bad? I have no idea. I don't know anything about that's going on down there. Surely that dictator guy has died at this point, right? That's pretty bad, yeah. Well, I'm afraid I don't think I have any viewers from Zimbabwe. Not popular in Africa? Well, think about how many people had computers in Africa in the late 90s. I mean, I'm sure there'll be a huge esports scene in Africa in 40 to 50 years. But, you know, it's still going to be at its very fledgling stage right now. Esports, well, some places more than others, but yes. Well, Lucho Stone Please started. Come on, Nikov, Hukel. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, we're gonna jump into Lucho versus Stone Place until these guys get started, because I don't want to just have dead air, man, while there's a match going on. And I immediately failed to download match content. Frickin' great. Now Nikov makes a lobby. I see how it is. Alright, Valle de Selva will be the first map. Were Britain's banned? No Britain's banned or pick with Valle de Selva. Interesting. Oh. Guys. I'm a little bit blind, okay? I'm very nearsighted. I'm minus 8.5 in my eyes. Yeah, Romans are probably for Lensoy's Maraniensis, if I had to guess. Dravidians might also be the... just Fernando. Interesting Civ matchup, guys. A minute 20, and we will be getting into Valle de Selva. Hey guys, it's Ornlu. Hera was invited, and Viper and Leary qualified last week, so they're not playing this week. It is in Sao Paulo. All right, those bagpipes are not a mistake, guys, as we are now going to be getting into game number 1. Oh my goodness, we lost so many viewers. Maybe some will come back. Ismeh? Well, I've never been there. Nikov will be in the blue as the Celts to the northwest, and to the southeast in the red as the Khmer. It will be Husiel. Let's see how this one goes. 3 on wood versus 3 on wood. Yeah, I was wondering. Okay, so gonna want to go to the side. Get those capybaras early. Uh-oh. Wait, why does Husiel have loom? What? Huh? All right, Bill coming forward. What is going on, guys? Huh? Okay, the scout is pushing in a deer. Now, Nikov, is he going to realize what happened? Because he lost one of the capybaras, but the thing is, Nikov is sending so many capybaras all over the place right now that it's really easy to lose one. Still so confused, though. You know exactly where your opponent is on this map. The rocky terrain leads right to him. Nikov gonna... Okay, actually getting Loom a little earlier than I think he wanted to, but he's gonna be clicking up in just a moment. Oh, now the freaking Jaguar's here. I'm so bamboozled. Alright, Feudal Age on 19 pop for Nikov, so still quite fast. 8 seconds of idle time, not ideal, but... I'm really confused by this. I mean, if he was trying to intercept the capybaras, he could have just done that with his scout. Huh? Wait a minute, I guess he built that house earlier. I mean, I'm sure Nikov saw it. Yeah. So, just a very fast men-at-arm play from Nikov. As Celts, that should go very well. You can long distance gather the gold just to get the men-at-arms upgrade on this map, which is pretty nice. Lots of air love here from the Celts. They just love that air. He could be anywhere. He could be anywhere, even on the path that leads directly to him. Well, Nikov is just going to wander on over. His eco's better. I mean, he's Celts, so good early wood income. And just not having a villager all the way across the map and not getting loom at 13 pop. Huh? Wait a minute, I just realized how late Husiel was clicking up. Was he really trying to intercept the capybaras? No men-at-arms upgrade yet for Nikov. Can you see the capybaras through the fog of war? I don't think so. Yeah, it is how Yugi beat Pegasus and how Luffy beat Enel. Or Onimaru in the English dub. Guys, I hate to say it, but I don't think Husiel's build is very good. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I really am starting to think that Husiel's build is not going to be very successful. Beat Eminem? If only Eminem were 20 years younger. Could have been cast as Onimaru for Season 3. I mean, you're still missing a lot of gold. Archery range? What? Nikov with the classic, well, I guess I'll just walk at you and win the game. It is 9-1 military at the moment. The mill's even gonna go down. Oh my god, does he have enough gold? Oh my goodness. Look at this. Oh, jeez, guys. Happy Castle Age! You're only 600 resources behind. It's all good. You've got no food income at all. Easy. Well, I don't think Phosphorus sends a villager out on like 14 population to walk across the map, walk back, build a house, and then come home. I don't really think that's what he does. Oh yeah, it's fletching versus no fletching. I mean, Tato's build was so much better on this. You could have said, oh, I guess I didn't think about the math in my head like that. Wait, Nikov lost something to Gaia. He lost a military unit to Gaia somewhere. I mean, it's not like Nikov's getting Castle Age anytime soon, to be fair. Now we're looking at around 25% more resources here for Nikov. So I guess just double Workshop Scorpion? I guess? Again, you have no food income. I don't know if I mentioned that, but here we are. Nikov already selling stone. Oh, that's going to be the first dead villager of likely many. At 2. Trying to get his food income kick-started again. But yeah, lots and lots of market usage here for Nikov. Again, his income isn't like super great, but it should be good enough. Yeah, unfortunately though, Nikov's a little bit better than an AI. Scorpions doing scorpion things. Okay, yeah. Literally every single scorpion is precious. You have no business losing any of them. But Nikov's gonna get to Castle Age and build 1 Mangonel scouts and, yeah. He can't even make more scorpions. He has just 2 scorpions. No, I guarantee you what's going through Nikov's mind right now is don't find a way to screw this up. Having 1 scorpion, that is how that works, yes. Inspiration from Tato? Yeah, but, you know, most people aren't Tato. Also, the way Tato played made so much sense. I don't remember exactly what he did, but it's like, why doesn't he do this every game? Oh, yeah, it's because Tato scouted Leary not going for Men-at-Arms. Tato did what he did. So, Nikov did go for Men-at-Arms. Well, yeah, Leary himself just tried to go up to Castle Age quickly. Yeah, I mean, it's just not really, super comparable. But yeah, I bet you Nikov is still not just, like, rolling his eyes saying this game is boring. Yeah, okay, the knights are coming out. Nikov's fine. Nikov is totes fine. Oh no, not a knight or 2 knights even. And 1 mangonel. Oh my goodness, guys. How unfair. Do we think we should ban Nikov for cheating and making things that kill scorpions? I mean, I guess those are good quick walls, not that I think it really matters all that much. Find his base in the first place? Yeah. If only there was some indicator on this map as to where your opponent is located. Morville's going down. I mean, now Nikov is almost certainly at the point where, like, okay, now we're just in cruise control. Alright, Husiel. I'm afraid this just isn't your game. Got 2 mangonels and RAM that's being downloaded. Yeah, this is pretty sad. Nikov can start picking up relics. Remember, though, that I guess, well, technically both of these players can participate in the Latin America qualifier. Oh, I just realized, what would it mean for the tournament if the first Brazil LAN had Nikov beat Dogao in the last round of the Latin American qualifier so that the Argentinian qualifies over no Brazilians? Wheelbarrow? Nah, man. The Nikov wheelbarrow meme is, like, years out of date. The new and actually much more correct Nikov meme is Nikov eco-inefficiency over the course of a game. I mean, I guess that's a 1-for-1. Congrats, you still have more mangonels in your face. I mean, technically he's only 3 vills behind, but obviously we know that the resource efficiency is so much greater for Nikov. But yeah, not taking any risks at all. He's not outpost rushing his opponent. He's making sure that he doesn't lose to anything silly. Oh yeah, the ram's great. Players are doing a really good job of utilizing rams more effectively now. Remember that you do need to do the attack round, because if you do the attack round, then you're attacking over the ram, whereas if you just right-click, you're attacking through the ram. Anyway, 10% more efficient in eco. I mean, I have no idea what Husiel was doing with the forward vill. It did not look very good at all. Hopefully Husiel can just put that game behind him and move on to the next one. That is the Celts over the Khmer. And looks like Sir Tao will be next. We're going to be getting into it in less than 2 minutes. Nikov? Yeah, that just seems so YOLO. Okay, here's the thing. I don't like that you be trying something like that when you're doing a build as tight as a Khmer FC. That feels like something that would be better if you are going for like a fast feudal age. I am gonna go put my lunch dishes away, and
Alrighty. Game number 2, guys. You'll have Nikov in the blue as... Wait a minute, hold on. That's not right. Oh, is in the red as the Byzantines to the north, and Nikov is the blue Georgians to the south. Give me a second, guys. I have some apple stuck between my teeth. Alright, guys. It is that time of the stream where I take my pants off. I hope you're ready. Pants are off! Ornlu fans getting recorded. It's hot, so I just changed into shorts. It was like cold this morning and they got like 20 degrees hotter. Anyway, I doubt we missed anything terribly thrilling. Looks like Nikov is up a little bit faster. No double bit axe for him, so very, very quick up time. Husiel going up a much. One bill later, it seems, with Loom, and there we go. Nikov looks like he scouted it. Oh, Scotty doesn't know. Now, Georgians should be one of at least the better civs at dealing with this. Georgian scouts are super good. You can snipe the spearmen more easily than really any other civ except Ketons. That said, Husiel's going to be safe here at home. And I mean, Nikov has to know something's up, right? You're against Byzantines on a very aggressive map. But Crouching Tiger, hidden Husiel. Now Nikov. Oh my goodness. Okay, he should scout it. I mean, yeah, Nikov has to be like, you know, alarm bells times 27 being rung right now. But that tower is going to come in. Nothing you can do to stop it. Now, Nikov can go for his own tower and try and win the tower war, but that's not really what you want to do typically. Production also been very good here. Spearman production has actually been very poor for Husiel. And Nikov will possibly lose a Vil. Good micro from him, and the Vil will top into the tower. Very nicely done. But the Byzantine tower has more HP. Byzantine tower has actually the correct amount of HP at 1020, which is what they used to have in AOC. Mill to cover... You mean Nikov? Nikov wanted this tower to try and shoot at the enemy tower. The lumber mill. It's a lumber camp. OMG. You couldn't have gotten good surface area, though, with it, unfortunately. Unless you built it, like, all the way over here, in which case you're not in range of this tower anymore. Anyway, Hukel is right here, and he is applying pressure to those foragers. Now, in an ideal world, Hukel builds his tower right here, but I don't think he knew exactly where the pineapple bushes were for Nikov. Anyway, so long as, yeah, you're paying attention there, that's going to be fine for Hukel. We do have Nikov going ahead getting double bit axe finally. Res collected are actually in favor of Hukel right now, so doing a good job of denying and delaying that economy here for Nikov. He's getting his farms down. Nikov has no stone income. Good reaction there from him. And yeah, there you go. A couple bills not going on over to stone. This is actually kind of cute for Nikov. He is with his own archery range, and he's just sending the skirms to the other side of the map. There isn't actually anything you can do about this right now, is Hukel. Like, there's literally nothing you can do. And the scouts are likely going to come in soon to clean everything up. Remember, the spearman count is a lot lower than I think you would typically like. And it looks like Nikov will be okay abandoning this location. I don't think Hukel's going to get a villager kill here. But yeah, one spearman is going to be woefully insignificant, especially... Oh, wow, actually does get a trap right there. Looks like the lady's still going to slip through, though. Nikov will get cleaned up over here. A little bit of long-distance choppery. But yeah, Nikov's still going to get almost all of those pineapples. Pineapples also don't feel like they would grow in such an arid region, but I don't really know anything about pineapple-based agriculture, so that's on me. I'm sorry. Anyway, the scouts honestly could just come in here and kill everything. Focus down the low HP spearmen, focus down the other spearmen, and kill everything. Focus down the low HP spearmen. A little bit of an extremely derpy fight. Focus down the other spearmen, and kill everything. Man, I'm such a good caster. I'm so freaking smart, guys. No other caster could have told you that piece of information. Anyway, 8 kills to 1 death right now for Nikov. Hukel is a little bit ahead in resources, but it's going to be almost impossible for him to defend at home. Now, the towers are going to be pretty good, but you still need to be especially careful about any sort of scout counterattack, because they care much less about towers than do ranged units. I have the best words. The casters would know more about pineapple rearing? That's true. One of my many failings as a caster. Just so difficult to list all of them. Alright, I mean, those walls are good, but, I mean, this just feels very easy breezy here for Nikov. This whole thing just felt a little too slow and a little too spearman light. Anyway, that is going to go down very, very quickly. Onus. It's a good word. Anyway, Nikov, tons of ills there on stone. He's doing fine. Defensive tower numero 2 on the way. I would be curious to ask Nikov what would prompt him to go for the tower to try and shoot at this tower, and then let it die eventually. Maybe it was just to secure some wood income until he got over here to the north, but yeah, I'd be kind of curious as to why he went exactly in that direction. Also, actually, hold on. Nikov's been so sick recently. He had complications with appendicitis. So, you know, something pretty serious. That's why he had to drop out of TTL, so I guess obviously he's doing at least somewhat better. He's playing pretty darn well here. Well, they were often called by the ancient Romans the Onisager, because the onus was on them to start flattening the enemies. So I think that does check out. Nikov now going to be the one going with the forward tower here. And you literally just died. I'm sure appendicitis likely had probably close to a 100% mortality rate. I mean, like, I don't know how they would... I mean, it's tough to diagnose even today, unless, like, they're specifically checking for it. There were a lot of things back in the day that just straight up killed you. Ending in itis? Yeah. Anyway, this game is extremely over. Dominant performance so far from Nikov. And honestly, it's good to see him back up and playing well. I mean, we all know how inconsistent Nikov is, but when he's playing well, he can certainly challenge anybody. In pre-modern times? Yep. Although when I was a kid and I saw that, like, in ancient times, the, average lifespan of, or like the average age of a human that they died was like 29 or something, I thought that people just had their entire life cycle just in such a short time. Like, they hit puberty at like 2 years old, they became an adult at like 5 years old, and then died at like, got old and died at like 30. Reaction time? I mean, that's true. I mean, the odds are still quite good, but that's why it's always nice to have a support system. That's what happened. Exactly. Like, all of those ancient pictures of, like, the Greek philosophers with, like, the big, long, gray beards, they're actually just in their mid-20s. But, back then, that was old age. And yeah, that's also true. But I'm sure you have family that hopefully check in on your grandmother. 4 years old. Yeah, Alexander the Great, they called him the child conqueror. It's because he actually conquered the world at age 6. Yeah, I mean... It was honestly just... The human body in so many ways is so resilient, and yet there's so much random stuff in the world that without modern medical science would just kill you. Just almost instantly. Although I'm sure cancer and like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and stuff like that weren't even major causes of death back in the day because people just didn't generally live long enough to get those conditions. He was 9? Yeah, seriously. Doubt won very decisively. Like 12-year-olds, yeah. Pythagoras figured out the Pythagorean theorem at age 8. What are you doing with your life? And then you have Mozart, who, like, actually did all of that composing and stuff when he was just a little kid, and you're like, wow. Either you got it, or you don't got it. World War I? It might have been World War II. Depends if do you count the flu as part of World War I? Because then it was probably still disease. Baby smarter, something like that. I mean, I was exposed to a lot of classical music when I was a baby, and look how I turned out. They call me the smartest of people. Slightly after the war? It was at the end of the war. End to slightly after. Oh, hey, it's Grenadiers! That's fun! I like Grenadiers. Look at them go! Diseases, yeah. That's what they get for traveling so much. Siege Workshop coming in. I mean, guys, this game is like 10,000% over. But hey, we get Grenadiers! I don't think the Byzantine scouts are going to win you this game, Hukel. I mean, there's something extremely satisfying about the Grenadiers, I gotta say. Birthed both world wars? Well, first they stayed out of World War I, but they had kind of the huge domestic problems, shall we say. And then in World War II, you had Franco. But Spain's really out of the way, right? So it's not like it was super strategically important for either the Axis or the Allies to conquer or like have involved. Same with Portugal. Anyway, Nikov. Dominant 2-0 right now. Each other around? Yes. That's exactly what was in Picasso's mind when he was painting whatever that name of that famous painting is. But the British had Gibraltar anyway, so they wouldn't have been able to do so. So the Spanish wouldn't really be able to do anything about that. Guernica, yes, thank you. You know, the famous one. All right, let's see what, if anything, you've got going for you. Ooh, actually, let's switch over to MBL versus Kasa. Generally, I prefer to finish series that I start, but let's be honest, guys, that one is not likely going any other way. Oh, is it actually just Kasa now and not K4sva? Full Christian name? Yes. MBL40C. My peculiarities? What have I done this time? Keep the Strait open? That's true. I mean, I don't know enough about naval capability. Like, it's not at all my area of expertise. But I'm sure it helps a ton. But I'm pretty sure Britain already had a huge navy in the Mediterranean, even before the war started. Yeah, I'm not going to catch up on ReZero until they release everything. Also, guys, on one of the last series, with like Villesa hosting the lobby title was something like Brazil Dynasty hyphen Villesa versus whomever. MBL's lobby title is just Brazil. No caps. If that isn't predictable, I don't know what is. It's a really cool premise. I think that they definitely go a little overboard with the, well, Subaru is kind of annoying. But it feels a little overboard with, all of the beautiful women throwing themselves at Subaru like crazy, and also Subaru somehow also a good fighter. Like, that feels a little annoying. But it's fun. It's at least really creative. All right. Let's get this going. Fawn over. It's a little excessive. All right, guys. So Kasa gonna be here in the cyan as the Vietnamese to the northwest here on Amazonia, and to the southeast in the red as the Malay. It will be MBL. So Kasa going with the more land-focused approach with Vietnamese. I mean, not that Vietnamese are awful on water, but you don't play Vietnamese for their water map gameplay. Not falling for him, but didn't she fall in love with him? It's been a while since I've seen it. All right, Doc coming in. Doc coming in. A little bit faster here for MBL. And I still think we just have to favor Malay here. After the whale incident. The great whale incident. That also somehow devours people's memories or something like that. And romance. Oh yeah, I mean, it definitely is, but whereas, like, in Western style stuff, it's like the characters are all, like, you know, super conventionally handsome, buff guys. But oftentimes in, like, you know, anime, it's just like they're super normal or even nerdy looking guys. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously catering to the idealistic fantasy, especially of teenage boys and young men, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, you can still have interesting stories and stuff. That's the whole thing with shonen, right? You had to ruin. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Although, today I am gonna start my rewatch of Freerun. Well, I guess it's my second rewatch of Freerun because I actually got my mom into it, and now the new season of Freerun's done, so we're gonna watch that. Yeah, anime is now cool with the kids. Although it's usually some of the most boring animes that are the most popular. I'm looking at you, Solo Leveling. That's a lot of capybaras. We are in Capybara City, USA right now. All right. Kasa up pretty fast, so he does want to go at least somewhat aggressive. Realistically drawn? I haven't seen Vinland Saga, although I heard it's very good. Yeah, I'm actually rewatching Jujutsu Kaisen right now because I wanted to rewatch it before looking at the new season. It's pretty brain dead, but it does have... It has a cool art style and has some creative ideas. Asthma? They don't have asthma. Always gasping for air. Actually, I think capybaras are going to be better at holding their breath than most other animals because they're semi-aquatic. Demon X Hunter? I don't even know what that is. He goes, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. As a... I mean, some of the art motifs of, like, combining traditional Japanese demons and, like, curse ideas is actually quite nice, but... Yeah. The story is actually the most interesting part of One Piece. The characters are interesting if they're not being flanderized, which often happens, to be honest. Yuji is very brain dead, but... Ugh. Flander... Yeah, so basically that means you take the, like, aspects or gimmicks of a character and you just turn them entirely into that gimmick. So, like, in One Piece, it is, you have the character Sanji, right? And then you just have his entire character just be an exaggerated focus about how much of a perv he is. Well, it's not just having a one-note character. It's like, you need one-note characters in a story because you can't go into insane detail on literally every character. Well, yes, I was just using it in the past tense. I don't know if that's grammatically correct, but that's how I was using it. Is cooking more? Well, yeah, I mean, he is the cook, but doesn't really matter if you're fighting and stuff like that. Anyway, I mean, nothing too crazy has happened in this game so far. Malay Eco, though, is pretty insane. But that's always going to be the case. 8-4 fishing ships, 2-vil lead. Oh, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer has some interesting characters, and it's very well animated. The animation on it's fantastic. But it's a very simple story, and some of the characters are kind of annoying, but... No, it's not hard to see why it's popular. Yeah, Zenitsu is really annoying. Oh my goodness. That's like another flanderized character. It's like anything about him is just the fact that he is a coward and is extremely loud about it. Huge guess. Yeah, exactly. Berserk. Berserk is not something I've seen, although I've heard it's excellent. But I just haven't seen it. Anyway. Nothing terribly crazy there either. Galleys poking and shooting and poking and shooting. $9K? Yeah, I mean, again, like, there's something that I think is getting further appreciated is that there are so many different mediums to tell a story, and so many of them oftentimes that are better than movies, that you can just appreciate the different mediums for what they are, and the different, you know, cultures and stories that can be shown. Anyway, Castle Age clicked up the same... God, he's Malaya, a silly civ. There's a reason we've been talking about anime. Malay are both fun and balanced.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of deep animes. Well, yeah, MBL has like a 1600 resource lead. My bad, I was misreading that. I mean, it's all just for clickbait, right? Although I've honestly thought very little of gaming and esports journalism. Well, I guess esports journalism especially. Like, I mean, it used to have like good articles and stuff about games, but it's yeah, demos are really underwhelming. I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, esports journalism I thought has always been terrible. Poke. Well, so, you know, we got this game here. Trirems? That's not a ship in this game. That's a thing in AoE 1. Have fun and not think. I mean, yeah, that is a lot of stuff for sure. Oh, yeah, and oh, you mean fire ships? Fire ships are absolutely insane in versus buildings. They are, in fact, too good against buildings. Are called trirems? Oh. But they're not actually trirems. They're Drummons. Or they're based off Drummons. Anyway, this is certainly a little bit annoying, so credit here to Kasa for this. Firerems. And watch Die Hard? Well, yeah, because you're feeling in the Christmas spirit. Blockading the strait. Oh, no. Kills the guy with guns with quippy dialogue as well. Alright, credit to Kasa. He's trying to make something work here. It's really janky. It's some Fire Lancers and Cav Archers. But it's definitely making MBL's eco a little bit uncomfortable, although MBL having this entire separate eco to the southwest is so huge. You watch it with their kids? Absolutely. I mean, I was just rewatching SpongeBob with my dad, and there is so much humor in it that, one, is timeless and appropriate for all ages, and stuff, of course, that is only be appreciated by adults. Oh, Courage the Cowardly Dog was great. Tossing a... Does it? I didn't realize that phrase was that old. Invader Zim. Oh, I loved Invader Zim as a kid. I mean, this is so weird. Like, again, full-blown credit to Kasa. He is trying to make something out of nothing right now. He's trying to add a third TC. He's trying to disrupt MBL's eco. I don't necessarily think it's going to work. Nothing wrong with Invader Zim's art style. Oh yeah, of course you do, Full Metal Zim. Is it available on streaming? That'd be a good one to check out again. It's kills there. To download it. I would never download anything illegally. As a streamer with Twitch, doing so would be against my terms and conditions of being a streamer. I would never ever do something that would be against the terms of service as a Twitch streamer. I would never download a car, guys. Anyway, it was a nice effort from Kasa. I mean, he really did try and make something out of nothing there with the janky Fire Lancer plus Cav Archer push to harass MBL's eco. And it wasn't bad, but I think the modern water meta, and I talk about this in the video I uploaded today, is that because you click up later, it's another vector in which you're getting ahead in eco as Malay, because instead of just being ahead in villagers, you're ahead in villagers and fishing ships. So what happened in the case of like MBL right now is they hit feudal age at, let's just say, the same time. For all intents and purposes, it was around the same time. MBL had 4 more fishing ships and 2 more villagers. So that's a 6 vil lead, or a 6 eco unit lead. It's just, it really does snowball so rapidly. Anyway, castle coming in. That's gonna solidify things here for MBL. Even though the Muma kill is ready for battle here for Kasa. Well, like I said, remember when I talked about MBL hitting feudal age at basically the same time, but with a 6 eco unit lead? And how Chinese are barely balanced with a 2.5 eco unit lead when played perfectly on a standard map? I seem to remember talking about that. Honestly, great Mangonel control there from Kasa. It just doesn't matter when you're so far behind. Because even if Kasa clicks up to imp first, which is totally possible, you're still going to run into the situation where MBL's probably going to get there first. I actually didn't see the drafts between these two players. We were too busy derping around in the other set. Malay were actually the 3rd pick, Civ, for MBL. Well, again, credit to Kasa. He's trying. Come Kasa. I mean, yeah, certainly he's a tier better of a player, as you would say, but he's not so much better that every single game between them would look this one-sided. Trying to get those walls up over there. I mean, in theory, Vietnamese do have a better late game than Malay. Emphasis on in theory. But when you're so far behind in resources, it's, again, one of those situations that doesn't matter. And like I said, despite clicking up first, of course, with the power of Malay, you are getting there first as MBL. MBL Tato in the end? I think so. And it's kind of sad that only one of them will qualify, but so it be. Oh, okay, maybe Dogao has a shot versus Tato. We'll have to see. But yeah. Yeah. Lord of the Rings is not very deep. Oh, no, not at all. A road trip to destroy a ring? What's the best way I've seen it described? Like, two homoerotic leprechauns go on a field trip to destroy a piece of jewelry. I think that's the best way I've seen it phrased. Inaccurate. I see nothing wrong with that description whatsoever, guys.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
History. Well, remember that Lord of the Rings isn't an allegory, as Tolkien was not a fan of that. The story itself is quite linear. It reads out like a history, right? The complexity is in the different peoples of Middle-earth and how they respond to the changing world around them. And of course, just the deep and complex history, and of course, then you start getting into all of the other stuff in Middle-earth as well, then things, of course, get much, much deeper. Anyway, Thalassocracy, it's harbor time, guys! It's so exciting! Look at the harbors, guys! There will soon be no safe harbor on the map for Kasa. Unless it's Kasa's. Unless it's Kasa. Anyway, every Civ, by the way, guys, is Huns, in case you didn't know. Vietnamese, believe it or not, Cav Archer like Cav Civ. Why would you ever think about going for, like, Rattan Archers and Halbs and Imp Skirms and Bombard Cannons and Towers and, like, a slow push? Elephants? Nah, man. Every Civ is Huns. Every Civ. Easy? Ah, yes. Classic. Don't mind the fact that the entire point of the the ring was of the whole ring trip was stealth. Better Huns already? Actually, both Vietnamese and Wei are better Huns.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Brutal, man? I mean, does it even matter? Oh, wow, the Treb was also sniped. Okay, and be able to lose the Bombard Cannon for free. Again, full credit to Kasa for really trying here. It's just MBL is way too far ahead and too good of a player to make any major game-losing mistakes. Going to be working on the sides right there. All right, Kasa. I mean, he's going to get some Treb snipes. MBL, honestly, leading these units a little too unprotected. Well, Castle's already taken 12,000 damage. Well, I mean, that's... Art is in the eye of the beholder, and it always is, right? As is any entertainment piece. How people get it? Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it in terms of like a lit analysis perspective, yeah, that's basically it. But again, I think the way that Tolkien would want you to look at it is, one, just enjoy the story, and two, it's a history of the world he created. Anyway, GG called. One of those games that was probably over within 10 minutes or so and just kind of kept on going on, but Kasa really did try. He really did. Some death sticks. Isn't Yeah, the legacy of LSR was that he actually brought the first fast food chain to Minas Tirith. And it all went downhill from there. Play with a lion? That checks out. Alright, Serra dos Carajás is next. Alright, 2 minutes and we will be getting into Serra dos Carajás. Anyway, is this the last series of the day? I don't remember. Yes. Okay, this is the last series of the day, guys. I've been live for 7.5 hours, so that's a good thing. And I start at, I think, 12 GMT tomorrow, so 7 a.m. my time, so... Yikes. Not deep because of it. Yeah, but any isekai is not going to have the depth, not the thousands and thousands of you know, pages of world building that LOTR has. And again, it's not some crazy super deep in the sense of like exploring complex, you know, internal human dramas. It's like specifically not human. Well, except for the men. Anyway. Romans for MBL. Very, very different map here with Serra dos Carajás. The Southwest in the cyan as Dawei. Two civs I absolutely adore.
准备就绪。
Still streaming? This is the last series of the day.
Prontos.
I need to work out today, man.
Salve.
Stamina. If there's anything any AoE 2 caster has, it's stamina.
Salve. Prontos.
All of us are used to streaming very long hours solo.
Salve.
It's what we do.
什么？何种命令？
Anyway, 3-on-1 to start things off here for each player, so these two civs certainly happy to open scouts. We don't generally see a ton of men-at-arm play on this map. The rush distance is a little bit long.
Deus.
Impera.
Impera.
Well,
什么？
here's the thing. Do we prefer Wei or Romans? It's just your opinion, man.
Deus.
Eus.
Impera.
Is genuinely awful.
Salve.
Well, I've been doing this for a very long time.
Impera. Prontus.
Also, AoE is much easier to cast in like a more casual format or vibe, just because there isn't stuff happening constantly. Not that most casters go on as many tangents as I do, but, you know, we all have our vices. But yeah, I think I like Wei more than Romans. I don't know if I like them way more, but, you know.
Prontus.
Impera.
I don't want to go way overboard with my my civ analysis here. They're both good civs.
Prontos. Salve. Deus.
Anyway, it is actually going to be for the men-at-arm rush, so of course I talk about not seeing men-at-arm rushing on this map all that often, and MBL immediately goes for it. I do kind of like the idea of going... I like the idea of going aggressive versus Wei, because here's the thing with Wei. Yeah, the civ is insane right now. You don't need to make that argument to me. But what they don't like is early Feudal Age, because the civ has no Dark Age bonus and no early Feudal Age bonus. The extra villagers you get will, over the course of Feudal Age, become one of the best eco bonuses in the game, and of course once Castle Age comes in, then the civ starts becoming really bonkers. But as far as the early game goes, they're not really all that exciting. In fact, they're not exciting whatsoever. So going for this whole approach, especially as Romans who are very good at doing all of those things I just said Wei weren't good at doing,
Salve.
I think does make a lot of sense here. Uptimes are going to be identical, but one dude is going to have the swordsman. Or Romans can really pressure and do it. Well, I mean, I think that Romans can still muscle their way through in mid-game with, like, knights and scorpions. Wordplay? I'm sorry, wordplay is fun. Alright, stable coming in. Quick walls here from Kasa are quite good. Defensive tower very early. Now, this is something that it would hurt to do with most civs, but because Wei have such a strong economy, it's kind of okay. Shrek is right. Guys, Shrek and Shrek 2, by extension, in my top movies of all time. Shrek is fantastic. I will not hear any ill words against it. Alright. Now it's coming on out, and thus far, Kasa doing a good job of buying time, but the Roman eco, man, is super good, and that's a lot of damage you just took. Kasa is adding in the horse collar upgrade, so his eco is going to be getting a bit better as far as that goes, but no farms yet. MBL has started doing so, and now the archer follow-up is coming on in. And you're attacking downhill, so no arson for the Romans, because they're way too law-abiding for that. Now you're rushing up the archery range, which is likely necessary here, but it does have the serious downside in that it delays your farms. Remember, one archery range, or stable, or barracks, is 3 farms, about, worth of wood. So that's a lot here in the early game. Watching Strek? Oh, man, there you go. Have some fun with your life. There you go. Less equals? I never saw past the third one, which I don't really remember very well at all. Anyway, scouts are here on the other side of the map. MBL isn't fully walled.
Impera.
You're around 10% ahead in terms of resources. More than 3? Yes, there are. Believe it or not.
Salve.
Yeah, still double the army count here for MBL, though. More scouts are coming in, blacksmith as well. But like I said, I really like this approach on this map, even if we don't see it all that often. But, like, this is the ultimate greed approach, which is really weird to talk about.
Impera.
When it comes to opening 19 population men-at-arms and greed. But it's the fact that you're doing so not to get yourself walled,
Eus.
but to just keep yourself super open, keep your opponent's economy inefficient, and keep yours very efficient. What? No, he has a more efficient eco. 1, he's Romans, and 2, he hasn't been having to do all this walling stuff. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I just put them together because I wouldn't want to choose a favorite between them.
Impera.
Don't you dare talk about Donkey.
Tibi Servio. Impera. Salve.
Shrek 2, I mean, there are worse movies you could pick as a favorite movie of all time. Oh, the Roman eco bonus is silly. If we're looking at it favorably versus the Wei eco bonus, you know something's gone horribly wrong. But like I said, this isn't just the fact that the Roman eco bonus is crazy good, which it is. It's the fact that it's the aggression behind it and keeping your opponent's economy inefficient while you yourself have a very efficient economy.
Salve.
Oh, actually, does get the snipe there as well, so already good play there. Kasa was developing some idle time.
Impera.
Prontos. Eus.
Salve. Tibi Servio.
Yeah, I mean, Monty Python and the Holy Grail is, like, extremely far from a perfect movie. In the end is close to unwatchable, and yet it's also one of my favorite movies of all time. Anyway, 1 villager kill on the other side. The archers are in a good spot here for Kasa.
Impera.
Gets the kill there. MBL is a beast. KD is very even, though. MBL ahead in resources. What is that villager doing? Oh, my goodness. Lady not in the right part of town right there. You do have horse collar in, though.
Impera.
Look at a second. I mean, that's fair. It's totally fair.
Tibi Servio.
All right. Gets a couple kills there.
Wait.
Hard to play against. The best type of player to go against MBL is one who just has mechanics that are too good for him to keep up. And that basically means Hera and Leary. So I think MBL matches up very poorly into them, at least in most settings.
Tibi Servio.
But he can still absolutely take games and series from anyone else. Although, of course, he himself is a little inconsistent. Oh, yeah, Hearts as well is probably a very bad matchup for MBL. Yeah.
Impera.
The Vitality guys. You know, the hamsters in chief.
Tibi Servio.
Anyway, archers are coming on back. But still, like, again, we can't say that Kasa is playing poorly here. The KD is basically even. The Vil count, basically even. Although that extra idle TC time is rough. It's just that MBL has been doing such a good job of keeping his opponent's eco inefficient. Anyway, here we go. That's going to be another, and maybe another dead Vil. Yeah, Shorty's going to totally... Die! She gets got! MBL will lose all those units, which is obviously not ideal. So now Hart needs to make something happen, because at this point, MBL is going to click up to Castle Age without having to have been bothered walling himself whatsoever. He's even secured a second lumber camp over there.
何种命令？
And now MBL is on his way up. Did I say heart? Guys, I've been casting for almost 8 hours.
准备就绪，
Oh, no.
何种命令？
Guys, this is why I've not been invited to cast at lands.
什么？
准备就绪。
Even need this eco bonus? Yes, otherwise the Civ would be very bad.
Eus.
All right, some bills going on stone over there. Now, this isn't actually a Tiger Cav matchup.
何种命令？
Romans like doing stuff that deals melee damage except for scorpions, so this feels like a great time for the Haegwang Cav. Another eco bonus? Like, before Romans were added, I was thinking 5% at everything could be an interesting eco bonus for, like, a well-rounded Civ, but I didn't realize how rough this would be. Kung Fu Hustle. Oh, Kung Fu Hustle's great.
Salve. Impera.
That's a movie that
Tibi Servio.
it doesn't try to be anything more than it is, and it's just a fun romp. I also ripped the Jaguar. Lion King, Sucker Punch, Synecdoche, NY? That's definitely all over the place.
Impera.
Best movie ever? I was never a Lion King guy. All right, crossbowman timing coming in here for MBL. Nothing fancy. This is just Roman Eco doing Roman Eco things. I like how MBL, other than his Eco, has literally used 0 Roman bonuses. He's just going crossbowman right now. Didn't get any infantry armor upgrades. I mean, he opened men-at-arms, but he did literally not using any Civ bonus whatsoever.
Tibi Servio.
Bodkin coming in. I actually don't like this. Oh, he's on 2 ranges. I also don't like that. It feels like your best route to victory is actually Haegwang. I mean, your Haegwang are super good as the way. Get +2 defense on those bad boys, and it's really, really tough to take them down. When did that... Oh. Did it come in? I don't remember.
Salve.
Impera.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen movies in a long time either. I'm much more of a TV guy these days.
Prontus.
Good snipe here from Kasa. The nice thing about Haegwang is that they have 11 base attack instead of 10, so you 4-shot villagers without needing to get forging. Carnivore propaganda. Yeah, I mean, my list would probably change and I'd forget stuff, but
什么？
I mean, it have to have Lord of the Rings there. Probably have Oh Brother Where Art Thou. Probably have Shrek. Probably have Die Hard.
Prontus. Salve.
Maybe Godfather.
Salve.
So yeah, I guess that puts me all over the place. Oh yeah, on Monty Python and the Holy Grail, that has to be up there. Is a Star Wars in there? I would just put all of Star Wars together, and in terms of, like, my favorite movies, yeah, I mean, I love it. He thought he was a toad. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the bits. Anyway, Tiger Cav are in, and to be fair, I was thinking that this isn't really a Tiger Cav matchup against Romans, who like, again, making mostly melee units. But to be fair, if MBL was just going ranged units, then yes, Tiger Cav are great. The unit is as fun as it is interactive. Bit of an Insta right there. And you know what, guys? What are we looking at right now? 2 TCs for each player. Yes, MBL has more military units on the dance floor, but the quality is going to be going here to Kasa. Kasa has the score lead. So maybe it's one of those situations where Tiger Cav are literally just that good. I mean, it's just, you just keep on getting more freaking stats, guys. Unfortunately, I don't think DE displays.
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, here, check this out, guys.
Yeah, MBL, a little bit of the S word. So the Tiger Cav in-game are properly shown. So 175 HP, basically Paladin HP and Paladin attack right now. But if we switch back over to Capture Age... it doesn't really show it at all, which is, I think, a little unfortunate. Man of Constant Sorrow. I mean, the entire soundtrack is just no notes. All right, Mangonels are popping out. MBL does have his pikeman here, so is at least using something of a Roman bonus. Got the infantry armor upgrade. Oh, I don't know about this decision here from Kasa. Why on Doubt's green earth would you build a TC over here? Oh, and this is a big raid. Nerfed at all? I think it is ridiculous. And I know T90 thinks so as well, because we complained about it together. Hell's Moving Castle? Top 5? I mean, those would probably be up there for, like, some of the best overall movies ever made, for sure.
Impera.
Better than a Paladin? Yeah, but the thing is, it's actually kind of underwhelming in Imperial Age. It doesn't get any extra Pierce Armor. So it goes from 6 Pierce Armor in Castle Age, which is insane for a Castle Age unit, to 6 Pierce Armor in Imperial Age, which is, like, middling. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't think the unit is balanced whatsoever, but I just think it's very weirdly balanced. Ended up not working out, oh no. Again, and we're not talking about the quality of the movie, but in terms of, like, favorite movies, I'd also put V for Vendetta up there. That's just such a fun movie. Pirates of the Caribbean as well. Anyway, TCs are being eaten right now. But although Kasa made the wrong decision at first, he's at least moving towards the right decision by moving his eco over here to the west. There are still resources you can take in this direction. Better design. I couldn't agree more. I don't think I saw that one, but I wasn't, like, huge into Dragon Ball. I mean, I did watch it a bit, but I was not, like, a huge DBZ fan. Vendetta's terrible? I just really enjoyed it. It's a top 6. Oh, MB! I mean, he has back to a big army. And the thing with Dawei is they don't love facing infantry. Attack by... They do have bonus damage. Come on, Matroid. This unit is fun and balanced. They have 6 bonus damage against archers. Come on. Truth? Oh, yeah, I mean, it is completely not real, but I don't know, I just think it's fun. Always confused. MBL is the most unique player in the history of AoE 2. Oh, that was beautiful there from MBL. Anyone who likes it? Well, the thing with Braveheart is it's kind of impossible to separate from Mel Gibson, so yeah. Oh, another one of my favorite movies of all time. The Death of Stalin. Absolutely adore that movie. It's one of my favorites to watch with my dad. Oh my goodness. Honestly, guys, Kasa keeping up with the Mangonel micro with MBL this game. And see, I've heard of those. Watched for the first time like 5 months ago. Oh, it's a great one. It is absolutely a great one. Yeah, I could not recommend it more. It is a bunch of old guys having way too much fun making a movie. That is basically what I would describe it as. A Centurion? Oh no. Oh no, guys. MBL is straying from the path of the Lord. Oh no. Every day we get further from the Lord Doubt's light. Gladiator? Oh yeah, I mean, it is Gladiator. The original one, of course. Man, who would think that a bunch of AoE nerds on my channel would have similar tastes to me? As their favorite movie? Is there a movie? I mean, I'm sure there's a movie Centurion, but I don't know it. Oh yeah, also up there, Master and Commander. Love that one too. The movie that would have won every Academy Award if it wasn't going up against Lord of the Rings. Discord? Oh, it absolutely is. Paladin or Tiger Cav? I don't know, guys. Centurions are 75 food, 80 gold. Or is it 75, 80? It's something absurd. 75, 85. Oh my goodness. Tiger Cav are 60 food, 80 gold. So they're 5 more gold than a knight. Honestly, this has been a pretty wild game, and Kasa is absolutely keeping up with MBL here. Now, MBL could still certainly win it, although his gold income is pretty suspect at the moment. Although his food income is definitely better. Oh, of course, Das Boat. I got to go inside a U-boat at the Museum of Science and Industry, I think in Chicago, when I was a kid. And I saw Das Boat like a little bit afterwards, and it was such a cool experience. Oh my goodness, guys, it's Centurions! It's the mighty Centurion! They actually have really insane stats for a Castle Age unit. 130 HP, 13 attack, 2-3 armor. Oh, actually, guys, I feel like we're all forgetting literally the best movie of all time. And that is the modern remake of War of the Worlds with Ice Cube and Eva Longoria. I actually think no movie can really compare to the cinematic masterpiece that was that movie. That my friends made me watch. My friends and I were definitely questionably sober, and we were looking for something to watch, and they put that on, and we watched the entire thing. Guys, it's a movie that was sponsored by Amazon, where the day is saved from the aliens by an Amazon delivery drone delivering the crucial, like, USB drive or something. I'm not even kidding. The day is saved by a Prime delivery guy. Anyway, if it's coming in here for Cosmo a little bit faster. Yeah, the aliens came to eat our data, exactly.
准备就绪。
MBL out of gold. Yeah, it's tough to secure gold on this map, especially as the less mobile army. Since it's Star Wars 9, yeah. More Qian base coming in. And remember, here's the thing. Centurions are 85 gold a pop. We're talking Mameluke gold. Centurions are actually more expensive than Mamluks. At least Mamluks are 55 food.
Impera.
And actually 55 food 80 gold, right? So yeah, Mamelukes are actually cheaper by a lot than Centurions. They're 20 food and 5 gold cheaper. And they're like the best unique unit, or at least one of them.
Salve.
Anyway, without gold, I don't see how MBL wins this. And you're certainly not doing it building Centurions.
Salve.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's almost like Romans were designed to be a single-player civilization, and people are like, why can't we play the Romans in multiplayer?
Salve.
Even the point of Centurions? Because Romans are actually a great civilization for casuals. They have an economy bonus that's impossible to not use, and then they just have big, strong, chunky units. Like, that's great for a casual single-player civ for, you know, regular players. The issue is that they decide to make them for multiplayer as well. Anyway, MBL has secured access to gold. Right there. So, obviously, not in a great spot still. And now Kaspa's actually going pikemen. There's no single-player content. It's almost like it was tacked on at the last minute because they decided that they couldn't release an AoE 2 expansion that had no AoE 2 content. Secured, I mean, it's secured in the most theoretical sense possible. Needs meat shield? Well, yeah, no, he's trying to counter the Centurions with it, but I think that Kaspa likely doesn't appreciate just how impossible it is for MBL to make any significant number of Centurions here. Anyway, MBL trying to send units over here to the east. Heavy Scorpion coming in. Now, Roman Scorps are pretty silly. The Twi'leks, aren't those the scantily clad blue ladies? I'm pretty sure, if my Star Wars lore isn't failing me. Oh boy. They don't have to be scantily clad. Oh boy. 9 scorpions. Actually, no. Seem to be 12 scorpions and counting. Honestly, this could still totally work for MBL. The elephant playing the keyboard at Java's? Indeed. That's the default. Has to be in regular. That is true. The one thing that you can never convince me against Romans is the Civ theme. It is the best ponderous, imperious Civ theme imaginable. In a trash war between these civs? It's hard to say. Both have a good, cheap ranged unit that you can keep alive well, Scorpions and Shenbei Raiders. The Scorpions are a lot better, but they're also slower. I think that actually a real issue here for Kaspa is that you don't have the last Cav armor for Pierce armor, which does make Scorpions a lot more effective. You really want Tiger Cav to effectively deal with the Scorpions, although actually Traction Treb should work okay as well, now that I think about it. I'm telling you guys, Centurions are literally a D tier unique unit, and they will not hear anything to the contrary. MBL has bankrupted himself making a unit that's like a 1.3 knight. I don't think Kasa has Tunshin yet. No, he does not. Halb coming in. No Mingguang armor, which is a super important tech. Kasa's still doing some raiding, but MBL is, you know, he's surviving, right? He's built TCs all the way down here to the south. Hoarding's coming in. Conscription as well, of course, going to be huge. No bloodlines. I don't think that would work because their cav units have very low HP. Anyway, there's Mingguang armor. That's going to be a super important one. To the northeast. Did he? Yeah, he should have. I mean, he's got light cav running around all over the map. MBL as well, also. Wait. That's MBL. His scouting's never been that great. All right, yeah, Hoarding's going to be there as well. So Kasa getting himself set up for late game. Now, honestly, guys, I mean, I've seen Kasa play late game. I mean, he's been around for a long time, and so have I. But against somebody like MBL right now, I'm not too sure how he would perform in general. He set himself up super nicely, but he still has to close this one out. Oh, the town patrol! Town patrol! Town patrol! My favorite Thursday night cop show. Anyway, Traction Treb's going to go after that TC. MBL still did a good job of trying to secure those extra resources when he could, but now that this formerly ironclad secured gold is now not exactly available, as now the Scorpions are getting pounced on by the Hussars. You're still missing a lot of attack upgrades, and the pikemen are there. I just don't think MBL can quite sustain this, to be honest, guys. I mean, it's eventually turning into a very good fight, though. It started out really bad. It ended really well, because Kasa did not skedaddle when he needed to skedaddle. Castle will be secured there. Just get those extra resources. 2 Roman bonuses. Oh, my goodness, guys. We're going into overdrive. Next, we're going to see legionaries supported by centurions, right? Wait, 75 on food and no heavy plow. Oh my goodness. Better stamina than Kasa? MBL has better stamina than most players. Like I said, I just don't think I've seen a ton of late game Kasa in quite a while. He's normally a pretty aggressive player. He's playing well, but so is MBL, right? I think that this has actually been a very good game of AoE 2, even though we've been rambling a lot. MBL absolutely doing everything to keep himself in it. Would I have preferred to see Kasa already have crop rotation at this point, already have Tunshin, I know it's Tunxian, to get the food generation to really set yourself up well for the long game? Yes. But, yeah, the decisions for Kasa have been very good. Good series to end the day on, for sure. Even though I'm going to be back to casting in 15 hours. Oh, jeez. No, I think this is a good map as well. Notice how you have a good aggressive map here that doesn't need rocky terrain whatsoever. That T-West, with a nice job with his map design, taking a concept of terrace and making it more playable by removing the rocky terrain. I mean, I know it looks like rocky terrain, but this actually is not rocky terrain. So it's actually possible to get yourself walled up eventually. Doing work? Yeah, I'm sorry. Way trash. So your Hussars have all the attack upgrades, but the really weird armor situation where you have 6 melee armor and 4 pierce armor. So you're really good in melee fighting, but really bad against ranged units. Your Halbs are missing the last armor upgrade, so you basically have Hun Halbs. And then your skirmishers are fully upgraded in generic. Meanwhile, for Romans, you don't have Hussar, but you have fully upgraded light cav. You have Halbs that have 1 more melee armor than fully upgraded generic, so slightly better than normal. And your skirmishers are pretty bad. You miss Bracer. Difficult thing. That's actually a good point. Yeah, these all have 100 wood on them. We're still at 83,000 wood. Usually, guys, once it gets down to 40,000 wood is when we really have to start thinking about a wood game, at least on most maps. That's, I think, a pretty good rule of thumb to have. Anyway, Parthian Tic Tacs is in. With the last armor, you actually end up with 8 melee armor on the Xianbei Raiders, which is pretty crazy, honestly. I mean, Tatars have 6. And that's usually pretty good. You literally have 2 more melee armor than a Tatar heavy cav archer. Anyhow, it's an hour and a half score line. Or score time limit. So the game is almost certainly going to end before that. The map will likely run out of most resources before we get to a score limit situation. 8 melee armor. Yeah, I mean, it helps him a lot versus light cav, though. All right, guys, and now look at Kasa's bank. I actually think the heavy Haegwon cav are really underrated here. They're cheap to tech into. They don't cost that much gold, and they just have crazy good stats for the way. I mean, they have 10 melee armor, guys. 10 melee armor! Light cav deal 1 damage to them. Yeah, I don't think the light cav are going to be quite good enough here. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Kasa. Again, I really think that we have to appreciate how well Kasa's done. Game number 1, he fell irrevocably far behind super early on. And yet he still, I think, made a ton of correct decisions to theoretically make a comeback happen. Although, again, it was impossible. This game, Kasa, it was in a pretty rough spot early on. His eco was quite far behind MBL's, but with some really good mid-game play, clawing his way back, and then just surpassing his opponent with the good tech switches. Anyway, your Wei Hussars are going to do extremely well here. Oh my goodness. Holy cow, they crushed the light cav. No, Ornlu has 0 armor. And Ornlu takes bonus damage from literally everything. So, yeah, Ornlu is not very good. Yeah, no, I again, you guys are right. This is honestly a pleasure to watch. I don't know how to tell you this, guys, but this is a good high-level game of AoE. I know we're not used to watching good competitive high-level AoE games on this channel, but it's fun. Anyway, 192 pop here. Excellent bank for Kasa, although he does need to get his bills back to work. Yep. And then instead of a best of 9, get out of here with your ridiculous nonsense. It's so high level there, yeah. Going CAs, yep. Exactly. Oh, MBL's actually having to rebuild the market, trying to resecure those relics as well. Kasa only has the 2. Also, again, wood count, something to keep in mind. MBL will have enough to keep him going for now, but Kasa's map control and just playing to that has been really, really impressive. Brontosaurus. Yeah, MBL never getting Halb either, obviously a huge issue for him. I would like to see some of the Haegwon cav, though. I think it's... There is a situation where a lot of players at all skill levels have, where you get to late game and you're really scared to spend gold. When oftentimes what you need to do is spend the gold when you have it to get yourself an unkillable army. You don't need to literally always play to have gold left over when your opponent has no gold. Like, especially in a situation like this. Brontosaurus? Have you never heard the Roman villagers? They absolutely say Brontosaurus. Come on, Full Metal Zim, get with it. Brontosaurus. Brontosaurus. Not Tiger Cav? You don't really want Tiger Cav against a bunch of melee units. You'd rather have the heavy Haegwon Cav. Okay, now you're queuing him up. But yeah, I mean, the Mingguang armor Hussars are absolutely insane, so long as you're not facing ranged units, which you're not really doing in this case. And Universe. All right, low HP Treb right there. Last real chance. MBL has 1 castle to try and defend himself. Kasa has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and still has a ton of stone. Yes, Romans have, like I said, Halbs with 1 more melee armor than full. Yeah, guys, I wasn't lying. 10-5 armor is the heavy Hagwon Cav. So 5 pierce armor, pretty bad. Same as a champion. 10 melee armor. You're negating almost half the bonus damage of Pikeman there. Anyway, guys, MBL is going to be losing this game, and Kasa going to be tying up the series 1-1. Boyars have 8 melee armor right now, so they max out at 11. So they have only 1 less melee armor than a Boyar with full upgrades. Boyars, though, also get 7 pierce armor. But they're also a, unique unit. Alright, guys. MBL gonna call it soon here, almost certainly. Kasa's got this. I know. Slavs are one of my favorite civs. GG. I mean, can we just say how impressive that was from Kasa? MBL did not play poorly, but Kasa set himself up so well in late game. He kept MBL on the back foot. He kept on raiding him. 200 plus villager kills this game. Only 47 losses in a game that was almost an hour and 10 minutes. Like, that was a darn strong game there from our Turkish player. Yeah. Now I'm really curious. Like, how's MBL going to be striking back? Yeah, I know. Slavs and Teutons, both a ton of fun. We never see them played. Like, I just want to see more of this guy. I want to see more big, awesome late game stuff. That was MBL's #1 home map, surprisingly. But Kasa's #1 Civ pick, MBL's #5 Civ pick. MBL won with Malay. He lost, Kasa lost with the Vietnamese. Mem is going to raid me. Oh, come on, Mem. You could keep going. You could do it. Well, I mean, remember when I said, guys, that Centurions cost way too much gold and MBL ended up burning a ton of his gold that he had? Like, MBL was always going to be behind in gold compared to his opponent because Kasa did such a good job of expanding to the right side. Yeah, he spent it on a bunch of Centurions that just eventually died. Like that, they really aren't. All right, Valle de Selva is next. Another very good map, in my opinion. Even though it does have rocky terrain. I can forgive it for that, because it's otherwise a very cool map. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to see Britons anywhere, it's going to be here. Tatar's, though, also, right? Another sheep-happy civ. That's a phrase now. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Yeah, Tatars are awesome as well. Do I see Tatars? No, MBL will be going Britons. Kasa will be going Tatars. I was like, wait, what? Was I talking about nonsense? No. All right, we're good. We're good. Few minutes, guys. We're going to be getting into the next one. I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Yeah. Still have at least 2 more games today. Remember, guys, MBL couldn't participate in the qualifiers last week. So his only shot is this week. Kasa, I think, played last week and then lost. But yeah, if MBL doesn't win this series, he's not going to the LAN. And that would certainly be very unfortunate for him, especially after being at Red Bull. So let's see, guys. MBL going to be in the red as the Britons here to the northeast. And Kasa going to be in the cyan as the Tatars to the west. The Battle of the Sheep Sibs. And by sheep, I mean capybaras. Yeah, I mean, new Sibs generally, like, there's a huge creep for some of the best upgrades. In Age of Kings, 4 Sibs missed, 13 missed Bracer. Age of Conquerors added 5 Sibs with Bracer. 4 of the Forgotten Sibs had Bracer. Three of the 4 African Kingdom Sibs, 4 of the 4 Razar Sibs, 3 of the 4 Lascon Sibs. But yeah, I do miss Sibs having actual real holes in their tech tree.
Mandatum.
When I learned map scripting, really? That's fun. I actually just don't think it needs the rocky terrain at all. Otherwise, it's a really cool map. Anyway, of course, you're going to be going to get all the capybaras you can. MBL is going to be getting the food more quickly, but Kasa is going to be getting more food overall. Yeah, but I think most people would consider Jerchins to be one of the better designed Sibs in a very long time.
Grayton, ready. Mandatum.
Yep, Persians only get long swordsmen. Turks and then Huns also only got Mangonel, no Onager.
Grayton.
Nonager. Is that no Onager or 9 Onagers? That's my question. Anyway, MBL with 3 bills on gold here. This looks like a team game flank build, honestly. This looks almost exactly like a team game flank build, except you have the benefit of some extra huntables or herdables. Load things with new units to feel unique. Well, yeah, because they got to set the standard of what the different Civ archetypes look like. You don't need any swords? I mean, I don't disagree with that. Anyway, no real major difference thus far. Just Kasa opting to go up one villager later. It really doesn't matter that much here. Neither player's playing super aggressive. Kasa here likely going to be going for a scouts opening, which is totally fine. And as far as the Civ matchup goes, I think it's an interesting one. I mean, I like both of these Civs a lot. Britons are really going to like the fact that it's a short rush distance, and you don't need to move very far for your archers to cover a big part of the battlefield. But what Tatars are going to like is that you can expand to the sides. And that's going to open things up a lot and give Tatars some great opportunities to utilize their cavalry. Stuff, I don't know how you can make stuff at least super interesting without breaking the design. But like I said, I think they did a good job with the 3 new civs. They're certainly not perfect, and there are some design aspects I don't like that much, but in general, I think they did a good job with them. Marketable? I mean, yeah, you want to give people a reason to buy the new stuff. Anyway, of course, I'm wrong, and Kasa was just opening skirmishers, which, I mean, I guess if the thought is, well, I'm up against Britons, they like making archers, so I'm going to go make the thing that counters archers. I mean, it makes sense, right? But the skirmishers don't give you any sort of pushing power. It's just, they're not a great attacking unit. But I mean, look at all of the herdables here. Look at it, you still have 1,300 food left. More skirms are coming out. Fletching can come in at any moment. Actually getting padded archer armor first, but I mean, that's whatever. They get 50% more food. Which in practice is like 43-ish more food. I think something like that. Normally you get 87 food from a sheep, so you get, in theory, 50% more of that. But again, it's going to be a little bit different with decay and whatnot. But, you know, something in that ballpark. Kasa did have to delete one of his houses because you have very little space with which to work on this map. Note that MBL's still completely open. It was one of his weaknesses in the last game, was that he did open himself up to some counterattacks because he stayed open so long. But this game, MBL's totally fine. Like, what's he gonna get punished by? The only skirmishers? For all regional units? Oh, like we have had a faster attacking Fire Lancer Civ and a faster attacking Chompy Civ. I mean, I get that, but they still have levers they need, stats they need to manipulate. Anyway, MBL selling stone, going to go for a quick castle age time. Certainly going to be very powerful with the Britons. MBL is ahead in resources, as you would expect, but that will likely end when the last goose runs out. Would you suggest then that MBL's goose is cooked? Upgrades and civ bonuses? Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing with adding the regional units is so that they can add stuff to the game to give bonuses to civs that isn't already in the game. Paladin for Persians? I think it was in part because they wanted to give Persians something new for the DLC that focused them in that region quite heavily, which I understand. A little bit of idle time. Click the button, there you go.
Mandatum.
The shooting aspect. What I think they're really cautious about is when they add a new mechanic like that, they're really worried it's super OP. And so if you give a Civ a bonus to that, it would, like, break it. I mean, look what happened with Pastures, right? They added Pastures to the game and they were completely broken. Imagine if they added Pastures for all of the step Civs, like a lot of people wanted.
Ready.
So I think that's why they're hesitant to do that.
Mandatum.
But yeah, I mean, with the Paladin thing, it's also... I think they want Paladins to just be a European unit. And so Paladin is currently restricted to only European civs, plus Cumans, who are half a European civ themselves.
Mandatum ready.
Anyway, Castle Age is coming in here. And yeah, I mean, you're getting Castle Age and you're just with skirmishers. It's not that exciting. Yeah, Persians now have a unique version of the Paladin called the Savar. It has less HP but more armor and a little bit of attack bonus versus archers.
Salam.
At least not yeah, there's no European civ with camels. Unless you count Byzantines. But Byzantines are one of those transcontinental civilizations.
Mandatum.
Up.
Yay.
But yeah, I mean, it's in part to make up for the fact that Europe doesn't have a regional unit right now. Right? That they're the only ones that get paladins. Anyway, I remember once upon a time, in the long ago, I believe I said something to the degree that if you're behind in eco and only making skirmishers, you're not going to win the video game. I seem to remember a wise Ornlu once suggesting such a thing. And I guess the skirmishers are here now to help deal with the crossbowmen, but you're still not very well set up. Different continents? Because the ancient Greeks thought so. Because to the ancient Greeks, Europe was to the northwest, Asia was to the east, and Africa was to the south. Yeah, I mean, your eco's still quite minor here for Kasa. MBL is going to be going up to 3 TCs, and it feels like he's just setting himself up so much better. Even though the resources collected are overall quite close. A lot less gold. Wins games? No, I'm saying that going skirmishers when you're on the back foot and behind an economy is never really going to be a winning play. All it does is delay your death. Because you just fall further behind an economy, and you have no ability to counterattack. Bloodlines is coming in, but it could very easily end up dying before, or the stable dying before Bloodlines comes in, which seems very likely. You do have +2 defense in, and 1 bill is sniped right there, but Bloodlines is going to get denied. So, good stuff there for MBL, but Kasa is in a really strong spot. Great job identifying the weakest part of MBL's defenses. Or at least where you can do the most damage. This is technically the weakest spot, but you can idle the most villagers right there. So he knows about this TC. He knows about this TC, so he knows about all the TCs. Ballistics is coming in as well. MBL is applying pressure at the front, but this is where those Tadar sheep, or capybaras in this case, are so powerful. Because you still only have 1 farm that you've been needing to make. Castle, I mean, they're still very good in Castle. It's just a matter of you can't make skirms and boom very easily at the same time. Well, MBL going to try and take the high ground here. He does have 2 mangonels and counting. But last game, Kasa was able to keep up with MBL in the mangonel shenaniganry. So we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do that here. It's still a really tricky spot for him because he's got the worst eco going forward. So the CA are going to be fully upgraded other than Husbandry at the moment, as soon as Bloodlines is in. And here's the thing that kind of concerns me for Kasa, though, is that MBL is playing to the future, right? He's applying pressure, and then he got the eco behind it. So now the ball is in Kasa's court to both clean him up and then do a huge counterattack. Now, the cleaning up bit is going to happen. Kind of unfortunate there for MBL, honestly. Like, all those units are going to die. But what counterattack damage can you do as Kasa? Like, I mean, yeah, you don't want to lose your army there as MBL, but it's kind of okay because your opponent's eco is a mess, and you're on 3 TCs chillin'. I really would love to see a second archery range. That does feel a bit bad, to be honest. You need to be able to replace the lost archers. Oh ho ho! Or you can do that! Oh my goodness, guys. Mangonels will fall, but oh jeez. I mean, if you can do that, then I guess you're all good in the hood. That's it. You're still in Dark Result. Okay, now the ranges are coming in, and they're adding even the third range. But there's the Siege Workshop. That's what I was really looking to see for Kasa. MBL now going to be getting even further ahead in resources. Gold is going to become an issue for Kasa quite soon as well. He is going to need to expand to the sides. And yet, MBL doesn't have a whole heck of a lot. And it's GG, except it's not GG. StarCraft has way more oops, you lose the game moments than AoE 2 does. Mangonels are, of course, the closest you'll ever get to that, but like, this is still totally recoverable here from Kasa, who now has a significant score lead, mind you. MBL will finish that third range, but, I mean, now you've lost all your archers. And this is what I was talking about, right? Where you need to have the ranges down to replenish the lost archers because you sent the archers forward, you did a number on your opponent's economy. This knight is very well placed for MBL. And yet, I don't see a whole lot that deals with cav archers, especially well-upgraded ones like Kasa has. And only now missing the husbandry upgrade. Oh, no, never mind, they have it. Okay, so fully upgraded cav archers. Also, taught our high ground bonus. Still, Mangonel's forcing those villagers out, or our cav archers out for now. More repairs coming in. Kasa starting to get some value. MBL is 20 villagers ahead. Kasa going for rams instead of mangonels, which is really interesting. Why would you do that? I mean, that's just how the map works, right? Because you have to expand to the sides to get gold. So, I mean, the TC itself makes sense for MBL, and he's going to have ballistics as Britain's here in a second, which is very good. And the crossbow numbers are catching up pretty quickly. Britain ranges still work at least a little bit faster. But my concern is the mangonels. MBL's going to babysit the mangonels like crazy, which he should. All right, let's see what the Rams can do. Kasa has a big army lead, but he's very behind in resources. He's very 1 TC right now. I mean, he's so, when we say he's all in, he needs to do a ton of damage here, obviously. That said, he's still making villagers, so it's not like the Phosphru actual pure all-ins that you need to win the game immediately. There is absolutely a route out of this for Kasa if he can kill like another 15 plus fills, which is not impossible at all. Anyway, 4 rams in there. Mangonel gonna get sniped for free, though. I mean, again, I'm still just not entirely sure here. Why is a ram coming in now from MBL? Yeah, remember, cav archers deal 2 damage to mangonels, whereas they deal 1 damage to scorpions.
Yay.
It's just that threshold of having 6 pierce armor versus 7. But mangonels have more HP than scorpions. Oh my goodness, huge hit right there from MBL. Is he going to be able to keep it running? All the mangoes are going to die. Mango falls, but MBL free firing, and that, guys, could be it right there. There are 4 Rams that have done literally nothing this game. Imagine if, like, any amount of them were mangonels.
Ready.
And Archer fire on your units? I mean, I just don't know what he's doing at all with those Rams. MBL kind of just like walking into the Cav Archer fire right there, which I don't love. This is a very weird fight. It still should be totally fine for MBL because he has the far better eco behind it, so if both players trade armies, MBL's going to come out on top because he can much better sustain this. That's it. I mean, again, the Archer mass has been reset. MBL going to add in another archery range here. How's his gold income looking beyond this area? I think that's all he's got for gold. Knights over here got 4 villagers, and yeah, there's still nothing that stops them, so MBL certainly doing some work there. I don't think... Oh, it's a bait. It's a bait, guys! Cav Archer's taking so much damage trying to snipe the Mangonel, and they just don't deal enough damage to it, and that is also huge there for MBL. I've been asking why the Rams. More CA are coming out. MBL with some knight upgrades, and now all those vills are going to die, and that's really going to hurt the gold income here for our Cyan player. And MBL back on the offensive. This TC is super important for him to secure, and Kasa's got no way of knowing that it's there. Because once this gold is gone, which is going to be very soon, there's 1,000 gold left, he's going to have none other than this TC, which obviously very, very important still to take. Osaw just now coming in.
Ready.
Tricky engagement for all players. I mean, the Rams are still doing nothing, right? It's so much easier to place the crossbowmen than the Cav Archers, especially as Britons. They train a lot faster. And yet Kasa's trying to make this work, guys. He really is. MBL's gonna lose most of his army here. More CA reinforcements are incoming. I mean, good micro from MBL, of course.
Grayton, Mandatum.
Ready.
Leather Archer armor coming in. MBL 10 archers in the queue right now. Kasa kind of making a mix of skirms and Cav Archers. Honestly, probably just more Cav Archers is probably what you want. And I do kind of wish Kasa had like some sort of transition out of this because it feels like this is really kind of just getting out of hand in favor of MBL economically. Yeah, like now you need the 4 Rams, which is of course they're all dead. And now we're getting beyond the time when, you know, 15 villager kills is sufficient. Now you need, like, 30 to 40 villager kills. It's not impossible, but again, the damage threshold for this to be successful is getting very high.
Yay.
And I feel like if Kasa had a transition out of this, it would be so much better, or at least you're denying the gold here, which would be a huge advantage. Now MBL feels comfortable to switch into skirms himself. Yeah, he absolutely needed to deny this TC at a minimum, but he doesn't even know it exists in the first place. Which I think is maybe not quite understanding your win conditions here. Anyway, MBL has lots and lots of army. He should be able to win this fight, I think, fairly decisively. Decent Mangonel hit there. But I mean, that huge hit on the Cav Archers in like early Castle Age killed like 5 of them. That was really what tipped the scales so heavily in MBL's favor. Now this should all be over but the crying. And maybe the crying isn't even over yet. Anyway, there we go. MBL, 12 mangonels, and some strange decision there from Kasa. Some good play for sure, but he either... It's like he didn't go all in enough in the sense that he tried to make things like skirmishers and rams, which weren't going to like win him the game immediately. But he also went too all in that he never really expanded his eco more. It was close, though, for sure. MBL needed to have perfect unit control, or at least close to it, and MBL did manage just that. So, possibly one more game today. We'll see what Kasa can do. That was MBL's other home map, so we have both of Kasa's home maps left. And it will be Lensois Maranhenses next. We'll be starting in a minute 36. Again, huge thanks to everybody who's tuned in today. I really do appreciate it. Need to finish this stream, then I need to work out, and then dinner. I don't think I'm getting anything else done today, I'm afraid. "22 seconds. The job hunt going? Awful. The job hunt is almost going as well as the dating front. This game? He still did well overall, but he made a couple strategic blunders and a big micro blunder. He'll try to get a job? Absolutely. Because if I hit 30 and I'm still living at home with my parents, I think I'm going to explode. Uber plus cast AoE too? Oh, jeez. Way too much college debt for that. Alright, so MBL, one game away from the next round. His only shot in the qualifier. It'll be the Red Persians here to the northwest and to the southeast. Ahead in the scout fight, we will have Kasa as the Cyan Wu. 30, yeah, basically. Just don't pay. Maybe I'll move to Mexico. That's what my cousin did, actually. Well, perfectly symmetrical violence. Have any assets? Not really. My computer. Just take that with me. But yeah, my cousin apparently just like had some big relationship issues in his life. And so he decided to pick up and move to Mexico. Just to get away from it all. Or at least in the short run. I mean, he works for Expedia, so I think he's like working at Expedia Mexico. But it's like, just picked up and just went away. I have a corgi behind me, making strange corgi sounds. Alright, MBL. And villager ahead. Neither player has a scout cab to harass the other. They both have a fishing ship. MBL's got another one on the way. And I still like Persians more than Wu in general. To Europe? The thing is, I can't move to Europe unless I get a job in Europe. And it's hard to get a job in Europe unless I already have a visa in Europe. So I've looked at jobs in both Korea and in Europe, and even Japan. But the issue is they want you to already have a work visa. So I don't really know how I would actually get sponsored there. Without having job, I don't think we get asylum from America. Maybe I could pull an Ellie and just do grad school there. Oh no, Ellie had dual citizenship though, so that was probably easier. Companies want to sponsor the Ornlu visa, yeah. I mean, I love to travel. I don't need that much to be happy. Like, I want to live, you know, in like a city, and hopefully someplace that's cosmopolitan and English friendly. But there are tons of places like that. Give it time, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to get a job here. Canada? Canada's the same deal. Also, Canada's not too big on America right now, which you can't really blame them, can you? Anyway, MBL's eco is going to be rocking. He's got 3 docks right now. Lots and lots of fishing. But also, it's like, you know, I kind of want to like make something of myself. You know, I got a degree from a very good university. Took me a ton of time and energy, blood, sweat, and tears, and a ton of debt. American or from Israel? I mean, anywhere I've ever been. I mean, to be fair, I haven't really traveled abroad since the whole thing, but it's always been, people have been reasonably separating America from the Americans. Other language fluently? No. Not that I would consider fluently. Although I have spent plenty of time studying Korean. Bulldog. I went to George Washington. The Elliott School of International Affairs at the George Washington University. Visa program? But that's like just teaching English usually, right? Like, I'm getting close to 30, and I kind of wanted to, like, you know, start my life, so to say. Job? Yeah, but I have no networking. Also, the old student loans prevent me from saving any money. Miserable? Yes, but I want one. I'd rather, if it's going to be boring and miserable, I want it to at least pay well. Anyway, Men at Arms here, applying pressure. I mean, MBL is having to run his villagers. He's not super far ahead. I mean, it's 5 fishing ships to 6, 30 vills to 28. It's not that much of a lead. Bankruptcy? Then I think I would have a very hard time ever finding an apartment. MBL, go into the coast! Oh, he needs the Dunkirk transport ships to show up. Yeah, you also cannot bankrupt student loans. That's also true. Was so cold? Yeah, it really depends. Also, garrisoning the dock's huge right there. Bills will punch down the archer, so this is still okay for MBL. He's still a little ahead in resources. You definitely need to quick wall here, though. And he does. For renting, because they want you to make sure that you can pay rent. Well, go live in Nilly's apartment? Alas. Yeah, but have you considered that being a landlord in America is extremely lucrative depending on where you live? Yes, he did. Just stay with Ellie? Unfortunately, I don't think Ellie's partner would be too happy if I moved in. Asia, I mean, I'd love to go back, but I feel like I'm kind of getting past that point in my life, you know? Like, I really want to get my career going. Each of my Discord members. Easy. But yeah, I mean, it's tough because although I live with my parents, in student loan plus healthcare expenses, it's still like, what, $500, $600 a month that I have to pay? Be born into wealth? I really should have considered that. Anyway, Kasa doing a good job here on water, but MBL with the Persian eco still looking really good. It does snag that archer. The gambling sponsor? Oh, jeez. I'm pretty darn anti-gambling. Actually, no, Kasa finding a way to click up the castle age. Really impressive. Cast a heavy team from a beach in Thailand or Mexico. Oh, jeez. For rent? No, that's for my student loans plus healthcare. Health insurance. We bet sponsor. Although I do have to help out my parents financially as well sometimes. I'm 28, turning 29 next month. Anyway. Good kills there. Eco still looking very good for MBL. Oh, guys, it's not going to be John Swordsman. Look at this. I actually think this is really smart. It feels like the Jian Swordsman would be so much easier to counter right here than it would be for going for the Knights. Or the Haeguang Cav. "21 seconds from Castle Age, and you will get there a bit faster as MBL. Oh no, I have to pay taxes too. I actually don't know what I owe yet. Hopefully not very much. Unfortunately, my job is taxed at an extremely high rate, even though I make so little money. It's really annoying. That's one of the main reasons I think T90 went to Florida, is because they don't have the state income tax. And now he's jeez. No, I mean, I'm not complaining about my situation. I mean, I can vent my frustrations, but I have something I do right now that's at least something to do. And I absolutely love doing AoE stuff. So I'm in a loving family with a corgi. And I can even still hang out with my friends sometimes. So, again, my situation could be way worse. But it's just been very static for a while, so I think it's understandable that I'm a little antsy to get my life moving. How much tax? If I owe more than like $400 to $500 in taxes, I will be very unhappy. Twitch family loves me? No, they don't. Let's be real. I'm just a source of abuse. Anyway, of course, MBL as Persians does have access to camels, which is why we do need to see that monastery follow-up. And thank you, Majike, for the 91 months and your hatred.
I hate Ornlu.
I hate Ornlu. Finally, the truth will out. Anyway, MBL still walled here. He has only one stable, though, from which to produce camels. Honestly, I still think Kasa was in an okay position. Medium warships, though, in from MBL, and the real issue here is simply going to come from the fish boom. Dedication? I mean, it really takes the passion of an Ornlu viewer to spend that much time hate watching me. Six hours or so? Yeah, we're at 9 hours. Is it sad that I want to see a game 5? Guys, I think that there's something really wrong with me. I don't know. I've really been enjoying these games. November? But then I'd have to pay for the plane ticket and hotel and stuff, and I can't do that. Well, tower is getting low. Okay, camels are coming in. Okay, so that should be fine here for MBL. Ooh, tower even getting some extra value. Res collected are still pretty darn even. Actually, a slight lead here for Kasa. Origin gonna be in here. He's going for Cav Archers because remember, literally every Civ is Huns. MBL, just Forging on. You have +1/+1 as well as Bloodline, so still having those important advantages here for Kasa. I don't know, guys. Kasa's looking good here. The score is very good for MBL because of the water, but that also means that all of this navy is not doing anything for him. But the fish boom is also very good, so it has its ups and downs. Intellectual poor people? Yeah. A lot of these Haegwang are very low HP, though, so I'm really not sure, honestly, guys, why he isn't just going for a few monks. This feels like... I love the Haegwang opening, because it's a lot harder to deal with those than it is to deal with Gen Swordsmen at this stage. Okay, that's a lot of dead units. This fan base from Reddit? Yeah, that was my original fan base. All right, third TC coming in for MBL, fourth TC for Kasa. And anime conventions. I don't know, the Vil count is very close. Like, the macro behind us is quite solid for Kasa. He also has better eco upgrades. I think there's just something that is inherently icky to me about playing this composition with Wu and playing the long game against Persians. Like, it feels like MBL can just macro up a storm here, especially with the fishing ships. Yeah, but you're not getting to 20 Jian swordsmen. You could either get around 10 Jian swordsmen or 6 to 7 Haegwang cav, and the 6 to 7 Haegwang cav are way more scary. And MBL sure does love his boom, but if you look at the one game that Kasa did win, it was almost an hour and 10-minute game, so can't really say that Kasa should be feeling too bad about trying to take it late here versus MBL. Oh yeah, me too. I think TOS has done just a great job with it. The only one that really hasn't given any good games so far is Pantanal. In my field of study, research and consulting. That sort of thing. Analysis. Is this live? As always, The casting is pre-recorded and the games are live. Yeah, no, I think that map pool's really solid. All right, one relic in here for MBL. He's adding in a 4th TC. Yeah, this is actually really painful. Not gonna lie. Guys, he's still making cav archers. Oh no, I just realized he's gonna go fire archers with the forward castle, isn't he? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, guys. Take him 20 minutes to kill 1 TC. Yeah, I took my job, yeah. CA, remember, every Civ is Huns. Every Civ does CA and light cav. MBL now making CA, let's go. I mean, to be fair, Persian CA do hard counter fire archers. And I still have the very strong sneaking suspicion that our Wu player here is going to try and go fire archers. Decent attack round, but more Haegwon cav finding value. Res collected still a bit better for Kasa, and being able to keep up an eco with Persians in a game like this on a hybrid map is honestly still really impressive. All right, it's Friday, right, guys? Or no, is it Saturday? Oh, it's... No, it's Friday. It's Friday, okay. So my mom doesn't get home until 7:45. So it's 5 right now. So if this series finishes within, like, an hour, I still should have plenty of time to work out. We're good. Anyway, Parthian Tactic is even coming in here from MBL. Kasa, where is his market? Dude, market, make, imp, research. I think that Kasa is making a major mistake right now. MBL is getting time here. I mean, just look up to imp so fast if he just had a market, man. Neither player's eco efficiency is especially great. MBL now running here to the north, and you're just not spending anything as Kasa. Click the button. Oh my goodness, he's literally... And he doesn't have a building either. Oh my god. 9 hours in? Yes. Only 9 hours. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. I just have a barbell and dumbbells. I am still working here. Guys, this hurts my soul. All right, imp is on the way. MBL still hasn't clicked up. This imp could have come in like a minute and a half ago, though. And please, for the love of our Lord and Savior Doubt, please, Kasa, don't go fire archers. Go for anything else. I would be okay with cav archers here. You're not going to do something silly now, right, Kasa? It's okay. So long as MBL isn't making any military units that deal damage, those fire archers are going to be very effective. Okay, honestly, great micro here from Kasa. Is able to take down the Scorpion. The monks are here to heal up all those units. Is Dash coming with me? No, Dash stays with my family. I don't feel comfortable having the responsibility of taking care of a Corgi by myself without being settled. Although Dash does sort of worship me, so it'll be really rough. Anyway, Ballistics now coming in. Another castle as well. MBL still is pretty far away from clicking up, remember. Oh my goodness, guys, the Fire Archers! Absolutely wrecking face. Look at that, guys. Fire Archers are hard countering the villagers. Guys, the villagers don't stand a chance to the Fire Archers. No, they were actually really bad that game, and regular arbs would have been better. Would have been much more efficient on the wood cost. Oh, geez. Well, MBL's going to click up in a moment. Kasa still largely has map control, although that's a big Cav Archer blob coming in for a counterattack. More Siege Workshops incoming. Deal damage? Oh, you're right. I should have controlled for the fact that villagers only deal 3 damage. Sanitarinkas, yeah. Even Bohemians. Alright, MBL only gonna just now be building his first castle. Huge issue for him over time is gonna be gold and stone access. Wood, you're fine on for quite a while. Food, you've got space. But the mineral resources are gonna be a big problem. The counterattacking is very good, though. That deal AoE damage? Fire Archers deal AoE damage? Wait, no, that's not true. Freaking, it's been elephants since Age of Kings. Breaking the Geneva Convention, yeah. Alright, more trebs coming in. No Sitting Tiger yet, though, which is a very good upgrade. I mean, yeah, there are tons of units. Undiscovered? Yes, they're undiscovered as a good AoE 2 unit because they aren't a good AoE 2 unit. And run for their lives, yeah. Anyway, the traction trebs are still doing work. MBL really feels stuck, guys. Turn this around? Well, yes, because MBL could make an actual military. Although I will say AoE 3 gives you a really satisfying breaking the Geneva Convention because, like, you destroy a TC and there's, like, 20 villagers garrisoned inside and they all pop out at the same time and you can't go anywhere with them. And you can't repair buildings to, like, hop them back in. Okay, Heavy Haegwang coming in. That'll do just fine. Still would love to see Sitting Tiger, though. It's not the cheapest upgrade in the world, but it's not too bad. 600 food, or wood, 300 gold. Lingering Fire Effect? I think so. More repairs attempted here for MBL, but he is simply not able to develop a good army composition. And he doesn't have the time to do so because of all the traction trebs here. Oh no! Skirmishers! Yeah, everything about Fire Archers are weird. But yeah, absolutely should get Sitting Tiger. It's a very good upgrade. Well, I guess you get that. Blast Furnace coming in too. Also, the fishing ships are going to become very inefficient soon. I mean, MBL's trying. The scores are still relatively close, but remember, a lot of that's water. And that Blast Furnace here, so the Haegwang will be fully upgraded. The thing is, they're actually still worse than regular archers. Fire archers are very expensive and have a very slow fire rate for what they give you. They're okay against ships. That's definitely one of the best applications, though, is against ships. So long as you keep them near your castles and whatnot, which you can do. The win? The thing is, Persians are usually an early to mid-gamey sort of civ. Anyway, MBL trying to go for some camels as well. Oh, there's Sitting Tiger. Which at the very least, guys, is an amazing name for the tech. I have no idea what it has to do with giving trebuchets and lochuans extra projectiles, but it's pretty awesome. They're not a food unit at all. What you talking about, food? Aren't they 45 wood, 45 gold? Yep, 45 wood, 45 gold. So 20 more wood than a regular archer. Anyway, there you go. Castle goes down. If you didn't, well, the overlay is wrong. All right, Haegwancav here, still fully upgraded. And again, it's not like the fire archers are that great, but they don't need to be that great of a unit because you're in such a strong offensive position. The Haegwancav are actually a solid unit still. And the traction trebs with Sitting Tiger are also very good. So as much as I'm making fun of the Wu military right now, there actually are still some strong aspects to it in this particular situation, although you do kind of want all your units stacked up together. And Red Cliff's tactics coming in because you just love those fire archers, man. Now you stand no chance. But yeah, no heavy camel here, obviously a huge issue. Still missing a lot of the attack upgrades, Haegwang full upgrades. And GG called, guys. That was really well played from Kasa. Did a great job of keeping MBL's eco as inefficient as it was, just so that he could maintain his own eco. I loved the Haegwancav play in early Castle Age. The Cav Archer play was a little weird behind it, but it worked out, and then he was just able to get himself really well set up for the quick Imperial Age. Tactics? Yeah, I mean, I see no evidence that Redcliffe's tactics did not win Kasa that game. Yeah, no, honestly, guys, Kasa was playing really well this set. And, like, MBL is also playing well. But, guys, if Kasa wins the next game, MBL's out. Like a trout. Named Doubt. And I think it's going to be on Pantanal as well. Indeed, it will be. Koreans, Mayans, Saracens, Spanish, Portuguese, Bengalis. You could actually make an argument for every single one of these civilizations for both players. Yeah, 9 hours and 21 minutes we've been live today. And we start at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So we start in, what, 14 hours tomorrow? Yeah, 14 hours we start. Well, I mean, if you're not here at 7 a.m. tomorrow, I don't even know what you're doing. Alrighty. Interesting. Who won? Kasa. Dash, I know I've been very boring. You're not getting food. Hold on. Hold on. Sometimes a corgi has to get kicked out. I am absolutely not the alpha dog. The corgi is 100% the alpha of this house. Amazonia, it really didn't look super great. MBL just meleeed his way to victory. All right, guys, this is it. Like I said, MBL's only chance here. I mean, it's also Kosovo's last chance, but MBL, you'd expect to qualify for a top 12 LAN event. But we will have MBL in the red as the Koreans to the south of Pantanal, and to the north in the cyan as the Bengalis. It will be Kosovo. Now, what I don't know is this actually, like, unfair? Are there an equal number of capybaras on each island? MBL's already taking a couple. Because MBL's slice of island is larger. But does that equal more capybaras? I feel like it kind of does. Yeah, this is the map that, in my opinion, has not produced any good games yet. The only one. But let's see what the plan is here. We've seen FCs work, but it was really just, like, the super fast FCs or your Huns. Will either player choose to go aggressive in Feudal Age? Bengalis are certainly not the pick for doing that. Much here. It's the waterways are the only way it's really differentiated from land nomad. I mean, I suggested land nomad to T West, but then was thinking that I think he thought it was too passive. But yeah, your civils do start scattered all over the place. The reason you always TC in the middle is because it's where all the gold is. And it's where all these capybaras are. But I feel like Nomad, even if it's not the best 1v1 map, is still the much more of that real Nomad experience where the TCs can sometimes be super close together, sometimes super far away. And it feels a lot more, like, chaotic than this, which feels very consistent. Also, MBL's TC is on the gold here, whereas Kosovo's is much further away, for what that is worth. Standard. Well, I mean, the whole part of it is that your TCs are literally on a wood line and usually a gold mine, which allows for some of the more fast castle-y builds, but yeah, this one's probably my least favorite map in the pool. I must confess. Because it feels like every single one of the other maps has at least provided some very good games. And, like, actually multiple very good games. Choyo. Anyway, guys, as far as the Civ matchup goes, though, I like Bengalis versus Koreans. Koreans don't love facing monk civs or civs that can just outboom them and get a better Imperial Age time. Oddish. Koreans counter FC Ratha. Well, that's the thing. I don't think you go FC Ratha on this map. I think you go FC Monks and then add TCs. If the Koreans players like trying to go for like towers and castles and stuff, then that's where you just expand away from your opponent. Utilize the fact that you start close to each other and go backwards. Really hard for Koreans to apply pressure there. And then, like I said, you just don't deal with Bengali monks very well at all as Koreans. That said, this is just clicking up to Feudal Age on 22 villagers. Okay. MBL, meanwhile, is going to be going for... Actually, is this an FC? Yeah, no, Ratha are not the unit here. Elephant Archers eventually, absolutely. Ratha, no. What is this build, actually? Why did MBL build a mill? No way he has the right resources to go FC here, right? Is this... second building? Oh, duh. Yeah, my bad. No, wait, no, he had the mining camp. yeah. But the market, yeah, but you're not gonna, like, go fast fuelage into market. Anyway, it's Vil fighting time. Kasa, though, not playing this very, like, greedy whatsoever. He's gonna have his own pretty quick uptime. He's gonna be able to drop an archery range very swiftly. And this still feels perfectly fine here. Do need to be careful. You don't want to get housed. All right, you need to come in with your own defensive tower. Archery range coming in. I mean, perfect response so far here. Barracks just now on the way for MBL. You can garrison your enemy tower with archers. Oh, you can also get a Vil punching from the right angle here. Look at that. It's all about the corners, guys. Oh, and Vils are over here as well. MBL's tower gets denied. MBL gonna have to rebuild another one over there, but that also is not fully walled. Oh my goodness, MBL's fleeing. Guys, is MBL gonna lose to Kasa in his one qualifier chance? Uh-oh. I mean, Kasa's playing this perfectly. MBL, couple critical execution mistakes. I mean, Kasa was a good player, guys, but this isn't really what we expected at all. And now this is fine for Kasa, because what happens is MBL gets the tower in, you just garrison archers, and can get fletching. Now, I don't think you necessarily want to be sending weak Vils over. That feels like a very poor idea. A little bit of idle time for both players, but Kasa's well ahead in terms of resources right now. Hypecaster? I hype when there's something to be hyped about. I'm not just bored out of my mind when something exciting is happening. Yep. Oh, it's definitely not over yet. Kasa still has no stone income. Second tower coming in for MBL. His own base should be very safe at home. The thing is, though, you know that the stone's all on the outside, and MBL is mining it, so... Hey, where'd the archers go? Oh, here they are. 300 more I mean, I don't necessarily think Elo means all that much here, but MBL is like a top 15, top 16 player, and Kasa's like a top 30-ish player, maybe? So I still think it would be a big accomplishment if Kasa gets the win here. By the way, in this particular bracket, yeah, you would then face running in the next round as either of these players, and then the winner of Tato Dogao in the final round. So it's not that bad of a bracket either. Total and brutal domination. When there's nothing to hype about? I feel like if the hype comes in at a much more genuine situation, then I feel like it's more compelling. But that's just me. You know, hopefully there's interesting things to talk about, but if you just try to manufacture hype constantly, it just feels very fake. Anyway, Archer's still dancing around. Those poor capybaras are very sad. And as things stand right now, MBL still is applying some pressure here. Wheelbarrow timing? I think he was housed. That said, if you're running around with your Vils a lot... Still buying more time as Kasa. Fletching's going to be big for MBL, though, with those towers. That said, there's now enough stone to get a defensive tower up over here. Oh, and MBL's got the Sturm out. That's going to get a nice archer kill. I head for attention? Yeah. Not my style. Yeah, Kasa's almost up. He's gonna have the buildings this time. Wheelbarrow coming in for MBL. 2 vills on food for MBL right now, guys. 2! That's not very good. All right, tower coming in. Town Watch, still going to be a very important upgrade here. I love that Kasa got it. Even if he got it only because he was housed and it was a mistake, I still love it. Even if it was for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense. Oh boy. Vills are here to punch as needed. Obviously, the trash units only deal 1 damage. Knowing that he needs to pull back the low HP Vills, also super important. Tower's going to go up for both players, though. And here we go. Now, those Vills are still going to get whittled down by the skirmishers. Still very important to keep note of. Honestly, Wheelbarrow helps, though. Okay, well, don't stop there. And that will result in the first dead villager. Kasa technically hasn't killed a single unit yet. He is on his way up to Castle Age, though. Vill's kind of in a derpy position. Great micro from both players, actually. Oh my goodness. Ungarrisoning the high HP Vill, garrisoning the low HP Vill. Okay, again, this is both players absolutely playing their hearts out right now. Scout Cavalry out, too. All right, this is what we want to see, guys. Oh, Spearman gets the hit. That is not great micro from Cosmo, unfortunately. Right after that great moment before. Food eco very low. And this is also a situation where you really wish you had knights. This is where Bengalis absolutely wish you have knights. But, well, you don't. So you got to figure out something else here to go for as Kasva. You're still too far away to get to Rathas. More towers are coming in. And he just brings the scout back. Dang it, Kasva. Okay, market now being rushed up, but do you just make an elephant archer or a battle elephant here? Hold on, I actually think the correct move might be to make a battle elephant and an elephant archer. Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. I actually think you just want as many stats on the dance floor as possible right now. Okay, he is going to be going for the castle. I don't actually know if this is the correct play. But it's a bold play. Guys, everything on the line here. MBL doesn't see it. Oh my goodness. I mean, he has just a few trash. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is the bold play. There are archers here, and the thing is, you're going to lose eco. But MBL actually really should have been focusing down the vills more. He could have gotten at least 1, maybe 2 more vills there. And he deletes the TC! Oh my goodness. MBL isn't that far away from Castle Age, but this is a lot of idle time. Uh-oh. I mean, this is why these guys are pro players. I would have gone for the safe move, make a couple elephants and start adding TCs at the back. Kasva? Don't do that. Don't run into the TC there. Scout for that. I mean, you know the stone is on the outside, but I think MBL was really just trying to apply too much pressure at the front. Anyway, you still have access to more wood and gold right there. Those villagers are still in a precarious spot. MBL really needed to be clicking the villager HP. There are at least 3 villager kills that MBL has left on the board already. Oh yeah, he is stealing the farms. Yeah, nice move there. MBL's clicking up, though. He has no stone left, though. This map in general has very little stone, remember. Res are also ahead for MBL by a sizable margin. KD also good for him. MBL is at 5 Bill kills. I mean, he's got a much greater population. Yep. MBL over here getting those kills. All those vills are going to go down, guys. Oh my goodness. Maybe it was the wrong play. Like I said, the play I would have gone for at early Castle Age, get a couple elephants, and then add a TC at the back. And then a monastery. that drives away your opponent and gets yourself safely set up. Obviously, Kasa went for the big play with the forward castle. Remember, Rothas only have 1 Pierce Armor now. They were nerfed. This is still so awkward for both players. These are going to be guard towers really soon. MBL's got a little bit of gold income here. Oh, absolutely. I mean, both players. You're MBL and you're going to lose not even in the second to last round. You lose in the, what, 3rd round of the tournament? No, MBL would lose in the 2nd round of the tournament. He beat some very low-rated player relative to MBL in the 1st round, someone I never heard of. He beat somebody without a Liquipedia page in his 1st round, and would, in theory, just be running right into Kasa here. I think it's winnable for both players right now. The scores are flipping back and forth. Still trying to get a ton of value out of the Rothas, and it's not like they have been useless, but I'm not quite sure it's been enough. DBA just now coming in. MBL's had that upgrade. MBL's fine right now. He's got 2 towers here defending this little area, I guess. Looks kind of like a campaign base, to be honest. Rothas charging in, of course. They still have the mobility advantage. Bill's there, gonna get sniped. Both players simultaneously feel okay and in an awful spot right now. Neither have any food income, but Kasa should have more space with which to work. MBL's adding in a guard tower over here, gonna deny the farms that were stolen from him. Oh, MBL can't lose the vills like that. Loses 2 more vills. The vill count now even between the 2 players. The eco upgrades are even between the 2 players. And an armored elephant is coming in too. The Muma kill is going to be ready for battle. Oh, and on the other side as well. Oh my goodness, guys. Look at this. Town Watch, guys. Town Watch is pretty big. He knew the villagers were right there. Gets the kills. The vill kill count is now very close. Full vision of the map. Actually, I mean, it's pretty good for both players. Some more units here hanging around the sides. Rothas on the other area as well. 9 Rothas in total. Armored Elephant just going to start to go to town on those buildings. Those vills are being idle. We got a monastery coming in. Who could really use a relic? Who could use a relic? I feel like both players could use a relic. Their incomes are both really stretched right now. Siege Workshop coming in. That's going to be a big one here for MBL. Getting some rocket carts would be really good for his defenses. Man, what an epic series to end today. 2nd TC coming in. Again, this is going to be for villager protection as much as getting your eco going. Both are going to be good enough reasons, but MBL's still here, and these units are literally the difference between MBL being eliminated and MBL having a solid chance to win. Yeah, it was me. I said... I mean, I wasn't like, oh, this is the worst map ever. I just said this is the one map that hasn't produced any good games yet. Well, it picked a good time to start producing a good game, okay? Okay. Rothas are here, and they're going to start schmacking around those units. All that's getting mopped up. 56 to 53 population. Very, very close. MBL added a 2nd TC to the south as well. That's super safe. It means that he's going to have wood income and at least a decent amount of space for food income without any issues. Oh, and he gets a 1-for-0 there with his rocket cart against the Mangonel. Triggered Ornlu? Yeah, I know you guys do. It's also really awkward for Kasa to get those villagers going. The eco is actually really poor for him. And I don't love Mangonels here. I mean, to be fair, you just wish you had battering rams as Bengalis in this sort of situation. Guys, I think this is starting to look better for MBL. 3 monks even queued up. It's just the food income is not going anywhere at the moment for Kasa. It feels like he is starting to stumble a little bit in terms of the macro and eco balance. Rocket carts coming in for MBL. And the thing is, MBL has a ton of towers, right? So it doesn't actually make all that much sense to try and play, like, super aggressive. Just, like, boom away as Bengalis. Oh my goodness, that's huge! GG. I mean, it was good. Also, yeah, very careful there, MBL. Don't want to just instantly lose the stone for the tower. Oh my goodness, I think Kasa was getting a little bit nervous, guys. Tower is incoming. 2 mangonels out. More skirmishers are on the way. Another mangonel almost out. No more rocket carts are on the way. I mean, again, I feel like what you want are monks and monk upgrades and some defensive mangonels at this point as Kasa, and really try and lean on getting a better economy. Did not choose to do that. Kasa had better mangonel micro than MBL in game number 2. That's a 1-for-1, obviously. How on earth did MBL not get the kill there? Hopefully gets it. Nope. Okay. Mangonel fights are weird, man. All right. Another mangonel, another rocket cart. But how is that not the kill? Okay. Well, it's a 1-for-1. The thing is, guys, MBL's completely off of stone. Kasa is not. Although those res, I mean, it's just the eco efficiency from Kasa is a huge issue for him. MBL's got skirms. These Rathas are currently doing literally nothing. Another castle drop? Would it be any... Where would you drop it? Would you drop it like it's hot? Drop it like it's hot? I mean, you need to start securing some more gold, but like MBL's fine. He's getting handcart, guys. And I feel like MBL's calm and experience is likely going to be carrying him through at this point. I mean, just look at this, guys. It's the eco efficiency. It's all that. And he's not dropping a castle anywhere right now, which isn't going to do him any good. University coming in for MBL, and I think Kasa really is just falling apart here. MBL possibly going to win this game by deleting his starting town center just so that he could rebuild it faster. Yeah, Kasa was in a really good spot, but MBL just remaining calm under pressure. Correct decision-making. Getting this area set up for all the food and wood income was huge. It'll allowing him to make skirmishers. This is a great angle from which to push. Well, I mean, that's what I was saying. This doesn't feel like a Ratha matchup. Ballistics coming in, of course, going to be very helpful for MBL. MBL does need to pay attention, but he is doing exactly that. And you have 650 stone in this situation. You need to drop the castle. Otherwise, the resources are wasted. I think Kasa is just really panicking a little too much right now. Castle age time? Yes, but he still could have gone for an elephant, which is exactly what I said, right? My play there would be make an elephant, battle elephant, and an elephant archer, kill all of the feudal age units, and then add TCs. And then you can also start to work at the towers as well with the battle elephant. Anyway, here we go, guys. The thing is, this castle, although annoying, doesn't really do all that much. Skirms don't deal any cav archer damage, so feudal age skirms don't deal with elephant archers whatsoever. Because you just don't get to tap into that negative cav archer armor. Actually, or do you deal 0 damage, in which case the negative armor comes in. Anyway, MBL is going to go imp here in just a moment. Again, the eco just completely fell off here for poor Kasa. Resistance anyway. Yeah, like I said, imp coming in. I really feel like Kasa never got his food eco going this game, whereas MBL eventually just expanded to the side here. But now Kasa was just absolutely running out of gas. It's very late, obviously, for both players. Kasa was probably, like, what, an hour ahead? But yeah, MBL able to withstand this. I mean, kudos to him, and this just shows his experience, I think. Staying level-headed in such a bizarre game. And making the correct decisions, getting to his units, getting the economy here. Obviously, the monks just not in sufficient numbers, not enough mangonels. TC there goes down. You're like, Castle? That's literally what I've been saying. Elephants, clean up all this stuff, add TCs behind it, get the monastery down afterwards, and just really flex that early castle age to get too far ahead for MBL to do anything. The scariest thing for MBL is that he would then have to drop a forward castle, but then you're in the spot where you've already expanded backwards as Kasa, so it's really hard to find enough area to get damage done. But that's much easier for me to say, sitting here, able to analyze the entire game, just looking at all the stats and all the map position and whatnot. It's way harder to come to that decision in the heat of the moment. Especially if you feel like you have the opportunity to just go win the game by dropping a castle on him. But MBL, perfect reaction. Now, the one downside for MBL is that he doesn't have any gold income. I don't think this actually matters, because you just need to get Bracer and Trebuchets. Actually, he doesn't have a castle. It still probably doesn't matter. Yeah, just get Chemistry, get Bombard Cans. GGGL next coming in. 9% difference in eco efficiency as MBL in a super back and forth close series. I mean, what an incredible set of AoE 2 that was. I mean, that was awesome, guys. Really, really well done. Able to move on to the next round, but, I mean, credit to Kasa, man. That was such a close series. He really pushed MBL to his limit. But MBL still alive. The cockroach lives. Good stuff. And so, guys, this means that our brackets are set for tomorrow. Art versus Dark. Dark actually beating Mihai. And Blue even took a game from Heart, surprisingly. I guess for Nando de Noronha. One more. We have 2 more days of these qualifiers ahead of us. Lewis versus Kingstone. Barles versus Jordan. Doubt versus Sorakuma. Oh yeah, this set. We'll cast this tomorrow morning. It's at 7 a.m. my time, 12 GMT. I will be here. I will try and cast as best I can. Sito Prisma, as Prisma was able to edge out Siscon. Tato Dogao, which would be a really good set. MBL versus Running. I guess this set also needs to happen. But I think Vince should be able to do that quite well. But they'll be facing Vivi. Really good series earlier with Valessa and Vivi. Remember when Vivi went full Mari for the victory? And then Nikov Lucho. Oh my goodness. Lots of great AoE 2 ahead of us. And of course, huge thanks to everybody for tuning in. I will be back in around 13 hours. You know. Easy peasy. Anyway, thanks guys. I'll go ahead and rate T90. Everyone else is going to be coming offline.